afternoon. Thank the moderator for this opportunity. I need to remember her name. I just have a few minutes to keep with what the previous speaker said, which I listened to and enjoyed. I don't have anything different to say. We're all here learning the same thing.
That's right.
There's as the last speaker had mentioned that when you claim to have had a vision or revelation, there's only the one.
That's right.
It either lines up or what you had is not a vision or revelation.
That's right.
When Moses saw Elohim, Moses went to the top of the mountain, and Yahweh asked him to come a little higher. Now that right there, there wasn't any helicopter or anything that came up. Yahweh drew that out that was within him. It wasn't Moses. It's like the previous speaker said, what is the difference between a quickening spirit and a living soul?
Yeah.
This is quickening here.
Come on.
It's the self-same thing.
That's right.
There wasn't nothing fleshly or carnal, if you want to say, about Adam.
That's right.
He wasn't in the dark about anything.
That's right.
There was one in the dark, in ethereal darkness. That's why I didn't understand a damn thing about what was going on.
That's right. Yes.
What Dr. Hampton said, it's like everything. She doesn't have the man over here. She's got everything within Yahweh.
Right.
It doesn't take, don't take a bite out of it. You take something out over here. And I can, there's things that are hard to understand. And then once you understand it, it's just real simple. In it we teach that everything comes forth from Yahweh.
Right.
And then you see this here, transgression. I can see where they would try to force something in there to try to get it to come. Some things I just can't see where they got it. Right. This I can't understand it, but in not. Basically, what it is not being taught by the one who has seen.
Right. All right.
Is that iniquity wasn't here in the beginning.
That's right.
It takes the perversion of the truth for iniquity to come in.
That's right.
It took, and we've always taught here that Lucifer was not created to be a devil.
That's right.
He was not brought in to be unrighteous.
That's right.
If that was so, then this attribute justice would not be manifested in that situation.
That's right.
What Lucifer, and the name Lucifer means light.
That's right.
That's exactly what he was.
That's right.
Light. I mean, just a magnification of these attributes.
Go ahead.
And taking that upon himself, and cutting himself off from the source from which he came.
Yes.
Well said.
That was his fault.
That's right.
Okay? Because the bottom line is, unless Yahweh catches you up and you've seen a vision and understood it, which is the revelation,
Yes.
then you just simply don't know what you're talking about.
That's right.
If you can't back it up by everything that Yahweh created in the universe in its sum total, and the scriptures, and your bodies, you simply need to just sit down and have Yahweh to teach you.
That's right.
There's a lot of people that don't really care what's in a Bible.
That's right.
And we've learned recently that there are so many mistranslations. We've always heard it, but lately we've been seeing a lot. Now, if all you've got is one phrase in the Bible that says to come to find out that that was a mistranslation, you know, then what are you basing everything on? You know, in other words, unless it fits this right here, which is what I said in the beginning, the vision and revelation, unless it fits this, lines up to this, then it doesn't matter what it's written in here.
That's
It
right.
just isn't so.
That's right.
Just because a scribe mistranslates something doesn't make it so.
Right.
You know, this here, that's within you,
Yes.
at the, at what we have right here, universal revelation. What it is the cover's coming off.
That's right.
And this here, it's got to line up. And there is nothing negative in here.
That's right.
Okay? Because there wasn't anything negative in the beginning. Okay? That lining up, that is that's the only thing that's had power over death.
Yes.
Okay? Is Yahweh Elohim himself.
All
You know,
right, that's right.
Same one right here. Had power over death.
Right.
That in you fully resurrected, that's the
Right.
power over death.
That's
It's the
right.
same one. Okay?
Right.
And that is the key to the doorway out.
That's right.
And it's not something that's down the road. In other words, this isn't something that's going to jump into you down the road.
That's
You know,
right.
this is something that's been in you ever since you took on a body. Okay? And in coming here, it's my desire to listen to the one that Yahweh chose
Yes.
to speak to me, and take off those veils that's keeping me from understanding everything. Okay?
Right.
Let's just for a little bit go into the scripture. I know Dr. Warren went into it a little bit. I'll just say a few things. Maybe I'll have it. Just go ahead and let's go back to the beginning.
Moreover, brethren, I declare unto you the gospel which I preached unto you, which also you have received, and wherein ye stand.
Thank you, Rich. Okay, go ahead.
By which also you are saved, if you keep in memory what I have taught you, I preached unto you, unless you have believed in vain.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
For I delivered unto you first of all that which I also received, how that the Messiah died for our sins according to the Scriptures,
That's right.
Okay, read.
and that he was buried, and that he rose again the third day according to the Scripture, and that he was seen of Kepha, then of the 10, and after that he was seen of about 500 brethren at once, of whom the greater part remaineth unto this present, but some are fallen asleep.
Okay, now, Yahshua the Messiah, from day one, everything he did was in fulfillment of the Scriptures. Okay? Now, it wasn't just at the age of 30 when he started fulfilling.
Come on.
I mean, his very conception was fulfilled.
That's right.
Okay? But at the age of 30, in fulfillment of being a high priest at the age of 30, that's when he had to go into his ministry.
Right.
Okay? And yet, he was fulfilling at the age of 12.
Yes.
He was fulfilling from 12 up to 30.
Right.
And he was fulfilling all the way up to 12.
Yes.
You know?
That's right.
But on the according to the Scriptures, it had to be 3 days later, the resurrection.
Right.
Now, Yahshua the Messiah, like that was that was resurrected. I can say it like that. Never died.
Right.
Okay, that's life itself.
That's
Okay?
right.
They placed that body there in that tomb, and according to the Scriptures, that body had to remain completely, I'll say on that Sabbath, completely
Yes.
and the rest,
Yes.
and signifying that the removal of anything that would appear physical.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
Because at the time that body was consumed, and we've learned that's when that veil was creation, as as those back there, and a lot of people know it, went out of existence.
Right.
Okay? And it was then that, now it's held in store as Yahweh's mercy to have those that He had wrote here in this
Yes.
book, which you got a book right here,
Yes.
the Lamb's Book of Life, to come unto that understanding. All right? Now, Yahshua the Messiah, all the time he kept saying, my Father this and my Father that. And
Yes.
finally he was asked, well, show us your Father.
Yes.
And he told Philip, he said, when you see me,
Yes.
you see the Father. Okay? Now, that Father cannot die.
That's right.
Okay? Now, Yahweh has the power to take on what is written in the Bible as sinews of flesh
Yes.
and appear as though He did where you could recognize Him.
Mm-hmm.
But this Yahshua the Messiah, the way it's commonly taught in a lot of different religions and different things, it's not going to happen like that. Yahshua, or Jesus Christ, as I was taught, when I was young, is coming back to get us, coming back in the clouds and all this type of stuff, and expecting to look like that picture that we all see Jesus in, with the long beard,
Yes.
a little bit, the halo and all that, and just, nice as could be. Everybody's expecting that, and even it can spill over to just turning the name over and saying that Yahshua the Messiah,
Hello.
as he was back here, is going to come back.
Right.
It's not happening like that.
That's right.
He's coming in the clouds. That's true. But it's that cloud that's within you,
Yes.
which is Him.
Yes.
That's where He's appearing, in that cloud. No one, anyone that's up here, or they speak the words, okay, and they will do just this here. They'll have a thought that's spiritual,
Yes.
form it into words, and
Yes.
speak it. But it's that cloud that's within you, and if that doesn't check it on, it doesn't matter what anyone else says.
Go ahead.
It takes that Yahweh that's right within you to understand anything.
That's right.
Now, I'm not saying that it doesn't take, because it does take the power of Yahweh and the intelligence to be able to form it in such a way to give it to you, to cause that Shekinah to flash. You can't just throw anything out there, and Yahweh's going to accept it in one another. That's what I'm saying. It is something else to see how Yahweh puts all this together.
Yes.
Now, what I really need to be getting down, a few things that I'd just like to say is that you've already been saved.
That's right.
That's right.
And you weren't saved when you came in the door here.
Right.
Now, if someone would have asked you, you wouldn't have thought you were saved. But that doesn't mean that you weren't saved. Yahshua the Messiah, he didn't fall short of his mission.
That's
so to
right.
speak. And there's call it out. The Moonies. There's no sense.
right.
This is what they teach for salvation.
Yeah.
Is that Yahshua the Messiah fell short, and that he got cut off before he finished and completed his mission. And that's just not the case. In fact, there was a time that there was different times he had to get out of their sight because it wasn't the appointed time for him to lay his life down.
That's right.
But then when it came down to the appointed time, he had to goad him into it.
Yeah.
Right.
He's calling the shots all the time.
That's right.
And when he removed all that he had instituted, which he instituted so-called death back here.
Come on.
Okay?
Yes.
In other words, through that transgression, man so-called died. And when I say that, what I'm saying is Adam never died in his understanding. understanding.
That's right.
Yeah, 930 years after the coming out of here, he did lay that body down.
Yes.
And Yahweh did say, in the day that you eat, in that same day you will die.
Yes.
Okay? Yeah, that body was put back to the dust of the earth. But Adam never did lose any understanding of who he was.
That's
right.
You know,
Yeah.
that was Yahweh himself
Yeah.
walking the earth plane.
Yes.
You know, instituting all the way down.
That's right.
You know,
That's right.
Instituting here with Moses, the so-called Joshua is actually Joshua, but that was the same Yahweh instituting all the way down.
That's right.
You know, because the one that was fulfilling it, that was him and those all the way through that was instituted.
That's right.
The self-same one. Okay?
Very good.
Let's read just a little bit more on it.
After that, he was seen of above 500 brethren at once, of whom the greater part remain unto this present, but some are fallen asleep. After that, he was seen of James and of the apostles.
Okay, it doesn't talk about anybody dying, right?
Right.
It says they've fallen asleep.
Yes.
Right. Yahshua the Messiah, like I said, he accomplished his mission. He removed death.
Go ahead.
There is no death. That's why it doesn't say some have died.
Go ahead.
Okay, read on.
And last of all, he was seen of me also, as of one born out of due time.
Okay. Now Saul wasn't here at the day of Pentecost.
Right.
Up there with the 11 that were there.
Right.
And yet that day of Pentecost, or you think of that day of understanding, he was in that self same day.
Go ahead.
But he was likened unto one due out of how does it say it?
Born out of due time.
Right. In other words, it was how many years was it? 14 years after this that he was brought in. But where is the time that you can put
Yes.
on understanding?
Yes.
You know, is this knowledge 12 years older than knowledge? I mean, does time even fit in here?
No.
Okay? It's the self-same knowledge, whether you get it. That's why, we always say, whether you come in at the 11th hour, 59 minutes, or you either hear from the beginning. You know, in here, there is no time. You know, that's how you can say that when we're talking, as it was drawn out about the day, in the day, that's what you can say that Joshua died and John the Baptist buried him.
Yes.
Okay? And you see all this, it appears like all this time down through here, that's in the way. But there is none of that up here. And those, and once Yahweh caught Saul up, he wasn't teaching anything different from that the apostles were teaching.
Right.
He's teaching the self-same thing.
Yes.
In fact, even, as it's written, the apostles had to dig back and really search on some of the things he said,
Right.
and understanding. They did understand,
Yes.
but they had to draw on all that they had.
Right.
Because he didn't, some of the things, and even to this day, people will wrestle him, And as many people as you have, you're subject to have just that many concepts about what one person said in that Bible, And in fact, a lot of times you might have more, because the guy might not even be settled himself. Have 3 or 4 concepts on the same thing himself, not knowing which way to go.
Right.
But that's what we have different, is that we have the pattern.
All
I'm
right.
not necessarily talking about this right here.
That's right.
Even though this is a type of that pattern.
Yes.
Because the pattern that I'm talking about is Yahweh Elohim.
Yes.
And unless it fits this, it just, it's something that I don't need to embrace. It's something that I don't need to bring into my house and make a permanent furnishing or fixture
Well said.
within my house.
Well
Okay?
said.
It's something that it doesn't fit this, if I see that it doesn't, or I don't understand how it fits, I'll leave it out on the porch. Now, if it fits later on, you know what I'm saying? And it's me that came to it, I'll go ahead and bring it in the house. But until then, no, you know. It's like I hear certain things knocking, I'm not letting in.
All right.
You know? And yet there's times that, as like the previous speaker said, you know, if I don't catch you when you're knocking that time, don't give up on me.
Right.
Because once, I believe that that's why we're here in this class.
Yes.
You know, is because we have a true heart.
Yes.
You know, and it's not a thing about to give up on one another.
That's right.
You know, if it doesn't happen right now, you know, hold those in your heart and pray to Yahweh to do His will.
Yes.
Okay.
Beautiful.
And with that, I think.
All right.
Thank you, Dr. Vanderwood.
That's all right.
I have a couple of announcements. Who I'd like to call on our next and final speaker for today, Dr. Lynn W. Kinley.
Thank you, Dr. Miles. Looks like more people here. I thought you graduated. By way of encouragement, the people from Little Rock called.
All right. All right.
When was it?
Recently.
They called me the other day.
Yeah, all right. That's good. That's good.
That'll work.
And we talked another 2.5 hours.
Yes, sir.
They're just elated.
Yes, sir. Sound like a plan.
Now, I've been trying to put together, another thing, they said, they feel now they should come here.
All
All
right.
right. All right.
And then they said, I'm not gonna tell you all that they said, 'cause I don't have that long. But, it was very encouraging.
Yes, sir.
And things I told them, you could hear, I'd take the phone away.
Yes.
Who wrote this? They just found, no. So they said, our best bet is to come in and get it straight.
Yes.
Then I wrote Michael the Archangel. Gave it to Linda today. And I want to thank all of you for your support and whatever we can do to promote the gospel.
Yes, sir.
I sit down and I pin this stuff, and then I know Linda is working in the law office, is busy all the time.
Yeah.
In other words, everybody has their own human affairs to take care of, but they find time to sort of work with me, and I want everybody here to know that I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
I'm very thankful.
You deserve it.
Try my best not to burden you unnecessarily, or take advantage of you or nobody else.
That's right.
In no kind of way.
That's right.
Now, Yahweh taught me.
Yes, sir.
Okay? And I've tried to rightly divide the age of dispensation to let you see how Yahweh has worked his purpose. You understand?
Yes, sir.
From beginning to end. And when we get elaborate, we say cosmogony to eschatology, which means it's from start to finish.
All right.
And he never deviates or digress. In other words, he doesn't change. You understand? Now, that's what he purposed. Now, we can't stand down here on the end of it and decide to make changes in it.
That's right.
Because we can make some changes a day, that's as far as they'll go,
That's right.
right here.
That's right.
They won't go back and change nothing back there.
Hallelujah.
You follow?
Yes, sir.
Now, you can hoop and holler all you want to. You follow? Because it is said that I owe anybody in the school, I'll put it that way, apology. I don't owe nobody an apology about a damn thing.
That's right. That's right.
You understand? Now, it's you the one that's going to have to apologize.
Yeah.
See? Now, everywhere you go, every damn school you go to, they uphold whoever's teaching it.
That's true.
You see?
That's true.
Well, you want to stop following anybody blindly.
All right.
Yes.
You see?
Yes.
So then we look just like they do. No wonder. Yeah. That's the founder's son, and they all follow the man, and they don't. That's about the limit of the power they give of what's being taught anyway.
Right. That's right.
You follow? And I want to be the heir to the idea model. Let me tell you something. Bunch of two-faces, you understand? Hypocrites that'll sit over here and talk about that one like a dog.
Yeah.
You understand? And I'm supposed to inherit that? Women with women, punks. I'm just telling you. Inflated medical doctor, you understand? Why did Yahweh give me that as an inheritance?
That's not a kingdom.
No, it's not.
Damn. Who would want to inherit it?
Right.
Now, if he left that to me, I'd say, hey, Dad, I don't think you get too much for me.
That's right.
But now, this is our inheritance.
Uh-huh.
Go on, Daddy.
The kingdom of Yahweh,
Yes.
wherein dwelleth righteousness, peace, and joy. Now, that's the inheritance of everybody.
Yeah.
You're not going to inherit Ademar.
Thank you.
You're not going to inherit deanship.
Thank you.
You understand? And your little medical knowledge won't get you in. You see, I got some degrees too.
That's right.
They ain't gonna get me nowhere. You understand? I didn't graduate from kindergarten and started teaching.
Teach them.
You see? If I had my way, I wouldn't open my mouth to nobody. You see? Everybody in these schools hates my guts. And these people over in Africa, we never knew the founder had a son.
Oh.
Well, who is it that's keeping it hid?
Yes.
Do I look like I was born yesterday? You looked me over lately? I didn't
Yes.
appear this old. You know? I started off like you did. You understand? Wear partial. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Your tongue gets all tied up in it. I wasn't born this way. So I said that, I've been hanging around the schools and learning, trying to catch on.
Yes, sir.
You see?
Yes, sir.
And as they said today, once you understand, shake a knife back, that's it.
Yeah. Seal.
Now it's not going to unflash.
Now, in Delaware.
They fussed at me about 1930. I'm not having a problem with it. You ain't got the problem.
That's right. That's right.
You follow?
Yes, sir.
You falling all over 31. I'm not. You see? And I'm not having no trouble about 1996.
All right now. All right.
You're the one Now, you cannot pervert nothing till you know something about it.
Right. That's true.
You follow?
Yes, sir.
Well, what are you perverting? I don't know. You understand? But when the truth has been taught, and you pervert that, now you've got the problem.
Yes. Yes.
You see? Now, I've recognized I didn't figure it out.
Right.
You understand?
Right.
If I didn't figure it out, I'm not going to let you figure it out for me.
Right.
All right. And
I'm not going to, I didn't let my figures convince me. Why should I let yours convince me? You understand?
Right.
Something contrary has been shown to me.
That's
Yeah.
right.
You explain that to me. Does everybody understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
We've got young people like Terry. I'm not picking. You can send him out, and he knows more than all the rest of us.
That's right.
yeah.
He don't feel that he does,
But
But
he
he
does.
does.
because he's not matching wits.
Right. That's right.
You follow? The younger ones just started class.
Yes,
Nicole,
sir.
Antoine,
Yes.
I'm looking right at him. David, Robbie.
Yes.
They went down there and listened to Wheels have been in class. Marlene went down there and listened to been in class old as I am.
Right.
Okay.
Right, right.
Jason.
I said,
Yeah.
mm-mm.
Right.
Now they go down there to be obstinate
No,
No,
sir.
sir.
and indifferent and hell raising. Oh man.
Yeah. Yeah, David.
Jason, did you go?
Yes, sir.
See?
Oh, goodness.
So if I left your name out, you know who went. You know?
Right. Right.
They said that these are brand new kids.
That's right.
Infants in the doctor.
Yes, sir.
Oh man.
Yes, sir.
Now what happened? Yahweh called that up. By that this pattern, something that Jeconiah flag, and you ain't nothing I can do with it.
That's right.
They will not hear me change it.
That's
Right.
right.
Got to match up.
That's right. Thank you.
You see? And that's what we don't understand when the apostles taught or wrote. That one of them ought to cover it. You see? They write, well, when I was young or when I was a child, I spake as a child. And he's not talking about when I was a child with goo goo gaga gay go. That mama boo 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 boo.
Make it plain, David.
That's the way you look. And it's almost a shame that the apostles told you the truth about themselves.
Right.
Yeah.
Because you stand up and take what they said and condemn them the rest of your life.
Yeah.
And we don't hear a damn thing about you. They ask me, how old is Dr. Ezra? I don't know. Does he have a middle name? I don't know. So when he knows all about you,
Teach that. Teach that.
you see? And I told him, well, he may know all about me, but I ain't never been interested in him. That sounds ugly, doesn't it?
Teach that.
I've never been interested in nobody's personal life, who your mammy was and all that kind of stuff, and preach that for no doctrine.
That's right.
That's right.
Now that sounds ugly, but that's not what I mean.
Right.
You follow? The reason why he knows more about me, you understand? Because he's trying to disprove
Yes.
my inheritance.
Yes.
And to show how dumb and how far they go, the letter that I showed you, they write from California, you know, to Ohio to my mother. You know, they asked when I was born, and I'm living right there in California.
Yeah.
Yes.
With the phone number in the phone book,
That's right.
and the phone number to the classroom. You could have picked the phone up.
That's right.
That's right.
Never been absent.
But see, Yahweh would have you do that, and Mom writes back that I hope they get it straight this time.
Yeah.
and stop asking me. You see? But that's how far they go to avoid me.
Yeah.
I'm not a threat to them.
That's right.
I'm your friend.
That's
That's
right.
right.
Thank you.
That's true.
Yes, sir.
You understand? All that I hear of them teach, it's not good news. One time, you ain't no good, you're God Almighty, you gotta come to Yahshua and that, and then Harris gets up, we raised you from the dead, sitting right down and said, well, I thought you said they wasn't no good.
Right.
Make up your mind.
Let me explain some other things to us, please.
Help us.
We'll say, there was none righteous. No, not one. Say, see?
Oh, no.
You follow me? That's not what they were talking about. They talking about there's nobody like this,
Right.
according to them like this, has any righteousness.
Oh, yeah. Right.
So in that, everybody fell.
Yeah.
Your flesh never figured it out.
Yeah.
Right.
So you're using what they said out of context.
Right.
The righteousness you have now and the body you have now, the spirit that you have now, the soul that you have is not yours.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
All right.
That's all of Yahweh.
That's right.
You got any righteous? Ain't yours.
That's right.
That's a fact. So when they said there's none righteous, you understand? You found you're taking it out of context. They ain't right today. Ain't none of us righteous.
That's
Right.
That's right.
But the righteousness we have, the body, the soul, the spirit, the blood, the water, whatever,
Yes.
is of Yahweh.
That's right. Yes, sir.
No man has seen God at any time. Right? And John didn't finish and lived.
He's right. Oh, my goodness.
You see? Then because it was not purpose for them to understand, you stand down here now and mock. See, Philip didn't say, he looking right at him, didn't see the Father.
Teach, Dad.
Well, damn, you looking right at AC and still didn't see him. What are you not throwing on him for? You gonna be bold?
Go on.
I'm feared again.
That's right. That's right.
It's good that you ain't seen him.
Right.
Then I take you, you understand?
Yeah.
You, whoever you are, point you to a mirror, you understand? And say, look,
Yes, sir.
and you still ain't seen him.
That's right. Teach, Dad.
You follow? Then if you ain't seen him, what the hell are you talking about?
That's right.
You understand? They talk about Joshua coming, and he's already been here. This man said this last night. I mean, not last night, but during what's it called? I played it again because I wanted to make sure I wrote it down like he said it. Joshua coming back after us to give us a new heart, a new spirit, a soul, and take us back to Yahweh. Where did you read that?
Yes.
This is the argument, children. It's always been the warfare.
Yeah.
Now, because I'm going to get on into it.
Oh.
Like he's not all
Mess with me. You go pick on somebody that don't know no better. Well, let me do it over here.
Yeah.
No, I'm going to do it over here.
Whatever you want.
I want to inherit idea of mine. So this is the law, and this is the prophet. Right? Now we had read that whatever an apostle said,
Yes, sir.
it wasn't what only the law said, the prophets had to say it.
Right.
The apostles had to say this.
Yeah, that's right.
follow? So every instruction they gave you, you follow, had to come from here.
That's right. Yes.
Now what are you talking about, Glennie? Paul says, he looked at this, then I'll go over to the church. Then the prophets talk about build a kingdom under the Messiah.
You hear that?
Right?
Yes, sir.
And this one won't be temple.
That's
Right.
Right. Never lie.
In fact, this was before this.
Yes, sir.
And that was what their cry was. When are you going to come and set up an everlasting kingdom? So this fall, and this fall will
Yes.
stop.
Yes.
Well, there ain't no more falls.
All right.
You see? And those that fell have been risen. Both.
Yes.
But anyhow, he looks at it and says, now he's writing this to people that know.
Come on.
You follow me? Said the high priest, now I'll go read. Now what I'm doing, you got the gist now? I'm setting up things, and I'm saying now this apostle's gonna write something.
Yes.
But if it's not according to that,
Right.
the apostle's wrong.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Don't come tell me you had a vision, revelation, and write contrary to that.
All right.
Right.
You understand?
Yes, sir.
Because we now know that the law and the prophets was not Moses and Jeremiah. We know it was Yahweh himself.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Light it up.
All scripture.
You follow me? So you don't disannul those, Jack,
Right.
along with your Jill.
All right.
I said that you try to disannul Jack and Jill back there.
That's right.
You got a Jack and a Jill. You don't have Adam and Eve.
Come on, Dad. Come on.
I mean, I get angry.
Go on. Every day.
They say, Dr. Kinley, and I said, talk to your father. About what? And who do you have? Who the hell do you think talks to me?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? If I taught something and taught of him, and you taught something, taught of him, and me and you got a war, we ought to go see what he meant by it.
That's right. Yes.
Not fight each other. We're supposed to be quoting him.
That's right.
Bam. Then on the Day of Atonement, this high priest, you follow? After he made the 3 tracks into the tabernacle, right?
Right.
Then when Israel came out, when the high priest came out, Israel gave a great shout.
Right.
You see? What is it? Joy or a joyful noise?
Yes.
Why? Something had been forgiven.
That's right.
Right?
Right.
I said the high priest done that.
Right.
And the high priest had all of Israel in his bosom,
That's right. Yes, sir.
typified by the ephod.
Yes, sir.
Now that's book, and ain't nothing nobody can do with that. You understand me now, Miles?
Yes, sir.
Now, 1 Thessalonians, 4th chapter.
Oh,
Let's move, because we got a long way to go.
1 Thessalonians 4th chapter.
Now listen, Paul wrote him a letter about the coming of Messiah and it upset him.
all right.
And it necessitated him writing the second epistle.
Yes, sir.
Because what he told him in the first epistle about the day of Yahweh coming. They said, what? So the second epistle said, be not soon shaken. You understand?
Yeah.
Right there.
In other words, his first epistle shook him up.
Yes, sir.
And these were supposed to be people that didn't do it. Read, Betty.
Furthermore, then we beseech you, brethren, and exhort you by Yahshua the Messiah, that as ye have received of us how ye ought to walk and please Yahweh, so ye would abound more and more.
That's right.
See that?
That's right.
Did he say anything about him coming? No.
Yeah, no.
In case you missed it, read.
For we know what commandments we gave you by Yahshua the Messiah.
See, we know by what commandments we gave you that we decided and put that on a piece of paper and y'all abide by it. We redone the charter. We got together and said, all decided to say 1931. He said, no, I gave you the same commandments you've always had.
Right.
You understand? Read on.
For this is the will of Yahweh,
For that is the will of Yahweh.
Yes, sir.
Read.
even your sanctification.
Even you being set aside
Yes, sir.
from the things that are in the world.
Right.
Read on.
That you should abstain from fornication.
That you should abstain
That's right.
from fornication.
That's right.
You understand? Spiritual now.
That's right.
Right.
Read. And then when I say spiritual now, I don't mean you run out and be an ass physical.
No.
That's the reason why being physical won't point to nothing natural. It's what you are spiritually is what you'll
All
manifest.
right.
It's the opposite.
That's right.
Read on.
That every one of you should know how to possess his vessel.
See, I should know how to possess his vessel.
Yes, sir. Go on.
Read.
In sanctification and honor.
Yes.
Read on.
All right.
Not in lust of concupiscence.
Look, I got a long way to go. Get down to where Yahweh himself, before we lose you.
16.
Picking up at 16.
Uh-huh.
For Yahweh himself shall descend from
See
heaven.
that? Not the high priest now. Yahweh himself. And that's what I'm telling you. Yahweh himself
Yeah.
has descended from heaven.
Yeah.
right.
That's what I'm talking about. Now, it ain't no good if I don't see it back here.
That's right.
We didn't see it was Yahweh himself that descended and put on a body called Adam.
That's right.
We don't see Yahweh himself descended and in the form of Noah.
That's right.
We don't see Yahweh himself in Abraham
Yeah.
and all the rest of
Walk.
it. You follow?
Yes.
So when Paul said Yahweh himself shall descend from heaven, you follow? You don't look at it back here and to see that's already happened. You look at it as something yet to come.
Right.
That's right.
Live in the
Right.
All right.
Very good.
All
You
right.
understand?
Yeah.
All right. Teach us.
Not the high priest back here, although this was joyful.
Yeah.
You understand? But he said not the high priest, but the king himself.
Yes.
You see? So that's why I had them to do this.
All right. All right.
So that when I explained it to you,
Yes.
you would understand why it was that way. Get it now? Then you want to say, when you say they were carnal ordinance, who told them to do this?
Yes.
Yahweh.
Right.
Then you just called Yahweh carnal.
Teach. Yes.
You see? Yahweh told them what to do and offer up the sacrifices and how to build the tabernacle and all the functions there. Yahweh told them to do that. And you turn around and convict them of having a carnal mind? Where is the love? You see? And you see me, Yahweh, high priest, take blood.
Yes, sir.
Well, why are you doing it? I don't know. Who told you to do it? He did. Yahweh. Well, why are you doing it? I don't know. Well, don't do it. Oh, no, no. Yeah. Now, once I reveal it, isn't it much greater to find out you've been obedient all along than to have to remember? You understand? Somebody had to, here, go put the, get over and put the blood up.
All right. Teach.
Nobody had to make you wanted to do it. You follow? So who was putting the blood there? The high priest or Yahweh?
Yahweh.
Who's the maker of blood? That you could offer it up.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? What have you got that's not him? You ain't got your own blood. If I want to die from the four corners of the world, and that I might redeem you from the four corners of that's my damn business. You don't like it? Stay dead. You understand? But Yahweh himself shall descend from heaven. You see? And I told you where he looked back here and got it. There's somebody down here now with no understanding. I'm talking about in school now. I ain't talking about Christendom. Yahweh coming back. Right? You understand? Yahweh wants us to worship his son. Yahweh wants us to glorify Yahshua. Yahshua didn't glorify Yahshua. Please. Yahshua glorified his Father.
That's right.
And now you're supposed to be where the Father, where Yahshua was. He said, I go to prepare a place for
That's
you.
right. That's right.
You see? Take the whole ball of wax, man. I come to prepare a place for you. And look, I've been politicking. Sitting right there on the ground talking to him. That I go to prepare a place for you, that where I am. Where are you? Sitting right here talking to you. What about? That's where you'll be. How's that like that? Because that's what I am, right where I sit. You think everybody gonna like that? No, them ones I kick the hell out of heaven, you understand? They're the ones that ain't gonna like it. But they that love me, you understand?
That's right.
Will be partakers of it. You follow? Now I'm gonna go, you read another verse or two then.
For Yahweh himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, and with the trump of Yahweh Elohim, and the dead in the Messiah shall rise first.
See that? Now everybody that died, including Adam, is already risen.
All right, Daddy.
So what the hell are you talking about? How you going to indict them of anything?
All right.
The dead in the Messiah shall rise first. You say Adam died. Well, he's risen, folks. Don't you remember them, that many that slept in the dust of the earth?
All right.
You understand? Don't you count Adam in there? You see? What did Job say? I know my Redeemer liveth. And I shall see him. And saw him just as clear as you looking at me. And I'll see him for everybody else. And, I'll see him for myself. Isn't that what I'm trying to get you to do?
Yes, sir.
See Yahweh for yourself and not for another? Is that out of harmony for what's in the book? Have I taught you Glenn W. Kinley since you've known me? So I'm not trying to get you to see me.
That's right.
I'm trying to get you to see Yahweh for yourself.
Right.
You see? And then though that's your wife, I want you to see Yahweh for yourself, Janet, and you for yourself.
That's
You understand?
That's right. That's right.
Everybody in here see Yahweh for themselves. You say, well, have you seen one Yahweh? No, but my husband had, my wife had. No. See it for yourself. You see? Then there will be no more Joseph and Marie.
Right.
You see?
Right.
They shall become one. That's the way it was back here.
That's right.
But if you're saying Marie sees or going along with Joseph, you understand, or vice versa, they're not seeing nothing for themselves. They're still divided. They haven't seen the same thing.
All right, Daddy. All right.
You follow that?
Yes, sir.
Now, we're going to talk about this son. 1 John, 2nd chapter. Let's go.
1 John 2nd chapter. My little children, these things write I unto you, that you sin not.
See that? So somebody said, now see, I write that you sin not. Now, don't you be peeping at no boys. Don't want you to sin nothing. And little boy, I don't want you peeping at her.
Yeah.
But 'cause I'm writing some commandments that you can see enough. Dumbass, you understand? We're talking about, we write these commandments that you don't transgress the law of the Spirit of life.
All right.
That's what that man's talking
All
about.
right.
Read.
And if any man sin, we have an advocate with the Father.
See, now if you fall,
Yes.
you see, don't let the devil say, you fell.
Right.
No,
You have an advocate with the Father.
Right.
yeah,
That's who you got to face, not me.
Yes.
Right.
Teach.
And yet I
yeah.
Yes, sir.
try to be nice about these things.
Yes, sir.
You see? And listen, I'm telling you, that same spirit that's in you, these devils are going to have to face.
Yes, sir.
You see? The fountain, you say, I'm not worried about Yahweh coming taking flaming vengeance on me. I'm going to be with him. Come take flames on vengeance on you. It wouldn't bow to the truth after you heard it.
Yes, sir.
Read, baby. Let's go.
Okay. Yahshua the Messiah, the righteous.
Uh-huh.
And he is the propitiation for our sins.
See that? Now he's the...
Yes.
No. You see? Oh, he was the sacrifice for our sin. That's the neat thing.
All right.
You see? You follow? He was the sacrifice for our sin. Now, if he offered himself, then you ain't got no more sin.
Right,
These folks ain't got no more sin.
right.
All right, then.
See, Dr. Vanderwerf, anybody that's, I'm just saying, what you want to talk about, anybody that's sin back here has been forgiven. Now what the hell you talking about?
Right.
You're going to get a little Yahshua in you and be risen from the dead, so you call and convict all them back here that he's already forgiven?
That's not it.
You understand? As dumb as you can get. But it's going to be plain. Read.
Okay. And not for ours only, but also for the sins of the whole world.
Now this apostle seen something.
Yeah.
Yes,
Right,
sir.
right.
You understand? That other apostle we wrote at Paul. He said, Yahweh, and I showed you where he got his from. Right?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
Are you listening?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
I showed you where he said Yahweh himself should descend. You follow me?
That's right.
Very good.
You see? Somebody says shall. Don't that mean yet to come? No. He shall when he did with you.
All
You see?
right.
He shall.
That's right.
He shall continue to do
That's
that to
right.
me. That's the shall we talking about.
All right.
You see? Read.
And hereby we do know that we know him if we keep his commandments.
See that? If we keep what the old man taught. Say it where you understand.
Right.
Read.
He that says, I know him, and keepeth not his commandments, is a liar, and the truth is
Now
not
see,
in
if
him.
I say, hey, you lied, then they say, well, where's your contrite heart and humble spirit? Never mind where mine is, where's yours?
All right, then.
You follow me? If I told you the truth, is that what you're mad at me about?
That's what it is.
And I asked him in this letter, because you'll get a copy of that, I asked him, were you appointed to defend Robert Harris?
Right.
Say, are you mad at Robert Harris? No! I tried to warn him. Man, stop saying what you've been saying. Do not let that be the testimony
Yes.
that's written in your inner man at the time of the universal revelation. Don't do that.
All right, then.
Right.
Now that's love.
Yes.
That's right.
And you want to say, I owe him an apology. You understand? I'll be damned if you Yahweh. Who's the one owes an apology? Me or you?
All right. That's right.
You see how twisted they are?
Yes, sir.
You see?
Still trying to get you to follow.
Now let me tell you something. I'm no more of a son than you are. And I'm going to read it to you. You understand? But all these schools figure if they can take me down, they got the rest of the world whipped.
Yes.
It's the same old story about the Father and the Son that the devil ain't never got along with.
Right. Go ahead, then.
That was an argument by a kid. And when I sit down and write, your lights go out. When I preach, the light comes on.
Go ahead, Daddy.
You understand?
What do you mean by when your lights go out?
When I tell you what you taught, and it's not the truth, your lights go out. You lose everything and become vehement and violent. You understand?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Argumentative, sadistic. You understand? And every other evil work. I told them the school has become the cage of all the unclean beasts in the world. They said, well, it's over in Rome. I mean, damn, it's sitting right up here now, and you want me to inherit this? You see? You never see, I wasn't appointed heir to it, you understand? Because that wasn't what I was supposed to be heir to.
That's right.
And you either.
Right.
Let's go.
But whoso keepeth his word, in him verily is the love of Yahweh
Okay.
perfected.
Okay.
That's right.
See that?
Yes, sir.
Read that verse again.
But whoso keepeth his word in him verily is the love of Yahweh
See
perfected.
that? You begin to perfect it.
Yes.
You see? All the way back.
Yes.
All the way back.
Yes.
See? You don't find there was no place. Now watch. So we just talk about the word love, okay?
Yes, sir.
One attribute. Adam so loved Eve that he died and gave his life for her.
That's right.
That's it.
That's right.
Therein is love perfected.
Yes. Right.
And you don't see, if he loved her to give his life for it, therein, her love was perfected. You see? Now, it was something to say today. Now, that's my job now. Don't get your feelings hurt. Eve didn't go blank.
That's right. That's right.
You understand? Or if I could tell you,
Oh, Dad.
you see? Let me tell you this way. And she didn't momentarily forget. Now, I've said that. Temporarily in transgression. I've said that. So I'm correcting you and myself too. That ain't never happened. They both knew what to do to trap him.
All right.
Remember, you was in the kingdom and rose up against me. Well, I'm the kingdom's on earth now looking at you.
Yes.
And you think I got absent-minded or temporarily forgot? I know who you are.
Teach, Dad.
But I'm going to let you try it on earth. You understand? Just like you tried it in heaven.
All right, Dad. All right, Dad.
And I'm going to cast you out of heaven just like I cast you out of the womb.
Yeah. Oh.
That's all right.
Now that one's set into perfection. Y'all leave it there.
Yes, sir.
Now here's what I mean when he say you can't say she temporarily blanked out. Because when Satan asked her, you listen? What did Yahweh say? She told him verbatim. When did she blank out?
Right. It was there. Yes, sir.
You understand? She went along with, well, it does look like one big one, but and somebody say, well, didn't the founder say Yahweh permitted Eve to be sitting on a wild goose chase, you know, to find out what she already was? Yeah, he said that. Do you feel like she hasn't found out yet? You see? All you got to do is look at the fact. This kingdom was restored. See, there was a kingdom here that somebody goofed up in. I'm saying it that way. You understand? And that was cleaned up for day one. That's right. So then it's got to repeat itself. That was cleaned up because we know. They don't know where Lucifer was. And this little black ball right here, I told you, they never point to it. That meant that Adam was driven into outer darkness,
Yes.
or he was the secret chamber,
Yes.
or in his own secret chamber on earth, and they had not found You understand?
That's right.
And here he is down here in the darkness.
Yes.
Here's the same darkness down in Egypt. We
Yes.
jumped. Here's the same darkness here.
Yes, sir.
You follow? Then it ain't no wonder then when he comes in.
Yeah.
You got it now? You follow?
Very good.
And they didn't know who he was.
No.
If they didn't know who the second Adam was, to me, the first Adam and the second Adam is the same Adam. So but I'm drawing out like you talk. If you didn't know who the second Adam was, I'd be damned if you ever found out who the first one was.
That's right. Right. That's right.
Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
It's all right.
You forget that all this is going on in the realm of eternity, not in time.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's what Philip was trying to get you to see.
Yes.
You said Adam died, John the Baptist, and about 4,000 years now. To Yahweh just,
Yes, sir.
you follow me?
Right.
In a moment, in the twinkling of an eye.
Yes, sir.
See? How do you know that? Where did they get the expression moment of twinkling of an eye? In the first place. See, that's what you can't explain. We shall all be changed in a moment in the twinkling of an eye. Where'd you get that from? It's way back here in the garden. You see? You read in the garden that Yahweh told them, I'm talking about where you read it now. Yahweh told them not to touch the tree. Then when they did, their eyes came open. You know what you just said? They were around in the garden like, as soon as they do. You see? Their eyes came open, well, let's get on with the show. Time to go.
All right.
You see? You follow? But they got around, and then their eyes came open. So what? Or were they walking around in the garden blind? If they were blind, they never would have found. They've been looking for the tree yet to do what those eyes said. What are you talking about, Glenn? I'm saying this whole thing's written in a mystery, folks.
Yes. Yes, Dan.
And you're not going to take your little puny carnal mind and figure it out. You see? Every one of us here have come to understand, if Yahweh don't show you,
That's right.
I said, if Yahweh, the one that purposes, if he don't show you, you can forgive it.
That's right.
Right.
That's right.
Just forgive it. Now, wherein love is perfected. I tried to run that down. See? Now look, let's break it down to you. Yahweh not willing that the revelation of the vision or the gospel being preached, you understand? Are you listening?
Yes, sir.
This grace should not go out, or none of you would have been sitting here.
That's
That's
right.
right.
Therein is the love of Yahweh perfected.
Yes.
You've come to understand.
Yes.
All right.
All right.
You follow me? And then we get bold. I wish I'd have known about this 20 years ago, 25, 30 years ago. You wouldn't have paid attention 25 or 30 years ago.
That's right.
Don't start chastising Yahweh as when he brought you in. Just be grateful you're here now.
That's right.
Say, wow, I made it.
Yes. Yes.
Whoa,
That's
you
right.
know?
That's right.
Look how near I come to not seeing it all, you know?
Yeah.
Then you should see the mercy and the love of Yahweh toward you. I mean, you individually sitting here.
That's right.
Right.
That's right.
Father.
And I'm telling you, don't you let nobody take that away from you.
That's right.
Right.
It's given to you of our Father.
Yes.
And I ain't talking about A.C. Kinley
That's right.
and Glenn Kinley.
Yes, sir.
You understand? Now, sons, third chapter.
Oh, goodness.
Behold, what manner of love the Father hath bestowed upon us.
Beloved, behold,
Yes.
what kind of, you following?
Yes.
man.
Yes.
That's not this, as we say, kissy-kissy bedroom stuff,
No, sir.
Valentine stuff. the Son and said, I go to prepare a place for you, that where I am, there's where you'd be. What kind of love is that we should bow?
Come on.
Just like he was,
Yeah.
called the Son of Yahweh,
Yeah.
and with power.
Yes. That's right.
See, we talk about Holy Spirit, Yahshua this, Yahshua that, he's coming. You know what that did? That takes the pressure off of you.
That's
Right.
Yeah.
You promising somebody a Savior.
Yeah.
No, I'm telling you, I am that.
yes.
Come on, man.
The Savior? No, I've been saved.
Right.
That's right. Hey, no, I don't need a Savior. I've been saved.
Right.
You understand? I never told you you're a Savior. You were told back today, you were saved. Now when you come into class, I'll be damned, you were saved here. Lamb slain before the foundation. Then Doc, they don't pay attention. Doc trips them up. Say, well, if you're going to talk about salvation, you'd have to go to Yahshua the Messiah, because there wasn't no blood in this. And that just, they didn't understand. They didn't see this was done. But you might see this. And you listen, when you listen to them, it was Yahweh and Yahshua. They forget all about this.
Right. Right.
And they'll do it. Didn't they, Dale?
That's right.
Yahweh and Yahshua. Yahweh and Yahshua. You ain't got him doing nothing. You looking for a savior, as soon as he born, somebody says, bang, what did he do for you? You see? And Doc stopped him. You see? Now, all the time this fellow writing me, he sit up in New York on the Burbank Mitchell. That gives you a 2.5 lecture on an ear. 2.5 hour lecture on an ear. Yeah, ear. When you get through with ear 3/4.
Right. Outer, middle, inner.
Outer, inner, and middle.
Yes.
You understand? And when you get through with that, if the brain don't interpret it, the ear don't mean nothing.
Yeah. Where here?
See? That's what we do all the time. We just delve all in the, in the skin, and we might curves around. It curves. We got that understood. Huh? What's it curve for? So at the beginning, it catches the wind or the spirit. You understand?
Yeah.
That it might be interpreted. That's about it, folks. You follow?
Yeah.
And just preach on and preach on. You follow me? And it ends up, it's still an ear.
Natural.
Just as physically be somebody. Wow. You turn around and call somebody else carnal. That's how stupid it is to me, Billy. I'm sorry.
Oh, man.
You see? See, there's certain things we've already understood. We got ears, we got eyes, we got teeth, we got hair. You follow me? We already got that. Heart, blood, now we don't want to know why. You see? You see? Well, why is my ear 3/4? Why? Well, it's just another, you understand? Proving the unity of the Spirit.
That's it. That's the parable.
You see? That's as far as you can take that. Once you do that, if doctors knew that, they'd know what they were doing.
Right.
You follow? But we get these long sermons by little pieces of body. You see? And listen, when you get through it, you have I sit and watch science movies. I mean, Discovery. Where they found all kinds of lights and fish in the ocean. It's just beautiful.
Yes.
You understand? They say they haven't seen them before. Don't tell me we haven't seen them before. You haven't seen them
Right.
before.
More correct.
You understand? That's a whole kingdom within itself. talking about the Son now. That's what I'm headed for. Read.
Behold, what manner of love the Father hath bestowed upon us, that we should be called the sons of Yahweh.
Hey, did he say that's what you was? See? Do you think Joshua was the son of Yahweh?
No, sir.
He was called that. You see? Do you think he was the son of Mary and Joseph? He was called that.
Yes.
A lot of them don't know when he went to John, and I don't have it on there. When he went to John, he got baptized with bald head.
That's right.
And I don't mean his hair fell out. He took the oath of a Nazarene. And they shaved it like Bill McCormick sitting back there. But was he a Nazarene? He was called. Got a black coat jack. Give him a sucker.
Who loves you, baby?
He's sitting up here. Yeah, who loves you, baby? Love to sit there and detect the purpose of Yahweh for yourself.
Hey, there you go.
Who loves you, Yahweh? I do. Bill McCormick testimony. You understand? Whose baby are you, Bill? Yahweh.
That's right.
So I don't mean it negative.
No.
He knows that.
Read.
Therefore the world knoweth us not,
See
because
that? Now who is it that don't know? The world don't know. You see? Why?
because they knew him not.
See? You see why you don't know me? See why you don't know yourself? You didn't know him. Read.
Beloved, now are we the sons of Yahweh.
Well, huh? Huh? All right. You moderated it. Did she read it right? Did she say that we're going to be sons of Yahweh? When is it now? Yours said? I got 2 or 3 witnesses. What's yours say, Richard?
This is now.
I got 2 Richards. That's okay. But it's got 2 sons chart here, you know? Sit down. Now are we the sons. Now don't you see that's that promise come through?
All right.
Don't you see that apostle could not have said that had not Yahweh said, I go to prepare a place for you, that's where I am, that's where you would be also. Can't you see that apostle couldn't have wrote that unless he'd already done it?
All right. All right.
True statement.
See, it ain't me that don't understand, it's you.
Right.
Does that say son or sons plural? You see? And we being many sons make up the one son.
That's right.
Right.
So I told you, I ain't no more son of Yahweh than you are. You follow me? The only problem is the son, you understand, having the same son in them, don't have a dispute.
That's right.
Read.
And it does not yet appear what
No, I know it don't look like that. You see? You follow me? If Danny and them tell you, wasn't it John Ortiz brought you over to see Yahweh, meet Yahweh in the body? You see, my hair's all, you understand, all standing all out. And I'm sitting there, I can't hardly get up more. You understand? You follow me? John Ortiz, but I'm going to bring Danny. You understand? John Ortiz going to bring Danny to meet Yahweh in the body.
Right.
I living up over termite company, you understand?
That's right.
And an old green leather chair with patches on it. How you doing? Hair sticking all that. Ain't gonna comb it, that's that. And Danny takes him to
Yeah, you still.
Yahweh. Nah.
Yes, sir.
You brought me to meet this. What's your testimony now? See? But see, at that time it didn't appear that.
Yes,
In Ezekiel 1:26. Then go to Revelation.
Uh-oh.
In the first chapter where it's described.
Right.
Exodus 24, 9 and 10. Then went up Moses and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel. And they saw the Elohim of Israel.
Now what did he look like?
And there was under his feet, as it were a page work of a sapphire stone.
See it? Turns it right up there. He knew where it looked. Now you don't look like that now.
Go ahead.
You see? And you know why? Because that's what he looked like when he walked around like you and me.
Yeah.
He just looked just as homely as you and I. You understand? But nevertheless, that's who he was. That's the reason why he said, so when you see me, you looking at this. When you see me, you seen the Father.
Right.
Yes, sir.
You understand? Read this.
And as it were the body of heaven in his clearness.
Now we've identified what was in it. You see, we said it was glory. The glory of Yahweh. Right? Ezekiel 1:26.
And above the firmament that was over their heads was the likeness of a throne, as the appearance of a sapphire stone.
Read.
And upon the likeness of the throne was the likeness as the appearance of a man above upon it.
See that? Read.
And I saw as the color of amber, as the appearance of fire round about within it.
See
From
that? I'm talking about your makeup now. You see? That nobody sees. You follow me? You follow me? Yahweh still hid behind the veil. You understand? That ain't hard to see. He still got the veil of the universe out there. You understand? The veil is on that. He got the veil on you. You see? But we've seen now what it's about. So to us, the veil's been lifted. That's enough. Go to Revelation.
Revelations 1:13. And in the midst of the seven branch lampstand, one like unto the Son of Man.
See, in the midst of the seven branch lampstand. Where do you get that from?
Come on.
Why are you writing it like that in the midst of the seven branch lampstand? What are you talking about? Here it is right here. See this high priest standing there? You see, and this lampstand was this way.
Yes, sir.
You follow me? And if I don't know what I can do. It's going about him descending. Oh, it's hard to do, but anyhow. Well, I'll do it this way, so you catch it. Now he's descending from the most holy place, right? Table, shoe, bread here. I am the bread to come. So when he saw him, Elohim coming through, he was standing right at the fourth prong.
All right. Right.
Why? Because he's coming the fourth day or the fourth millennium.
Right.
So in the midst,
Yeah.
All right.
you see? In other words, he saw him as he was descending.
You.
Very good.
You see? And as Philip told you, he had to be standing there because his death, burial, and resurrection, you understand? And ascension went out to all of them before him.
All right.
It got you and I down here, so he had to be standing in the middle of the thing. You understand?
All right.
And you come back and say, the high priest didn't feel it from the middle. I bet damn if he did.
All right. Very good.
That's not keeping his commandments. Do you understand the preaching of what I'm trying to say to you?
Yes, sir.
So he's walking in the mist.
Yes. Yes, sir.
You see? That fourth branch, you understand? His body's right there at that precise moment. You see? When John turned and looked and saw him. You understand? It's different when you've been there when you're reading around the Bible. Read on.
One like unto the Son of Man.
One likened unto the Son of Man. Likened unto the Son of Man. Like unto the Son of Man. You understand? You understand? Who was he the son of?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Likeness of sinful flesh, Adam. Where did you read that one then? You understand? You don't know what sinful flesh is. You see? It's that evil spirit. I hate you just because you married a white woman. It is, now that ain't the blame for this.
Right.
That thought. You understand? Quit blaming this for something you did.
Yeah.
Right.
By the spirit that dwells in you.
Yeah.
You see? But just like Satan, you accuse it because you're physical, you're carnal minded, always still accusing. Let's move. I've got better things to talk about.
Okay. One likened unto the Son of Man, clothed with a garment down to the foot, and girt about the paps with a golden
Now, what
girdle.
we've done now, if you were listening, I've tied together
Yes.
who it was that was going to descend. The true high priest shall descend. You see? And when he has descended and knocked and took up residence, wow!
Yeah.
You follow me? Don't tell me we haven't made a joyful noise.
That's right.
You see?
That's right.
All right.
But it's still going on. Follow me? Jason, when I showed him how there was no more Red Sea, he just fell on the floor and said, wow! You understand? Right, Jason?
Yes,
He
sir.
made a joyful noise.
Right.
He didn't get up and say, it wasn't good for the tongue and known tongue. He said, wow! I never knew. Wow, Dad! So, I could hear him and he could hear me. We knew what we were talking about.
That's right.
Well, why is this like this? Well, give me You understand? See, where Red Sea, and he said there was no more sea, that meant Israel was on the other side.
Yeah.
You see? They said Israel was down here calm. They said that. You see, go back to Genesis, the 15th chapter, 13, 14, 15th chapter of Genesis, and Yahweh told Abraham, I'm going to cause your seed to go down.
That's right.
So how'd you get them down there with a carnal mind? All the time they were down there, they were looking for a savior.
That's right.
Was that a carnal mind?
No, sir.
And then Yahweh promised them. See, why don't you tell the story right? Yahweh promised you shall be servants. You understand? They shall be mistreat you. You understand?
Yeah.
And after that 400 years, I'm going to bring you out there with great substance.
That's right.
Yeah.
And did it.
Yes.
And you call them carnal? That's not rightly divided yet. With great substance. Yahweh has come down and delivered us with great substance.
That's right.
You understand? Faith is a substance.
Yes, it is. Yes, it
Calm
is.
down, boy.
Yeah.
Calm.
Yes.
You understand? You were able as a child to look from beginning to end
That's right.
and understand. Somebody was merciful enough to draw out
Yes.
what was seen in the vision and let you take a look at it. And if that ain't good enough, take a walk out there and look around the airplane. That's where it's really at. It ain't on the chart.
That's right.
Read, let's go.
Excuse me. His head and his hair.
You see? Now let's go back. We got it. Now we got what I'm after. Now you see what you look like?
All right.
We said, for we know when he shall appear. Then we'll be just like him. Now I've tried to give you some idea. You see? Some way for that to be formed in the consciousness. You see?
Yes.
Of your being. You understand?
Yes.
Become an everlasting light or illumination from here to glory. You understand? I'm struggling with words. You see?
Yes.
When you say something, the universe is backing you up.
Yeah.
Well, everything's not really threefold. Tell me something that ain't.
Right.
That's right.
That's right.
Can't do it.
You see what's backing up what you're saying? You see? And you're not like this taking the credit for having created the heaven and earth. You understand? You out here spouting off of the mouth and the idea of mouth, and you ain't got nothing backing you up. You saw me? Read.
Going back to 1 John, the 3rd chapter, picking it up at the 3rd
Uh-huh.
verse. 3:3. And every man that has this hope in him purifies himself even as he is pure.
You know, purify yourself. That's not purifying yourself. You see? Read.
Whosoever committeth sin transgresseth also the law.
See that?
For sin is the transgression of the law.
Now, if you say Eve come out of Adam, who was the law, you understand? With the wrong body and the wrong spirit, you transgressed the law.
All right then.
Read.
And ye know that he was manifested.
And you know.
Yes.
You see?
Yes.
And you know that he was manifested. Read.
To take away our
To
sins,
take away our sins.
and in him is no sin.
And in him, you see that?
That's right.
There ain't none. Now, why do you think you try to put it in there?
Yes.
Read.
Whosoever.
No, you listen, let me tell you in case you miss it. See, when they say these things, I'm sitting there and I know all this.
Yeah.
And I'm saying, well, how do you explain this with what you just said? Well, how did this go with what you just said?
Yes.
I'm not sitting there being obstinate. You know what I'm talking about.
Right.
Obstinate and belligerent and evil and picking a fight. It just don't gel.
That's right. No way.
You see, and I'm not going to let you put me in no state of confusion.
All right.
That's what I'm talking about.
All right.
Read.
Whosoever abideth in him sinneth not.
See that?
That's right. That's right.
Now, listen, somebody said, well, you call Robert Harris and the rest of them a damn lie. That ain't no sin. That's the truth.
Yes, sir.
See? What am I supposed to do? Well, you were right. I'll be damned if we are, y'all.
Oh, no. Please, no.
You see? And I have to do that to keep my deanship. You can have it.
Right.
You see, because there's more involved here than deanship. You
That's
understand?
right.
Yeah.
That's right. It's true. That's right.
Read.
Whosoever abideth in him sinneth not.
See that? You just don't sin.
Whosoever sinneth hath not seen him, neither known him.
Read.
Little children, let no man deceive you.
See? Let nobody.
Yes.
Ain't that what I tell you all the time?
Yes, sir.
Don't even let yourself deceive you.
Right.
You see? You get this in your head and heart and mind. If you come here to learn something about Yahweh, damn if he ain't gonna provide a way for you to know something.
All right. All right.
He's not gonna. You want to know something about Yahweh and don't. You say he's Almighty Provider.
Yes. Right.
Then don't provide nobody to teach you. He put the desire in you
Yes.
to want to know, and you understand? And he answers it.
Yes, sir.
Rest my case.
Yes, sir.
Read.
Little children, let no man deceive you.
Uh-huh.
He that doeth righteousness is righteous, even as he is righteous.
See that?
Yes. That's it.
Read on.
He that committeth sin is of the adversary or the devil.
See?
Yes, sir.
Read on.
For the adversary sinneth from the beginning.
See that?
Yes, sir.
But see, I told you Lucifer was the devil from the beginning. No. See, that was the beginning of his transgression when he rose up against Yahweh. Yahweh didn't make him like that.
That's right.
Let me tell you this way. If the duty of man, not knowing Yahweh, was to honor and glorify Yahweh, whom he did not know, right?
Yes.
You follow? How would Yahweh expect a man to do that, and the angels that knew him didn't do it?
Come on. All right.
You follow?
Yes. Yeah. Ooh.
You understand? What right would he ask me,
Yeah.
as a man made this way,
Yeah.
born of a woman, to honor and glorify you how I haven't seen you, and the angels that seen you couldn't do it?
Yeah.
Right.
All right.
That's,
Think about it.
yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Think about it real deep, real hard. Give it some good thought. You see? It'll tell you what they were designed for. You understand? They were designed to glorify and praise Yahweh. They didn't do it.
Right. Right.
You understand it now? That's what they were designed for.
Yeah.
You see? They didn't do it. You see? And because they didn't do it, they fell.
Yes.
Same way with the man.
Right.
All right.
You see?
All right.
Then they said, that means the agenda. The whole purpose of Yahweh laid out there for you. Just look at it. I'll bet that was the most stupid question I ever heard anybody ask in the world. What happened at the tree? Was Adam, Elohim, 930 years? Them are stupid questions from someone that's been taught from the throne. Did you, let me ask you a better question. Did you think Adam was wondering around who he was for 930 years? Well, if he wasn't wondering, why are you wondering? Read, baby, let's go.
For this purpose, the Son of Yahweh was manifested.
For this purpose, the Son of Yahweh was manifested.
That he might destroy the works of the adversary.
See? Why are you going to do it on earth? Because I did it in heaven.
Yes, sir.
But see, if I take it in heaven, I mean, take the natural point to the spirit, I don't see heaven cleaned up.
That's right.
You see? But if I see him clean up heaven first, I know what he's going to do on earth, and I'm about to do it too.
Yes, sir.
Clean this up, get rid of you. Now, I didn't say I'm going to save you.
Yes.
I said I'm going to clean you up. I'm going to shut your mouth.
Yes.
And then those that's out there listening with this ear you gave a lecture on, they will begin to hear the truth that this gospel shall be preached, then shall be income.
All right.
And not before.
All right.
Now,
All right.
Now, I said that back there when I told you them back there.
that's right.
And this gospel, what gospel? Me.
Right.
Go ahead.
What are you doing preaching? You.
Teach, Dad.
You see? He didn't say that gospel, he said this gospel.
Go on, Dad.
It's the same thing between this rock and that rock. You see what I mean?
Yes.
This gospel. I'm the kingdom.
Yes.
That shall be preached, not you.
Teach, Dad.
You follow?
Yes, sir.
You got it now? Now I'm about to run out of time. Let's go to the next step. Y'all read the rest of it when you go home.
Beloved, believe not.
Now that you know who we are now, right? We're sons. You got it now?
Yes, sir.
Yahweh's come and delivered us, revealed himself to us in us.
Yes.
Yes.
Now what's the problem?
Believe not every spirit.
Believe not every spirit. You understand? You couldn't believe all the angels in heaven once they did that.
All right, man.
You follow me? You couldn't believe all of men, though they were born of women. You couldn't believe all of men. So he said, believe not every spirit. Believe not every man.
Yes.
You understand? Why?
But try the spirits whether they are of Yahweh.
Now, wait a minute. Look at what that man is asking you to do. Try the spirit, and you don't know what it is.
Right.
Right.
How are you going to try the spirit
That's right.
by the spirit?
Yes.
Read it, baby.
Yes.
Beloved, believe not every spirit, but try the spirits whether they are of Yahweh.
How are you going to do that?
Yeah.
You don't know Yahweh.
Right.
Then how you, and you haven't seen spirit, or you don't know what it is.
Right.
I mean, you understand?
Yeah.
Then how you going to try it?
Oh, Father.
That's right.
Thank you.
He couldn't have made that statement if not the spirit had not been poured out, and you've got something to try it with.
All right.
Right.
That's right.
Do it, Dad.
You see the profoundness of what the apostles say? Don't believe everybody. You give me a lecture about the end, you say Yahshua's coming, don't believe that man. Try him by the spirit of what Yahweh himself has revealed unto you.
Yes.
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 That's right.
Try it by that. That's the spirit that's dwelling in you, the spirit that's dwelling in him.
Yes.
You see?
Yes.
Try it by that.
All right.
You see? If you can go out of here and get convinced in these other schools, then you didn't try the spirit by the spirit.
All right.
Read.
Because many false prophets are gone out into the world.
And where do you expect to find it?
Hello.
You see? Get off of the Roman Catholics.
All right.
And all the rest. They're a type and a shadow of what you really are.
Do it.
And a poor type in the shadow of that. So ain't nothing they doing right. You follow me? You ever seen Roman Catholics have roast lamb, bitter herb, none of them bread? seen Protestants do that?
No, sir.
But in this school, we're talking about roast lamb, bitter herbs, unleavened bread, you see? And Yahweh told them to eat all of it. No, he didn't.
Teach that.
Israel could not eat all the lamb down in Egypt. It would have been against the law for them to eat it all. Maybe you'll understand it that way. You see? Because right in the next day, it says, anything that's left, take out and bear.
Right.
Right.
You see? So you can't eat it all, so you ain't got nothing to bear. Now you try what you know about this Passover. You try this. You see? You've tried it backwards and forwards, right?
Yes.
Right. Yes?
Yes, sir.
You see, well, let's go into heaven with it.
All right.
It didn't take up all of Yahweh to make this up,
Right.
right?
Right.
So though this was the completeness and the fullness of him bodily,
Yes.
there was still something left over.
That's right.
You got it?
Yes.
Come down and create the man. You see? And it did take all the dust of the earth to make this man.
Right. Come on.
You see? Now, if it took all the dust of the earth to put Messiah in, then you wouldn't have no place to put him. Because all the dust of the earth has been gone. But then there was a little left over. They had a place to put it. You see, that's where you got to think when you listen to these hypocrites. Because they're shrewd. So now, they could not eat all the lamb because I just showed you. This is the lamb. It didn't take all of them to make up the lamb. There was some left over.
Right.
Right? See? Now, there's some reason for it to be left over. Right?
Come on, man.
So that somebody else can have some of the same lamb.
All right.
Get it now?
All right.
You follow? Now, but let me try to conclude this way. Then he went back to the dust of the earth, right? And you don't see this is the damage plate all over it. You see?
Yeah.
You follow? And they refused to say, and Joshua rose from the dead as the Elohim. You see, but that's where you come down.
Right.
You see?
That's right.
But they refused to recognize this.
Yes.
You see? And listen, let me tell you, between this and this is the only meaning.
Yes.
Right.
You can't hop over this to get to that. Because you want to say this is his son.
Teach that.
You see? You must, I am the door
That's right.
to the sheepfold.
That's right.
Not this, this.
Right. Yes.
There's none that come unto the Father but by me. You got it now?
Yes, sir.
So I'm saying that there had to be something left over for the lamb that is could be taken down, you see, and placed in Joseph's new tomb in order to fulfill that.
Yes, sir.
You see? That's what I'm talking about. Now read on there.
Hereby know ye the Spirit of Yahweh.
Now hereby, now remember they keep saying Yahshua's coming back.
All right, Dad.
And take us back with a new heart, a new spirit, a new body, and a new whatever. Now you want to know, try the spirit by the spirit, see if they're Yahweh or not, right?
Yeah.
So how do we do that? Well, John said, here's how you do it.
Every spirit that confesseth.
Every spirit, not every man now,
All right, Dad.
every spirit, read,
That confesseth that Yahshua the Messiah is come in the flesh is of Yahweh.
Hello.
anybody home?
Uh-huh. Right. Right.
You understand? Every spirit that says he's come
Yes.
in this.
Yes.
What is he, baby?
Is of Yahweh.
Got it there? Read.
And every spirit that confesseth not.
Now you don't confess he's come.
That's right.
You see?
That's right.
Now I know Jesus is coming back. That's Christendom. We know they need help. But you've been helped. You understand? And you're still saying Yahshua's coming back missed it?
Yes.
You see?
Yes.
Read, baby.
And every spirit that confesseth not that Yahshua the Messiah is come in the flesh is not of Yahweh.
See that?
Right.
And you know how they apply that? That Yahshua has not come in the flesh. That's when they talk about him coming in the flesh.
That's right.
They don't see it.
Yes.
Right.
You see?
All right.
You said this was an old confused man?
Yeah.
Then that spirit is confessed. He's not coming in there. See how you have to open it up and look at it? Read.
And this is that spirit of the anti-Messiah.
And this is that spirit, you see, of anti-Messiah that did not start down here.
Come on. All right. That's right.
He didn't start down here and come over. He started in heaven.
That's right.
That's that spirit that's come all the way down to he ain't come.
Yes. Yes.
He ain't come.
Yes.
You see? And don't care how many times he proved it. He still said he ain't come. Behold, I stand at the door and knock. Right?
Yes.
He that hears my voice. What is your voice? Truth,
Right.
wisdom, knowledge,
Yes.
understanding.
Yes.
And open up his heart and invite him in. You see what I mean? You don't have to break down the house.
That's
It's
right.
already his house. And listen, he ain't outside knocking to get in. He's inside knocking in. You understand?
Right.
Don't forget the blood was put on the limb inside the house. So he ain't out here knocking to get in. He's knocking in there to tell you I'm already in here. Wake up! I'm at home. You know what I mean? We got to, you know what I'm saying? Deal with you all along in the clouds. You know what I'm saying? And all of a sudden the light comes up. Whoa! And I can never have forgotten over there. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Where I found him that I was looking for. Found him right in there.
Yes.
See?
Yes.
And I have vowed to that and preached that.
Yes,
You know what I'm saying? That you might know it as I know. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And through that I came to the vision and the revelation and saw the old man giving the vision and
All
revelation.
right.
I know who it was. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Know why he said this. Know why he said that, Billy. You understand? He talked about carnal ordinance, carnal mind. You see, well, you didn't get a carnal mind over here. And look, right quick.
Go.
Take this circumcision in the flesh. You see, they didn't know it meant circumcision of the heart. Why don't you read the explanation of what this is?
All right.
What Yahweh took away from this and that, far back here was the not understanding and brought them to an understanding.
Yes.
But it was the same law.
Right, sir.
That was not carnal ordinance.
Right.
You made them carnal
Yes.
in this age.
Yes.
Right.
Right.
You made them physical when they were spiritual.
Right.
That's what under the law. Right?
Yes.
It's polytechnical when you rightly divide. Read a couple more verses in 2:30.
All right. And every spirit that confesseth not that Yahshua the Messiah is come in the flesh is not of Yahweh.
See that? Read.
And this is that spirit of the anti-Messiah.
Let me say it. I sound like I'm hot. Yeah, the founder said, don't be offended. I'm Yahweh. That's who you are.
Yes.
Right, Betty? Did he say it once or you know how many times he said it?
No, but it was quite
Don't. I don't remember either. You, Joey?
Not how many times, but a lot.
Yeah. So between the three of us, we at least heard it 2 or 3 times. In other words, he wasn't saying, I'm Yahweh, so are you. And said, what'd you say? What'd you say? We didn't get that. He said it often enough for everybody that heard it.
Yeah.
Then he turned around and said, don't be offended with me being Yahweh. That's who you are.
Yeah.
And everybody heard that, right?
right.
He buried now. You understand? And the first thing you said, I'll be damned. And remember this, let me say, remember this same one that said, I'll be damned with you, Yahweh, said the same thing that the founder said at one time.
Yes.
Right.
Right.
That's right.
Yes.
You see, that he was Yahweh.
Yes.
Now your story changed. Soon as he was put out there in the ground, your story changed. Can't you see, damn it, when he proved himself here
Yes.
and said he was the Messiah, to him.
Yeah.
All right, down to you, Yahweh. You see? And you sit right there and listen and you wonder. You see? And I'm saying, don't say that.
All right.
Your previous testimony is against you, man.
Yes. Yes.
That's love. And you want to say, I hate you?
No, no way. That's what it is. No way.
You see? What do you hate me for? Because I told you the truth?
That's right.
But every spirit that says one thing, then it denies it, that's not of Yahweh.
That's right.
Read.
And that spirit of the anti is not of Yahweh, and this is that spirit of the anti-Messiah, whereof you have heard that it should come.
When it came, it stood right in front of him.
That's right.
Let me give me a second. See, you start in class just like you started. You see? You follow me? You understand? Everybody gets to know you. And you're a student, you're trying to learn. The next thing we know, you're the head of the whole thing.
Wow.
Trained men crept in unaware. You see that? And taught you contrary to everything that the man that taught you, you understand? And you didn't see it. Then in conclusion, you deserve to be lost. You see what? Because you did not hold fast. And that's why to finish the scripture part, it says strange men. See, what was strange about it? They looked like they believed. They tell you they looked like they believed and understood. You see what? It was always under the founder. Whatever he could do. You understand? Strange men to pretend to love. You understand? For their knifing. You understand? Strange men crept in unaware. You understand? And subdued women. You understand? The whole household. You understand? And the whole household of Idemar had been subdued. You understand? And gone back to the whore. You understand? Yahweh shall get you. Or punish you for messing with his bride.
Right.
So I'm saying, don't believe everything. You make anything I say to you. Anything that you set up and conjure. Or figure out. Make sure you take everything you know I taught you and make it come out. Don't switch this to get this.
Right.
Don't switch that to get this.
Yes.
You see?
Yes.
If you don't understand, let the damn thing alone.
Right.
See? But that you do know. There you go. Keep it. And I'm telling you, whether you know of much, he that has the faith of a grain of a mustard seed, just that much. That's not asking much when you talk about the sum total of Yahweh. He that has the faith of a grain of a mustard seed shall be saved. And I'm saying all that I could ever teach you would amount to nothing but a grain of mustard seed. But in that, you shall be saved. Yahweh continues to bless you.
We all enjoyed class? Yes. Stay. Go classes? Tuesdays. Sundays at 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock. And on Sundays from 11 o'clock to 2:30. Next moderator. Philip Edwards. And I'd like to hear from you. Dismiss class.
Come on.
Now unto him that is able to keep you from falling, present you faultless before the presence of his glory, with exceeding joy. To the only wise Elohim, our Savior, be glory. Executive Officer, Dr. Glenn McKinley. Our Executive Officer, Dr. Joyce Heath. And our President, Dr. Joseph and Ray Bell. school was later incorporated in the state of California in 1958 and here in Daytona Beach, Florida in 1991. Now, in this school, we teach by the true and correct names of our Heavenly Father, Yahweh, Elohim, and Yahshua. Now, Yahweh chose to symbolize himself as a cloud. And as you can see, this cloud, or the red border, goes around the entire chart to show you that everything within the chart abides within that border. So is it that everything in the universe and its sum total abides within the pure spirit state of Yahweh. Now, Yahweh simply took on a superincorporeal shape and form known as Yahweh Elohim. Now, this can only be seen in a vision and understood by revelation. And it's in this shape and form that he took on, transformed into every cosmographical structure of the universe.
Right.
And on the sixth day, he simply took on a body and called himself Adam. He later on came in as Yahshua the Messiah to both institute and fulfill the law and the prophets. Now, as it states in Deuteronomy 6 and 4, Hear, O Israel, Yahweh our Elohim is Yahweh a unity.
Right.
I'd now like to read the 10 constitutional aims and objectives of the school. One is to help you find and know Yahweh our Elohim as he really is and actually exists. Two is to form a nucleus of universal brotherhood of humanity in Yahshua the Messiah without the distinction of race, nationality, creed, sex, caste, or color. Three is to investigate the unexplained spirit law or so-called law of nature and the powers latent in man. Four is to encourage and promote the study of the scriptures, comparative religions, psychology, philosophy, modern practical, and occult science. Five is to extirpate current superstition, skepticism, and ignorance. Six is to learn, know, and understand the operation of Yahweh's eternal purpose through the dispensations and ages. Seven is to discern and avoid being deceived by Lucifer, the serpent, the devil, or Satan and his demons operating a mystery of iniquity on earth through the dispensations of time. Eight is to earnestly contend for the common salvation and faith which was once delivered unto the sons or children of Yahweh. 9 is to make known that Yahweh from the beginning ordained there is no other name given among men whereby men can be saved, saving the name of Yahshua the Messiah. And 10 is to inherit eternal life now in the kingdom of Yahshua the Messiah with the hope of immortal glorification in the new earth state. Our watchword is peace, and our slogan is to speak the truth. And our theme is taken from Matthew 24th chapter, 14th and 15th verse. And this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached as a witness unto all nations, and then shall the end come. When ye shall therefore see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, stand in the holy place. Whosoever readeth, let him understand. I'd now like to have a prayer by our president, Dr. Joseph Bell, and scripture, 1 John 4th chapter, read by Dr. Richard Bailey.
Good evening, class.
Good evening.
Let
John. 1 John, the 4th chapter.
Thank Dr. Bell and David. And for our first speaker this evening, I'd like to call the superintendent of the school, Dr. Ginger Lopez.
Good evening, class. Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here tonight with you. Just gonna go ahead and go into the things that I've been taught
All right.
and can stand on and know to be a fact, and that this is my salvation.
Yes. All right.
And I have been saved,
Yes.
and we have all been saved. We just want to hold on to that and don't let anyone or anything take a hold of that or let us let go of that. Because there is no say devil with a pitchfork or anything like that. It's you that makes either the right way or the wrong way, and you have to take responsibility for that, and just hold on to the things that we've been shown. I'm going to start in heaven because that's where we've been taught to start off at. Yahweh is spirit. He chose these 9 major attributes to describe his makeup: intelligence, wisdom, knowledge, love, beauty, justice, foundation, power, and strength. There are more attributes such as life, power, truth, justice, and mercy, glory, and so on. In this form, Yahweh was abstract. In his love for us, he drew it out for us because this is a chart or a pattern or plan of salvation.
Yeah.
So he decided and declared here that he would show it to us. He would create a creature that would give glory and honor to him. And okay, and this then he took on a shape an incorporeal shape and form, a body of heaven in its clearness, known as Yahweh Elohim, without flesh, blood, and as the schools say, bone. But if you don't have flesh and blood, it goes without saying he doesn't have any bones. But that was a body of the heaven in its clearness.
That is.
And in this shape and form, he created both heaven and earth.
Yes.
This is what we refer to as his working clothes. If he would have had created in abstract form, the creation would have not had any shape and form.
Right.
So it's coming down. Then he created both heaven and earth. Before this came about, though, we've been talking lately about those angels coming forth from Elohim. And there was a innumerable amount of angels that came forth. In other words, you couldn't count them.
Right.
And there was one called Lucifer. And Lucifer meaning light.
Yes.
And he was in position only, set above the other angels, to have them remain or keep their eyes on Yahweh. Okay, so what happened was he took the glory upon himself, and that caused him to fall, because he knew where the glory and where he came from.
Right.
But instead of abiding in that and giving the glory back unto the Father in which he came, he chose to take it and look upon himself as him being something glorious. There was a third of the angels that fell with him. when Yahweh gave Moses seen a vision, was taken up unto the mount, being an elevated state, and seen this, when the creation was brought forth, it was brought forth. It was, let's say, it wasn't like a day and then the next day. That Yahweh spoke and thus it was. But for the man Moses, it was broke down for him in a day-by-day sequence. And here, it was on the first day, and then back into Elohim. The second day, back into Elohim to show forth in which it came, the source of each day of the creation. Okay. Are we over here? Can you read? When he was from the dust of the earth.
Okay, that would be Genesis 2:7. And Yahweh Elohim formed the man of the dust of the ground,
Okay. Go ahead.
and breathed unto his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul.
A living soul.
Yes.
And to Yahweh just put on a coat of flesh, but they broke it down in that we know the breath of life, that is Yahweh, the spirit. And also when you have a child, when that child takes that breath of life, that is that spirit, that body taking on life. And we know that we breathe the name Yahweh.
That's right.
Everything that lives and breathes the name Yahweh. And everything is going to be giving glory back unto the Father. The trees, when they sway, the sea, when it goes back. We know that everything is giving back its glory, even if you want to say the name is Jesus or Jehovah, or you don't want to give the Creator his, he's going to get his glory, but you're breathing it anyway, no matter what name you want to use. You are giving that glory back to the Creator.
That's right.
Okay, it would come from the dust of the earth. Dust is synonymous to spirit. And the dictionary, it says a cloudy-like substance. And we know that cloudy-like substance. Okay? Go ahead.
And Yahweh Elohim planted a garden eastward in each, and there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground made Yahweh Elohim to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight, and good for food, for the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
Okay, but that was a tree in the midst of the garden. There's no good and there's no evil abiding here.
That's right.
All it is perfection.
That's right.
Okay, there is no evil here.
That's right.
Okay, this was cast out, like I first started to say, before any of this came forth.
That's right.
Because this will not abide in this realm.
That's right.
Okay?
Well said.
Brought down here, too, with Yahshua the Messiah. What was his name? Judas hung himself before the resurrection.
That's
He
right.
cut himself off, showing it again, that principle here, that he will not be in the resurrection.
That's right.
Okay? Only the sons of Yahweh shall partake of that. Okay, and so Eve was brought forth from Adam. Intelligence, all those attributes. Okay? There was no negativity here. We've been talking about this a lot lately. If you get this this plate right here straight, everything else will come. But if you get anything messed up here, you got to line it up over here. Because someone that knows can see right through you. Now there was a law given back here. And while the law was given, Eve was yet in Adam when that law was given. But she knew because when she came forth, Lucifer asked her and she told him what that law was.
That's right.
Okay? So she was no dummy. And it was learned in the last class, they both knew what was going on. Okay? It's so much, he's bringing so much out in this. In this mystery right here, he could not reveal what had, what was taking place.
Right.
But there was an appointed time that he
Well
would,
said.
here in the day of Pentecost,
That's right.
that angel and man would understand
That's
and
right.
be in perfect harmony.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
Genesis, the 3rd chapter, pick it up with the first verse.
And the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which Yahweh Elohim had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, hath Yahweh Elohim said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden?
What was her reply?
And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden. But of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, Yahweh hath said,
Yahweh said, go ahead.
Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die.
Okay, lest you die. So she knew what that law was. And it's portrayed here as being a snake, but it wasn't a snake. It was Lucifer appearing as the angel of light,
Right.
being able to appear like that, but not for long. Okay? He's able to portray himself as the angel of light. Moses just used a serpent because that's the only way he could describe that satanic spirit of Lucifer. A serpent having no ears because he will not hear the truth. Having no backbone because he cannot stand in what he's teaching.
That's right.
And having a slither on the ground and being so sneaky. Okay. Go ahead. Okay, go ahead. Yes.
And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die, for Yahweh Elohim doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and you shall be as Elohim, knowing good and evil.
Okay, but we know that she was already Yahweh, Elohim.
That's right.
Okay? But because a purpose had to unfold, this took place.
Right.
But they don't want to preach what the founder had taught them, that they were a unity before they left the garden, and she turned to her husbandman with that, and he consumed that. So they were as one before they came out of the garden.
That's right.
Okay? There was no ignorance here at all. Okay? I get like my mother. Okay, and also you see that Adam here was just, he knew what was going on here. There was peace here. He knew that he had his bride. There was no way that he was going to lose his bride, if I can say it that way. And I say his bride, it wasn't a husband and wife thing back here. They were as one. Okay? There was no physical anything here. All it was spirit. They didn't even have to have verbal words. They were so much so they were just one. Okay? You see the lions at peace here. This was just perfection. There's nothing more than I can say with that. Okay, but because of purpose, it had to be drawn out. She turned and gave that fruit unto her husbandman. He then consumed it. Okay, and her knowing, or her, okay, in her fall, we'll put it that way, she knew who to turn to,
Right.
which was her husbandman. In that, she was made one with him.
Yes.
Not that she wasn't one with him all along, but she knew who to give it to.
Right.
In other words, he did not want to be obedient and
That's
take
right.
down.
Right.
Okay? He fell. She took down. And you see that portrayed in just what we've been teaching, because she gave it to him. That was her being obedient.
Right.
And in her obedience, she and they heard the word of Noah, they heard that preaching and caused them to draw them into that ark. He didn't have to go and get a lamb or get the cows together. Okay? And there was 8 of them, his family, and we know that points to that new cycle. Okay? And it rained for 40 days and for 40 nights. And after it had receded and they came forth, a vineyard was planted to show that that state of being back in the garden, they were back in that state, and they offered up a sacrifice. And I will not get it up. Okay, and that rainbow or that bow was placed in the heavens to show that covenant that Yahweh would not flood the earth with physical water anymore, but with that outpouring of the Holy Spirit, that is going to be the flood. Okay. Going on now. See. Okay, and then that we know that Tower of Babel, because they again did not want to believe that covenant that Yahweh had made, so they built that Tower of Babel, and Yahweh made them to take it down and confuse their tongues, because we have to take down when we come into this class, so we hear the name being preached to us, and we know it rings true with us. We have to take every cardinal, or no, I don't want to say cardinal anymore, because we know what that is. Any concept that we had in our mind, we had to take it down ourselves. Okay? Whatever it may be, whether you don't believe in anything, you call yourself an atheist or whatever, but that car you have, that Corvette, is that your little God right there, or whatever it may be, your money, your woman, whatever. But you have to take it down because this comes first. And that's what I tell my kids too, this comes first, class comes first, before anything. We often say our family comes first with us, true, but this has to come first with us. Knowing who our family is, but this comes first with me. Husband, kids, whatever, this comes first with me. And that's the way it has to be. Because if you serve Yahweh, He will be with you. That's right. Okay, so I think I'll give someone else opportunity to preach. But I am filled, and just want to bring everything back to the Father. Back to the Father. That's what we've been taught, to bring it back here. We know that carnal way of thinking, what I understand to be now in these last classes is that someone that's learned but perverted that. Okay? They've perverted that, because there is no evil. There is no two sons. The two sons chart, that's a bunch of baloney. And I've seen that, because that means that there's got to be a creator of evil and a creator of good, or whatever they're thinking, and that can't be, because we know that there's only one
that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition,
The son of perdition,
who opposed it
Mhm.
and exalted himself.
Exactly. Starting from here, and it didn't work here, and it's trying to do it again now.
Right.
But we see through that.
That's right.
Go ahead.
Above all that is called Yahweh.
Trying to be, either saying I'm damned if you're Yahweh or whatever, or trying to say they're the Yahshuans or whatever, trying to get above the Father. But you can't do that. Get in your place. Read.
Or all that is worship.
Uh-huh.
So that he is Yahweh, sitteth in the temple of Yahweh, showing himself that he's Yahweh.
Right.
Remember ye not
Mhm.
that when I was yet with you, I
Yeah.
told you these things.
Yet with you. Back here, bringing it back with, Moses, the patriarch, the founder, and
That's
now
right.
with
That's right.
That's right.
Glenn W. Kinley.
Yes.
Okay?
And now ye know what withholdeth, that he might be revealed in his time.
Mhm. That's what's going on right now. Those people that we hear, those women
Yes.
from Little Rock, they're hearing that spirit.
That's
and
right.
you say, I often wonder, well, what about those people that don't know and that are in those classes? Yahweh knows how to deliver. They sit there, but they're not being deceived. They know if it's true. And and if they come in there and they eat up what they're saying, it's because they have the ones that are going about that and teaching wrong. That's the same spirit. So they're just, that spirit of their spirit. But those that Yahweh has and are holding, those are the ones Yahweh will not let them perish. He knows who his lambs are. They're amongst all the wolves and everything like that. But Yahweh knows how to deliver. And those women hearing the truth and reading the truth, they know and they want to come out. And to me, that is great.
That's right.
Read.
For the mystery of iniquity doth already work.
Mm-hmm.
Only he who now letteth will let,
Mm-hmm.
until he is taken out of the way.
Right. And it is being taken out of the way now. That's why they're scared.
That's right.
They know he's got the goods on him. They know he knows he can expose them alone and by himself.
Yes.
But we're going to be behind him.
That's right.
That's right.
And then shall the wicked be revealed,
Mm-hmm.
whom Yahweh shall consume with
Right.
the spirit of his
That's it.
mouth,
Mm-hmm.
and shall destroy with the brightness of his
So the
coming.
brightness of his coming, and that's why they're afraid. He's going to pull the covers off of them. He already has. You see, you throw a rock into a crowd, who's going to, the one that's being hit. You see all those letters coming back, they're being hit.
Even him, whose coming is after the working of Satan, with all power and signs and lying wonders. All right. And with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish,
Mhm.
because they receive not the love of the truth.
Right, and not the love of the truth. Like he said the other night, I don't hate you, I love you. Wake up. That's what he's doing.
That's right.
Go read.
That they might be saved.
That they might be saved. Just like my opening remarks, I know I have salvation. What am I here for then? To hold on to my salvation, not to let it go.
Very good.
They have salvation
That's
too.
right.
And read.
And for this cause, Yahweh shall send them a strong delusion,
Strong delusion
that they should believe a lie.
that they should believe a lie. Is that part that I asked you for, Tom?
exposing them again for what they are. And we received another beautiful phone call, and the phone call was from the ladies again from Arkansas, Little Rock, and they want to come out and visit with us on Memorial Weekend. And there's about 30 of them that will come in caravan. Going to caravan and come out here on Memorial Weekend. So I don't see Linda, but
She won't be here tonight.
oh, that's right, she's not. But anyway, they're going to come out, and they're very excited, you know, and they're happy. And they also said that, you know, Dr. Kinley, that there's some, you know, that don't understand, and Satan will come also, so, to that effect. And Glenn says, yes, I realize that.
All right.
So, but in either case, they're happy, and it's not to say that, you know, we can't help them overcome whoever they are, you know. And if they see that they see and hear the true doctrine, they will accept it. And whether they reject it in their heart and mind, but they have to accept the truth anyway. You can't do anything with it.
That's right.
And we've been very, very fortunate and to be here and being taught by the one that held fast.
That's right.
And we want to give the same way it was given to us.
Yes.
We want to give it to them, whoever they are.
Yes.
You know, good, bad, and different, black, white, yellow, red, whatever. You know, we want to give it to them the same way, and we want to love them as we were loved.
That's right.
Taught the way we were taught. Starting by letting them know that you are Yahweh.
Yes.
You know, and you've never been anything else, because that's what everything is. We were taught that we were Yahweh when we hit the door. You know, so we will teach them the same way.
That's right.
And we'll let them know that that you breathe that name.
Yes.
You know, and that in breathing that name, Yahweh taking up residence, that's your seal. You know, and that is the salvation. And that is what we will hold on to, and not let anyone take that away from us.
Right.
And whether we're good teachers, or whether we stumble like myself, or whether we don't say a word, we still should manifest the doctrine that we are, even in our being still and quiet. Because this does emanate from you, or even within you and without you, and people will see and understand that once they see who they are, they can't miss but know who you are. And so in that, we were taught that everything is threefold, showing the supernal nature of Yahweh, showing that supernal nature, that it's the Father, Word, and the Holy Spirit here, the Father, Word, and the Holy Spirit here, the Father, the Word, and Holy Spirit here, the Father, the Word, and Holy Spirit here, and on down the line. And so therefore it's Spirit is Yahweh is Spirit.
All right.
Okay, and brought forth that word to show what he is, or describe what he is. But in reality, he doesn't need a name.
That's right.
Yahweh just is.
That's right.
And those are the things that we were taught. We were also taught that that there was peace in the garden, and still is peace in the garden. And we were taught that they weren't good or bad here. It was just innocence.
Yes.
no division here,
Right.
which was dwelling here, manifested, there couldn't be a division, and there couldn't be any ignorance. And we were shown here that Eve wasn't deceived, you know, at no time.
That's correct.
If she came forth from her husband man, and all of these, we say that all of these attributes took on a shape and form known as Yahweh Elohim, and the attributes took on a shape and form in each day of the creation. And then when it came to the man, it didn't change. Then we know that it didn't change with the woman either, because that is his bride.
That's right.
And if Elohim didn't have any ignorance or wasn't deceived from anything, then neither was Adam nor Eve. If you don't see any division here, you don't see any ignorance or any hatred or any division here. So how, if you don't get it here, how are you going to get it here? You know, because if this is a perfected state, then all it's showing is that it's manifesting what this is.
That's right.
So, and if this tree of life dwelled in Eve, as she dwelled in Adam, and she was drawn out from Adam,
Right.
and it was the same tree of life, then she wasn't deceived.
Come on.
There's no way she could have been. All it was, and I know it's going to go, he's going to draw it out even more this evening, I know that. So, I'm trying to, I'm going to put it on myself. I did not know anything about Yahweh, and that's the word. Before I came to this class, I didn't know anything about that. I was innocent about that.
Right.
I didn't know anything.
Right.
So how could I be deceived about it if I didn't know anything?
Right.
So it had to be revealed or shown to me first.
Right.
Now if I don't hold and remember, now I'm carnal or deceived.
Yeah. Right.
You understand?
Yes.
But at the same time, but I am innocent of that.
Yes.
But she came forth from that.
Yes.
Her and her husband were and are one.
Right.
According to the purpose, they worked together
That's right.
in bringing this thing down.
Right.
All right.
There's no division in them whatsoever.
That's right.
Right.
Very good.
Once you understand and know, you're going to stand one with Glenn in what he taught you.
Right.
Once you get the understanding and the revelation of what he's teaching is true and you've taken it on, you can't be deceived from that anymore. And you're going to stand one with him.
That's right.
And there's times that you know that you're going to approach people in teaching them, but you know that you can't say certain things at a certain time.
Right.
So you hold back. You're humble. You take a back seat for a minute until they understand
That's
to
right.
bring them up.
Yes.
That's the same thing Glenn has done with us.
Right.
There's things that there's many things that if those that were taught by him on Riverside, in California on Riverside, Glenn was filled. He was so filled that he wanted just to express what he knew.
Yes.
Because he knew there was a lot of people that didn't want to hear and didn't understand. So he finally seen that there's some kids that want to see, stayed up with us late,
Yes.
2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning,
Yes.
and he realized that these kids have a desire to want to know.
Right.
So he taught us, and he even taught us why we itch, you know, to get the blood circulating. You know, who could have told that Noah built this ark. But now I'm telling you, he didn't build no ark.
Right here.
You know, and then he turns around and he says, Yahweh built that ark. And who do you think that man was?
Yes.
Noah.
Yes.
That was Yahweh himself.
Yes.
You know, so he's taken things to show us, you know, to bring us up.
That's right.
Then he took that away to when we finally come to understand, and he took that away and showed us, well, that was Yahweh that built it, and who else could have been though?
Right.
Because if everything's Yahweh, who else could have been?
That's right.
You know, he told us, you know, he was teaching us about this olive, you know, that there was the olive in the midst of the garden. Then he takes that away and he says it wasn't an olive, you know, and that says the word that he consumed, or the fruit. It was the thought that he consumed in Eve, you know.
Yes, very good.
So he's bringing us up all the time and showing us, taking away, and then giving us the reality of it.
Right.
And because he doesn't hold anything back from anybody.
That's right.
Never will. There's things that I have said on this floor myself, been chastised about it. But see, it wasn't time for that certain thing to be said. The reason why it wasn't, the way I understand for myself, reason why it wasn't time to be said was I couldn't prove or disprove at the time whether it was right or wrong anyway. You know? So you gotta leave it right there until you understand what you're talking about. Don't teach anything you don't understand or you don't know. So until I can take up let me put this way. Put this on myself again, which is most of you know that when I first came into class, ain't no man gonna tell me anything.
Right.
Okay? Because no man could prove anything to me. As far as I was concerned, he couldn't prove anything to me. So, when you get up and you say that Eve wasn't deceived, what are you looking at, Lou? You know, are you trying to say that still no man can tell you anything? You know, is that your intent why you're saying that? Well, if that's your intent, no, she was deceived. You know, I'm saying this for myself now. I don't know about you. You know, because so until I can see and take down and understand that if I'm not careful, entertaining that a man can't tell me anything, I will be deceived.
Right.
Because now I won't listen to my husbandman, which is Yahweh himself manifested in a body. So until I can come to that, okay, look, you stand right there and don't move until you understand that principle. So now I understand that principle. And yes, a man can tell me something, but it has to be the man of Yahweh in you, whoever you are. Unless you can prove it, I'm not going to believe it. You know? But at the same time, I have to know, in being humble, I have to know where you're coming from with that in any statement. There's so much. Okay. Now I'm like Ginger. Okay? Okay. We were taught also that Abel offered up a lamb. And then we were taught that, for years we were taught that he offered up a lamb. Then, here lately, we were taught that he offered up what he was, or what he is, the attributes, the lamb. then giving us the reality in due time. Although, if you look at it, he's given us the key all along to open up all these mysteries. Because he's also said it's better and it's a lot more powerful when you understand it and when you see it and when you take that same key and unlock it. You know, it means more to you. Because now Yahweh himself within you, Shekinah, had an understanding in you that when he showed us that he offered up what he was or what he is, that made sense to you, and you took that on, and it became real with you. And there was no way that you could deny it because of the things that he's taught us all these years. So now it means something to you.
That's right.
Then for a while there, at 9 o'clock, I gotta get down, but there's so much. Then for a while there, he taught us that that Moses wrote the book, right? What was it?
Book of Acts.
From Genesis to
Deuteronomy.
okay, he did. But then he said that he didn't write it. You know?
Right.
So he took that away.
Yeah.
Now we're like, okay. then he said that he had them write it.
Yeah.
But really, he did write it.
Right.
He wrote it in their heart and mind.
Yeah.
And that's how they were able to write it down or pin it down.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna quit with that. Not that I'm finished. But I'm quit with that. So he wrote it. He's writing it in us.
That's right.
So we can write it in them. But not in no more tables of stone.
That's right.
In their fleshly heart.
Yeah.
In their hearts and in their minds.
Yeah.
Which is Yahweh in them.
That's right.
So therefore you cannot approach that throne in any vessel, any old kind of way. Love them.
Yeah.
I don't care how much they say Yahshua. Don't make fun of them.
That's right.
Love them.
Right.
I mean that with all my heart because I've been to these schools.
Yeah.
They're so hungry.
Yeah.
They want to know so bad. And they will not. These people, whoever they are, they're writing these erroneous doctrine in their heart. They will not get away with it.
That's right. Oh no.
Reason, because I am not ignorant. I am not deceived. And I'm going to draw out and make it plain one with my husband, not stand in front of him, not stand behind him. They're right beside him. And leading this fight of faith. And in that, not faith, but knowledge and intelligence. Thank you.
All right.
I'd like to thank the previous speaker. We just have one announcement. Next and final speaker, I'd like to call on the other Chief Executive Officer of the school, Dr. Glenn Kinney.
All right.
That should be a shot in the arm to you.
That's right.
So that everybody out there is not
Yes.
just, all right, thank you. I was trying to be more diplomatic. But anyhow, it lets you know that our efforts have not been in vain.
Yes.
And it should give you a clue that I don't sit down and write something just for the hell of it.
That's right.
You know what I mean? I know.
Yes, sir. Know
I mean,
exactly what-
decide to jump up and start picking on somebody.
Yes, sir.
Things like that. And they haven't perceived yet that I don't want to see him in there.
That's right.
See, now, you talk about the diabolical, demonic, Legafar and all that kind of stuff, or Joshua this, and Elohim that, and all those kind of things. You haven't seen none of it.
No.
You follow me?
No.
Now, this is what I want to try to bring to your attention. That is predominantly stupid in the class. In other words, the founder used to put it this way. If you see a picture of the 40-plate chart, you'll find that this pattern here, one way or another, is repeated. It's not actually 40 different plates. Or, you understand?
That's right.
It's the pattern repeated. This pattern repeated in more than one place.
All right.
You see? Now the reason for that, unless you knew why it was constructed that way, you wouldn't know why it was that way. Unless somebody that knew why it was that way would be honest enough to tell you.
Yes, sir.
And the reason why it was done that way is so that if you was on the end of a 40-plate chart, you didn't have to walk clear back to the first
All right.
part of it.
All right.
You'd have something midway.
Yes, sir.
You understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, I said that to say this, to clarify. The founder said, if I beat you across the head 40 different times with the same principle, somewhere between 1 and 40, you're going to have to give up.
That's right.
You see that? Because it won't line up that many times. And that's just 40 different times. That's not all the events in the Bible.
Right.
You see?
Yes, sir.
But it's enough to convince man. You see?
Yes, sir.
In his confused and demonic state, whatever you want to call it. You understand? It's enough for him to catch on
That's right.
and believe that Yahweh is all in all.
That's right there.
It was sufficient,
Yes, sir.
you understand?
Yes.
For you and I to come to
Yes, sir.
that Yahweh is real.
That's
That's
right.
right.
That's right.
Now you sit around and you talk about Philip, not this Philip,
Yes.
you understand? Or Philip Morris or or Philip Lloyd.
Go ahead.
But the apostle or disciple at the time,
Yes.
when he asked the question, because Joshua had said so much about his father. You understand?
Yes, sir.
This is what gets to me.
Yes, sir.
And we stand down here now and say, Philip didn't know. Looking right at the father and didn't know.
Go ahead there.
Well, you're now where the Philip was.
That's right. That's
You're sitting right there talking to the founder, and you haven't found out who the hell he was.
That's right.
Looking right at it.
So now how can you throw off on from Philip?
That's right.
That's right.
Peter didn't know. You know, that Joshua washed his feet.
You see? Well, Pentecost is coming up.
That's right. That's right. That's
I mean, for them.
Yeah.
It ain't coming up for you.
Come on there.
See? Your next stop is universal revelation.
Yes.
So now you tell me who's in the worst shape. You follow?
Yes, sir.
Don't you tell me Yahweh has not revealed himself. You see?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me tell you what you're stuck with. Everybody. You're stuck with a purpose that Yahweh declared and there ain't no getting around it.
Sir, this is it. Very good.
You know what I mean when I say that? You're stuck with the fact, whatever Yahweh purpose, that's it.
Yes.
There's no way to go back and repurpose it.
That's right.
Now, so then I'm forced to tell you that Eve was deceived.
Come on. Come on. Yes.
You see? Knowing full well she wasn't.
Yes. Yes.
You see?
You.
But I'm dealing with a purpose.
That's right. That's right.
You see?
That's right.
Do you understand what I'm saying? There's no better way to do it other than the way Yahweh has declared it.
All right.
Now, I don't want to change what he declared. I want to understand what's going on in it.
Yes. Yes.
You follow?
Yes.
So I don't have to justify or condemn him.
Go ahead.
In that he didn't do it.
That's
That's
right.
right.
You follow me?
That's right.
You understand?
Yes, sir.
So our problem is we don't understand what's going on.
Right.
And then sometimes they say, well, why did Yahweh do that or this? Because it pleased him. Well, what was it that pleased him about it?
All right. That's right.
Or it's according to the purpose. What's the purpose?
Yeah.
You'd be surprised at the jackass, stupid statements that have been said to me.
Yes.
You follow me?
Yes, Dan.
And I'm supposed to buy it. Like, you understand? Now, let me give you an example. Well, why was this like this? Or why was that like that? Well, because it's according to the purpose of Yahweh.
Uh-huh.
That ain't no damn answer.
That's right. That's right.
Especially if you're supposed to be up here teaching me what it is.
Right.
Yes.
Right. That's right.
You follow?
Yes, sir.
Now, you ready for this one? We're going to clear in the pure spirit. Where has there ever been a transgression of pure spirit?
All right.
When did that ever happen? You understand?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But see, when, as Dr. Luke McKinley said, you just can't jump up and make some statements without being able to back it up.
That's right.
You see, and I get tired of somebody Mickey Mousing around with me, like there was a husband and wife having a fight.
Come on.
I mean, a dispute, not physical.
Right.
And then when I was trying to show what the husband was, what the woman reflected, then the person said, well, ain't no such thing as marriage in the kingdom of Yahweh no how. And that gets on my nerves.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I already knew.
Right.
I already knew your damn argument wasn't in the kingdom. But I didn't answer you that way.
Go ahead, Dan. Go ahead, Dan.
What are you talking about? You asked me a question, I'm trying to deal with it.
Right.
I'm not interested in who offered up what at no time.
Go ahead.
Whether it was wheat, garlic, or you understand? Or wheat on toast, I don't care.
Yes, Dan.
What we're trying to get you to see is Messiah. Is the bread that came down.
All right. Right.
You follow?
Yes, sir.
You can say he's the corn that came down.
Go ahead.
You understand? You can say he's you that came down. I don't care which way you go at it.
Go ahead, Dan.
All of it's of him.
Yes.
What's the argument?
Go ahead.
Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
And we got to come back up like we came down. If Messiah said, I'm the bread, then it's got to fit from start to finish.
Yes.
Right.
He didn't say I was the bread only.
All right. Right.
He didn't say I was the man only. He said I'm the all and all through all, and that's it. That just about covers everything.
Yes, sir.
I don't know none that don't cover. You see? But now when you teach someone,
Yes.
Yes.
you understand? You teach them, you know they don't know.
All right.
And somebody said, well, now wait a minute. Since nobody before knew, you mean tell me Yahweh's teaching his own self if it pleased him?
That's
Yeah.
right. That's right. That's right.
That's right.
That's all you ever told me.
But now what's the reason for it? So you can't glory in this.
Yes. Yes.
That's the reason why Yahweh's teaching you in this, because he don't want you to glory in it.
Yes. Very good.
You follow?
Yes, sir.
Yahweh never executed a purpose without rhyme and reason just because he's the big wheel and the all in all, and ain't nobody can whip me. He ain't never operated that way.
Hello.
Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
We just take things, just blow them out all unfocused. You understand?
Yes, sir.
And sit around there, well, Peter didn't know, and Peter had a satanic spirit in him. You haven't even seen one.
All right.
the problem. I don't worship Yahshua.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
You follow? I don't worship Elohim.
Go ahead, Dad.
You tell me about Yahweh having a son named Yahshua all you want to. And Yahweh wants us to love his son. He ain't got no damn son.
All right. That's right.
You understand that? You don't got a son. And you ain't got none. That's what makes it a mystery. You follow me? Do you remember seeing anywhere in the literature at all? I don't know whether you had, but we had the picture of the tabernacle. We had physiology, ornithology, biology. We had all the ology all around the world. I mean, all around the tabernacle. Every ology you can think of. You understand? Around that tabernacle. So then Yahweh is philosophical. You see, he's metaphorical. He's allegorical. Anything to get you to perceive, I am all in all, and that's it. Get up here. Somebody got it.
Yes, sir.
This. You got a shot of it?
Yes,
Yeah, I got it.
all right.
You see? So you have a record of what I'm talking about. And that covers all this. All the facets of the mind. Ain't nobody in the room, nowhere in heaven, nowhere earth can get around thinking in one of these realms.
Go ahead, Dad. That's right. All right.
You follow me?
Yes, sir.
Well, listen, we keep saying Yahweh and his bride. There wasn't no such thing as Yahweh and a bride.
Come on, Dad.
Right.
Come on, Dad.
Stay up.
Yeah.
Damn. He's all in all within himself. Well, what does he want you to see? Yahweh.
Yeah.
So what do you do? Male, female.
Yeah.
Good.
That's some of his mercy.
Yes.
You follow me? Here's a man, and I think completely different than that man. Is that the man he's talking about?
Go ahead, Dad.
This woman don't agree with that woman about nothing. Is that the woman he's talking about?
Go ahead, Dad.
That portrays him?
Come on.
You see? You follow? Did everybody understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So I'm saying psychologically, and all those ologies, without me going through them again,
Yeah.
is how man, Yahweh has subject you to and had an answer for him right there in the tabernacle.
All right. Very good. All right, Dad.
You see? Man thought he was condemned, but he wasn't.
Yes.
Right.
That's right.
That is right.
That's right.
Man thought he was lost, but he wasn't.
That's right. Yes, Dad.
Man thought he was man, but he wasn't.
That's right.
Women thought they were women, but they weren't.
That's right.
You understand? We just don't know.
Yes.
What is the thing in you that makes you at peace with one another?
All right.
What is that?
Yes, sir.
It's those attributes.
That's right. That's right.
And they're not confined to masculine and feminine.
That's right.
That's right.
That is right.
So when you get up here and say, Adam and Eve is bride, now there's nothing wrong with that.
All right, Dad.
You follow me?
Yeah.
That's what Yahweh purposed. That's why he had Moses them to write it.
Yes, sir.
And there's a whole lot of things in there he didn't tell Moses them to write.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Some of that they did on their own.
All right.
Somebody, what was that? It's just like, let me give you an example with Moses. Moses tried to get people to settle down and serve Yahweh.
Right.
Right?
Yes.
Right?
Right. Sure did.
So anyhow, Joseph comes to me and said,
Yeah.
I'm Moses. Marie, and Marie comes, Joseph, you understand?
Yeah.
And Joseph is looking over at Molly. Molly's looking over at Billy.
Go ahead.
You follow me?
Yeah.
We come out here, first of all, to serve Yahweh.
Yeah. Right.
So Moses said, hey, follow me?
Sir.
You understood it. Thank you.
All right.
You understand?
We fine.
You know, I'm sick of the things. We come back and we condemn, and we don't. That's the reason why we can't see we Yahweh, because we got a bunch of condemnation in us, and we can only look good if we damn everybody else.
All right now.
You don't have the Holy Spirit unless you come to IDMR. This is the worst place in the world to go anymore.
Really? Yes, sir.
Used to be the only place to go.
Yes, sir.
Now it's the worst place.
Oh, yeah.
You follow me?
Yes, sir.
You understand what I'm saying? See, this was the best place to be.
Yes.
Then when this was rolled up, that was the worst place to be.
Go ahead. All right.
It's just repeating itself over and over again.
Yes.
What's going on? Somebody's got their allergies mixed up.
Go ahead, Dad.
You follow me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, we're going to show he procreation, or he just willed something, and something come forth from you, unless he desired you, so some offspring could come from you.
Right.
Right.
You got some kids you just rather not claim.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Got some dogs and cats, you understand? Ain't quite what, you understand? You see? When you went and got a dog and a cat, you wasn't inviting all them damn fleas in the house. You understand?
Yes, sir.
What you do, go kill the cat? You don't do that no more than Yahweh killed you when you didn't have something quite right.
That's right.
I tell you, the love of Yahweh is far greater than what man talks about.
That's the truth. That is the truth.
You see? And if the world is stupid and ignorant and dumb and carnal-minded, then what are you going to do about it?
Right.
Right. Right.
You see?
Yes, sir.
Yahshua did not come in the world, or Yahweh really,
Yes, sir.
did not come in the world to condemn the man.
That's right.
He was already here.
Right.
The ones he gave it to had already done their job.
Yeah.
He come in to kick
Yes.
it out.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, sir.
You see? Why are you going to do that? Because I want you to understand I did it in heaven.
That's right.
Yeah, right. All right.
You follow? You understand? It wasn't about no tree and no garden.
Come on, Dad.
You see?
Come on, Dad.
You understand? All these things, we don't see what it is that Yahweh is perfect. And yet I'm supposed to come to you.
All right now.
You follow me? If I'm carnal, there's no escape from it.
That's right. That's right.
If I'm stupid, there ain't no escape from it.
Come on, Dad.
You follow me? I'm that.
Do it, Dad.
You've got to find something in me
All right.
that is of Yahweh that you're going to address.
Yes.
Sir.
Yes.
And that was putting aim, the power that's
Yes.
latent in a man.
That's right.
Then you won't let that alone. You got to get another body, another spirit, another soul. You understand? Well, what's the matter with this one?
Hello. Right. Lasted this one.
Who condemned this one?
Yes, sir.
You understand? Anything to keep you in bondage. And listen, folks, the bondage is up here.
Yes.
I've went to court to get other folks out of jail, or speak on their behalf in the school.
Yes, Dad.
I quit fooling after Ohio. I quit fooling with it. Every time I turn around, that's all I've been doing.
Yes.
And you don't want to hear the truth here. You know what I mean?
Right. Yes, sir.
You follow?
Yes, sir.
And everybody in there wrong.
Yes.
From the judge all the way out.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
You follow?
Yes, sir.
So I didn't go there to condemn.
Right. That's right.
You follow?
Yes.
Come to free you from it.
That's right.
And I've had to, as was said, I've had to lead you and guide you. You understand?
Right.
Through these steps.
Yes, you have.
You say there's 7 steps in the tabernacle.
Right. Oh.
So every time we take a step, don't you feel bad because I said something to you years ago in Pasadena, I changed it. I haven't changed it. If your mind and heart was still there, I'd be talking there.
All right. All right.
But But then that you've grown up, you see, then you understand? I can put childish things away. See? And I'm telling you now, I ain't talking about no corn, I ain't talking about no damn 4-footed lamb, I ain't talking about none of that.
That's right.
Your tree or anybody else's tree. You understand?
That's right.
You follow? I ain't talking about you and your complexion. You understand? I'm not talking about none of that. You see? I don't live in that world.
That's true.
You see? I live in the state, that's where I want to get you. I live in the state by which Yahweh declared he would do this that we might catch on to something.
All right.
You see?
All right.
And I'll use what he did to bring you to that to show it to you.
Yes. Oh,
If I have to talk about your teeth,
yeah.
you follow me? What do you mean by the teeth? It's flesh hooks.
Yes,
You see? I'm not talking about you can have false teeth.
Right.
Top and bottom. Or never have no teeth. I don't give a damn.
Go ahead.
Am I making myself clear? What I'm trying to get you to do is digest and partake, you see,
Yeah.
of the mysteries of Yahweh.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yes.
Yeah, how bright and shiny you are. Your teeth just glowing everywhere. I believe in Jehovah. You understand? Wrong set of teeth. You understand? You see, so all I'm saying, Yahweh has been merciful enough to show us all these things. And we, with that, somewhere along with that understanding, should have come some mercy.
Yeah.
All right.
You see?
All right.
But I'll go back. Same old damn thing. 10, 40.
Go ahead.
Slick as a whistle.
Go ahead.
My question is, why would you tell anybody that?
All right.
You ain't read that in a textbook. You ain't read it no damn place. And you sure didn't read no Bible because the Bible would have told you this was over against that. Where did you read it at?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You follow me? That's deceitful. Then you want to turn around and say the man out there that's never heard, he's carnal.
All right, there.
You see?
Right.
How would you feel? I'm trying to use the expression. How would you feel if there was a father that despite how wrong you have been, he would never forgive you? Would you feel like approaching him? You know what causes fear? Because we don't believe that if we're honest with him, he will forgive.
All right, man.
That's our problem.
Yes.
Found out it was wrong. Forgive before you can ask. It's already done.
Yes. That's right. Experience that. That's right. Yes, sir.
We walk around bitter all the time. And we sitting up here supposed to be knowing something about Yahweh. That ain't going to work, children.
Yes, sir.
So I'm telling you one more time, I don't give a damn what you did. You see? Whoever did what, it doesn't affect this one.
That's right.
It just doesn't.
That's right.
You see? And I'm trying with all I know how to keep every one of you close to me.
That's
Right.
Because if I can do that,
Doing it.
then I can get to you and talk to you. You see? But if you say, well, Dad's not going to listen. Or Dad's on Philip's side. He don't love me.
No.
You understand?
Don't do that.
Well, Dad loves Billy Henderson because he's a superstar more than he does us. You understand? Where'd you get an idea like that?
Right. Tell us.
Do you know I know who the superstar is?
Yes,
Don't you think he knows who the superstar is?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, man.
Where's your spinner status quo at the universal revelation? See, you keep saying that, you understand? And yet still you turn around and kiss somebody's butt to get along with them in these schools.
Go ahead. Yes. All right.
You hold on to your little deanship stuff.
Go ahead, man.
You follow me?
Yes, sir.
They've always been mad at the sun.
Yeah.
Yes.
You follow me? Ain't nothing new. I've suffered that before.
Yes, sir.
me back here.
Yes, sir.
They accuse my wife back there.
Yes, sir. Yes,
You
sir.
see? But if I did, you ain't got no business accusing me.
That's right. That's right.
You see? And somebody said, wow, Dad's way. No, I ain't way out. What I'm trying to tell you, that same spirit that was in that man and that woman back there, as you call them, is the same one that's in you. And that's the thing that I ought to tell you.
That's right.
When I say I was back there, you were too.
That's right. Right.
Now then that makes me to slide into this man we talked about, the founder. We don't see that he said he had a, on the original chart, it said Alpha and Omega. It had vision of God to Moses. You understand? This has been updated, man.
Go ahead.
That's right.
You see, not by us, but by him.
Yeah.
Do you know what panoramic means? Nothing missing.
Go ahead then.
From spectrum, one end of it to the other.
Yes, sir.
And we don't see what all was in that man, this one, to taught us all this.
Yes, sir. Yes,
You follow me? And we cannot see or understand that when that vision and revelation took place, there was no more Henry C. Kimball. It was just as consumed, you understand, as he was consumed in that tomb.
all right. Yes, sir.
That's right.
And he had all that was given to Moses before that.
That's right.
He had the vision was given to Moses.
Yeah.
He had the vision was given to Abraham.
Yeah.
He had the vision that was given to Noah.
Yes.
He had the vision that was given to every one of the patriarchs.
Yes.
You understand? And he come on down to all those visions.
All right.
You understand? And stood before and said, you looking for me and my son Joe? Here I am.
Right. That's right.
That's
right. That's right.
You walk up in his face and call him a damn lie to his face and tell me you love him, you kiss. What? Get out of my face.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Right. That's right.
Depart from me, you workers of iniquity. I never knew you.
All right.
That's the falling away that must come. And only he, you understand? Will he, you,
Come on.
he's the he. You gonna be willingly let somebody deceive you.
Come on, man. Yes, sir. Come on.
Don't you wait for half to be removed.
All right.
Won't you wait for Burbank Mitchell or nobody else to be removed. You're the one that's letting it.
All right.
And then, how you letting? You don't retain what Yahweh told you. You see? So only he, Joseph Bell, will let. You understand? Till some of that garbage Joseph Bell let in, throw it back out. That's what Dr. Lopez was trying to tell you. You see? And you ain't gonna see nothing till you get rid of all that stuff they didn't taught you. You see? You follow? All the way down to, remember, remember what? The former thing? See, angels just look just like me.
Go ahead.
You understand? I didn't spare none of them.
Go ahead, Dad.
You raise up against me, down you go.
Go ahead,
You see? So Paul looks at it and says, spared not the angels that sin. Not the natural man. Take heed.
Dad. All right.
You see? So I can't strut around and say, I'm the founder son. Take heed.
That's right. That's right.
Very good.
That divine principle applies to everybody.
That's right.
Cain, that's your father.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
Your father didn't seek to slay your mother. Where'd you get it from?
Right. Right.
Take heed.
Right.
Get out of my sight.
Yes. That's what he told me.
You understand? You follow? We just don't understand. We run around like we do. And Yahweh wants us to worship his son in his age. And I'm telling you one more damn time, he ain't got no son.
All right.
Even though we're called sons, they ain't got none.
No.
It's called nothing else but Yahweh, and that's it. Then I've heard this said years ago. Yahweh wasn't all in all yet. And they never did explain to me when he was and when he stopped being all in all. At any time. They ain't explained it. They said, Yahweh ain't all in all yet, and just kept running. And nobody said, hey, hold it. Huh? Explain that at me. Because you can't explain it to me. Explain that. So I'm trying to get you to understand, as I tried to do. Now, you heard Lupe get up here tonight. You understand? It's been some change.
That's right.
That time, when we first got married, she would have punched people's lights out of them. No, you can't do that. No. People spin me all around here, folks. You know what I'm saying? Listen, you understand? Don't you recognize what that is? Don't you know that ain't no part of me? Give her a look.
Yes, sir.
You hear what she said tonight?
Yes, sir.
There was a time she wasn't like that.
That's right. First time she said that, that's right.
When we come back from Ohio once, she was on the floor. I told her, I'm ready, everybody better get off the floor. Veins popping all out.
That's right.
Sitting there, you know what I'm saying? I got sick on one occasion and developed heart problems the next time.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And all of my cries, I want you to know. Now, if you don't want to come, don't come.
That's right.
Then I tell you your faces. You do what you want. Your job don't mean nothing to me. As an excuse for you not being here.
Yes, sir.
You follow? I have to work. I do too.
That's right.
You understand?
Yes, sir.
And I'm not mad at you.
No.
I didn't say I'm going to throw you out of class if you miss 2 classes in a row. I ain't said nothing to you about it. But this is, I am saying to you, if you value eternal life, then you work it out.
All right.
Where you can be where you want to be.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
That you might know for yourself and not for another. That's all I'm telling you. But in the meantime, whatever you have to do, I'm not against you in that.
Right.
That's right.
So don't you leave here at no time and say, Dad's mad at me because I missed class. I'm not mad at you. You see?
Yes, sir.
If I wanted to get mad, at that time I've got to be on Sundays, and I look at you and I'm trying my best, and people sitting there.
Yeah. Right.
And right after class, and then they have to almost throw you out the room. You understand? I watch every movie. Ain't nothing I don't watch, but I don't. You understand? But I love you anyhow. That's my problem. I love you. I don't know anything else. I know when you, right after class, a lot of times you done forgot a whole lot of things. You understand? But the father said, well, whatsoever things I said, I'll bring it back to your remembrance. You see? And why do you want to remember things that cause you to stumble? I thought you said in Pasadena.
Right.
You understand? I thought you said just the other week or so ago. You understand? Why can't you remember? You understand? What I'm about. I'm trying to bring you along. See? You follow? Now what I want to go into, I'm talking about this. When I tell you I saw this man that everybody claims they love, so let them tell me. You see? I'm not talking about I love this. I've told you that I was a little over 3 years old, from April to June.
Yes, sir.
April, May, June. So I was about 3 months and a couple months, weeks rather, old. You understand? I'm not trying to say I'm a 3.5 year, no.
Right.
wasn't given to me to see at that time.
Right.
You see? And I'm talking about as coming in the flesh.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You understand?
Yes.
Sir. You're right there.
You understand?
Yes, sir.
But as I grew to understand, this man here told me, Glenn, if you didn't meet me before June 6, 1930, you never had a chance to meet me.
Yes, sir.
You follow me? Then I could say, who in the hell is this I'm talking to?
Yeah.
You look the same,
Yeah.
you understand,
Yeah.
as I did when I was a kid coming up. What's so different about you? Then come here, Dad, come here.
Yes.
Go to Grandma Henley and his you understand?
Yes.
Who's this?
Go ahead.
Well, that's my son, Henry Clifford Kinley. He said he wasn't the same. You understand?
Teach.
I had to understand where that man was coming from.
Yes, sir.
Now that's the man I'm telling you about. Right. That was Yahweh, the one I never got to meet
Yes, sir. That's all right.
in the flesh.
That's all right.
You see? My introduction to him
Hello.
was in the spirit.
That's correct. Right. That's right.
You follow? Yahweh introduced me to him. You understand? That's what I'm trying to get you to see. You follow? And I wrote, and I sat down and wrote, trying to tell you some of the events that took place.
Yes.
You see, remembering when I was a child.
Yes, sir.
You follow me?
Good job.
Not trying to make nothing spiritual that I was like Lazarus' daughter or some, you understand? And he come along and raised me from there. I was sick of a dog. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about being risen from no dead. I was sick.
Yes, sir.
You follow?
Yes, sir.
That I was supposed to die. You understand? That's all I knew.
All right.
And I'm just trying to tell you about it, you see? And I've seen him read, and he talk about anytime you go to read something, you know what you're reading, what you're thinking.
Go ahead.
How would you know he did that unless I've seen all the books he used to have?
All right. All right.
So as he's sitting in the rocking chair, watching me on the library table, yeah, and he always sit where I could see him.
All right then.
You see?
Yes.
Man was crazy about his children.
Yes.
You see?
Yes.
And then he pulled back. You see? That others wouldn't think he loved us more than he did them.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
You follow me?
Yes, sir.
And you couldn't see, hey, he loves us just as much as his kids. You come up with he loves us more than he did the kids.
Right.
See how perverted you can always get?
Yes.
And that's been told me. Doc Kennedy said he didn't give a damn about his kids. Well, if this one told you that, I wouldn't think that he cared too much about me.
Right. Go ahead.
Whoever you are.
Yes. Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
That's book, folks.
Very good.
He that did not take care of his own household after you had the vision revelation and you didn't teach your own household, you was worse than an infidel.
Yes. Right. Yes.
Right.
When you were asked, what would you do with the vision and revelation given to you? Did you say, I'll tell it to everybody but my family?
All right.
See how you want to make something evil out of it. Now, if we're lost, any of us, I'm talking about of his children, his own natural, if they're lost, it ain't his fault.
That's right.
And I think I've stood my ground, Philip, for at least 55 some years, 17 or 18 months. You've been around with me.
Yes. Yes, sir.
You see? You that don't know, I told you events is going to happen, this, that, and other.
Right.
Presidents were going to come down, who all was going to die. I told you anything I want to tell you.
Yes.
Done it here.
Yes.
You see? Will you try to show how great you are? Hell no. I'm trying to tell you, if you take the key, you can do it.
Right.
That's what I want you to see. You follow me? Now, I'm trying to pin this
Yes.
in the announcement, and the more I fool with it, the worse it gets. Because in the first place, I know I'm writing to carnal-minded folks. Now, I mean carnal-minded now. You done took this and made it carnal. This says, current ordinances, you know what Doc Kinley said about this? Now I'll move on. He said that meant physical.
That's right.
All right.
This was not carnal-minded ordinances.
All right.
These were physical ordinances.
Right. All right.
You see how Satan always slipping something in there?
Yes.
That's right.
This is how Yahweh was to worship him physically so.
Go ahead. Yes.
Yes, sir.
You see, but see, let's back up, Billy, and the rest of it. Why did they worship him before they was given that?
Come on, Dad.
They had to worship him spiritually so.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And in the original textbook, see, Moses was taught the history of Adam and Eve and the creation. You follow me? That was handed down orally.
Right.
And I mean it was accurate.
That's
All
right.
right.
Yes, sir.
That's right.
All right.
You see? You say, Mary chased the ball. That's what they said. Mary chased the ball. Somebody goes, Mary bounced around chasing the big rubber ball. You see? Then when it's time to get down, we don't know what the hell Mary did.
That's right.
We don't know whether she's fat, plump, you understand? Or, you follow me? This says the same way.
All right.
And that's how Moses was taught. You see?
All right.
That's how he learned. You see? Because they taught his Jacob and his mother.
Yeah.
That's where they taught him. That story comes down accurately.
All right, Dad.
And you can see it come down accurate orally because Yahweh willed or spoke within himself when it came down accurately.
Yes, sir.
I ain't depending nothing on nothing in no book. If he says it's orally and it's manifest, I want to look into heaven and find out where it happened.
All right.
Then I got something backing up what I'm talking about.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand me now?
Yes, sir.
So all the way down to the patriots. Nobody embellished.
Very good.
You see? I'm talking about the true patriots now.
All right.
We leave to these bastards to embellish.
Yes.
You see? In other words, Yahweh wants us to worship his son in this age. That's embellishing. Then I had one thing, I didn't come to over to Pasadena to learn, I come to have my understanding embellished upon.
Come to the wrong place.
You see? Just got to show how great you are anyhow. You understand? Then I sit around and teach you kids. Then the one I was with at that time said, I'm really one taught it before he did.
Oh.
See? You understand? Just somebody got to feel how great they are. You understand? You got it? So I'm saying that's the way these stories came down. You see? Then later, had anybody lied, Moses, when he got it, you see? Anything he had heard while he was a child, anybody that lied anywhere along the way, he had them dead to
All
rights.
right,
Yes.
right.
You see that now?
Yes, yes.
Because the story he was taught, Yahweh showed him by way of business. That's exactly how it was.
All right.
You understand? And what we don't understand, right? What we don't understand, Moses saw his mother give birth to him.
Yes, Dad.
You see, he saw his mother. You understand? Put him out there in the river now. You understand?
Yes, sir.
You understand? And he saw his sister. And what all happened?
Yes.
You follow?
Yes, sir.
No, right where he went into the Sabbath is right where he came out at.
That's right.
You see?
That's right.
That's how he did not get lost
Yes.
in space.
That's right.
You understand? You with me now?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Now that's what all the events. And this is what you read. That Paul said this. He's converted. You see? Whenever. I'll just say it that way. I know when it was. Whenever. It was after the day of Pentecost.
That's right.
And he said that, for I received the Yahweh. Holler the same night.
Yes.
You see that?
Yes.
And he come on forth through here. Don't you see? He reason why this man started with a sheep. And then, so you don't think I'm stupid. The bed sheet wasn't the first chart. It was done on a canvas.
All right.
Why? Yahweh's been canvassing. You understand? All of his earth planes seeking those that he wanted. You see? So no, I got to lay down a sheet and get everybody this time.
Go ahead.
See, so the canvas didn't work.
Yes, sir.
Every move that man made. And that's what we're doing, canvassing. Canvas. You know what I'm trying to say.
Yes, sir.
You understand? Beating the highways and the hedges.
Right.
All them that Yahweh has hid.
Right.
Reserved unto himself. We're canvassing the earth plane for him.
Yes. Right.
You understand?
Right.
You understand?
Yes, sir.
And we want to show them this great sheet, this
Yes,
vision
sir.
that was let down from heaven,
Yes, sir.
that we have been partakers of.
Yes, sir.
And in that, we want to take it on as Peter said, rise, Peter,
Yes.
you stop calling everybody and everything unclean,
Yes.
carnal-minded, and condemned. You stop doing that.
All right. Very good.
Peter had to get that out of his heart and mind before he could go.
That's right.
Read, okay.
All right, Doc, when you said that about that sheet, is that the reason you said in the class that when you were showing the vision, it was like boom in a frame and then move on?
Right,
That
right.
That, oh, okay, I got it.
See? Made up a great sheet.
All right.
Oh, now
It's a double sheet, law and prophet. Double sheet, but one sheet.
Yes, sir.
We just don't pay attention. And we wonder who this man was. And Doc Kinley said. Doc Kinley ain't said nothing.
Come on, there.
And listen, let me tell you something else right along with Doc Kinley like beans before the vision.
Yes, sir.
And cooked them every Tuesday long after the vision.
Yes, sir.
You follow? In other words, Yahweh discerned right between
Yeah.
spirit and that which was in the flesh. And didn't even disturb the appetite. Woo!
That's right.
Go ahead.
Didn't I've had the vision where my taste buds was knocked off. You know? But about, you understand? You know how to reach right in there. You understand? And he didn't need another soul. And he didn't need another body. How'd you get down here now? We need another soul, another body. Well, that man looked just like he did before he had the vision. That's how damn dumb we talk. That's the inventors of evil creeping up in here. And we sit around and buy and think we walk around as some dignitaries and authorities in the school. And think little of me because I right to warn you, hey, don't do that.
right,
Yes.
right.
Yes. Yes.
You think when I told you was Yahweh hitting the door when you first got, you think I think for 1 minute you believed that or thought that?
No, I didn't.
You follow me?
Yes, sir.
But the job is telling you the truth.
Yes, sir. You done it.
Now if I said that to you, then I ought to be able to prove it. And the simplest way to understand it, don't nobody know nothing about the purpose of Yahweh but Yahweh himself.
Yeah, that's right.
Now if you know anything, then who is that?
Yeah.
You see? It ain't no one person knows all there is to know.
No.
You see? I'm not making no claim, but as much as in you is,
Yeah.
that's him. That's just as great as Yahweh is in him, some don't. That's why it takes all of us to make him up. How many is us? We don't know. You understand? Just like to talk about third of the angels. Doc said, and don't ask me how many that was.
Yes, sir.
Because somebody, before they think they ask the question, how many was that?
Teach.
You see? He said, you have to give me a sum total, then I can give you a third of that. But since it's innumerable, how do you take a third of innumerable? Then you talk about ain't but a remnant going to be saved, or 4 or 5 people in the class. You understand? You see? Going to be great spiritual teachers. You understand? And just zero in, you understand? Ain't but a few going to be saved. 1. He used to get up and teach that all them outliners died in the flood. Ain't true. There are a lot of people. You can't count the see? We come down from pure sin. We learn a little something about the soul. Now we're sending back the spirit. How dumb can you be? I'm supposed to be the stupid one. You see? When I try to say, that ain't true. Then you tell me I ought to submit to witnesses. What witnesses? I've submitted to the witnesses. You know who the witnesses are? Bless your little heart.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's it.
You want to talk about Robert Harris and Mary Groves. You see, and and listen, I'll tell you, they are witnesses.
Yes, they have.
False witnesses.
Yes. Yes.
See? I'm watching. See, I'm not waiting on nobody to come and tell me about. I sit right there and watch them. You ever read anything about where Ezekiel talks about, said I saw thee when I fell?
Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah. I believed I was already saved, one with Yahweh, sitting on the throne with him. I'll be damned to Yahweh. Stay out of the They tell me that's a witness to what? You see? See, and it's like we told the young ones, don't you be saying what I say
Go ahead.
about nobody. You didn't see it.
Yes.
You talk about those things you've seen.
Yes.
Don't say, well, Robert Harris is a whatever. Why? Because Dad said so. No.
All right.
No. Don't you do that.
All right. All right.
You follow? And once you hear him for yourself and know for yourself, he said, I say.
Yes.
He's a liar. You understand?
Yes. All right.
Say, well, you got that from Dad. No, I listen to you myself.
Go ahead now.
That's the testimony. You understand? So I've straightened that up, trying to clean that one up. Read that. Let's go.
10th chapter of Acts, picking it up from the beginning. There was a certain man in Caesarea called Cornelius.
There was a certain man. Okay? Now that meant it wasn't anybody.
Yes, sir.
That's right.
Right.
Somebody said, well, we figured that out. You know that? I'm talking about a certain man. Well, what made him certain?
All right, now.
What made Cornelius a certain man?
Yes. Now.
You see? Because when Yahshua was fulfilling, you understand? This certain man, you understand?
Yes, sir.
Went to Messiah and said, Master, I know it's not lawful for you to come in my house. You see? And I don't need nothing
That's right.
but my servant.
Do it, Dad.
You see?
Yes, Dad.
You follow? And he had been telling him, said, now, what's the difference between a master and a servant? None.
All right.
Cornelius is the master.
Go ahead, Dad.
You follow me? His servant, you understand, is sick.
Yes.
You see? And he braved, and you understand?
Yes.
You know what I mean? Boldly come.
Yes.
With all the hatred and animosity between Hebrews and Gentiles.
Go on, Dad.
He braved it, approached the throne.
Yes, Dad.
He acknowledged, I know.
Yes.
You follow? You
Go on.
understand?
Go on, Dad.
But I know this, if you just speak the word. You see? And I've told you how I lived it back. Come here, Joseph. All y'all Israel. He put his arms around him, took him, drove him to him, said, there is no greater faith
All right.
in all y'all than that was in this certain man.
That's
here.
right.
Yes.
You see?
Yes.
I gave you the law.
Yes.
This man didn't have a law.
Teach.
And he believed. You understand?
Yes.
What did he believe? He believed that I could raise
Right.
his servant. You understand? If I just stand here and speak, I don't want to go down there like I did with Lazarus.
Go ahead. All right. Go on,
That's
Dad.
right.
I did that for you to understand. This man ain't asked me to come to his house like you asked me to come down to the tomb.
Yes. All right.
Think I don't know. You follow? And he told him, he said, now that's that certain man.
All right.
You understand?
All right.
There was pleading a cause for his whole household.
Right.
As Yahweh Elohim stood. I mean, Yahshua Elohim. I'll say it in the way cause of man.
Yes, sir.
As Cornelius, standing in the presence of him, manifested in the flesh, and pleading the cause for his servant.
Yes.
You see? And what is the servant? Man was born and created to serve, honor, and obey,
Yes.
glorify Yahweh. You understand?
Yes.
So we're all servants. You understand? So then we see that the servant is Yahweh, and Yahweh is. You understand?
Yes.
So they all know. You understand? So what's the difference between a servant and the other? What's the difference you serving Yahweh and you being Yahweh?
Right.
There ain't none.
None.
Wake up!
Yes, sir.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Read, Betty.
There was a certain man in Caesarea called Cornelius,
Uh-huh.
a centurion of the band called the Italian band.
Remember anybody talking about I'll stand up on my watch?
Yes.
You see?
Yes.
I don't have time going, I'll stand up on, he didn't want to stand up on his watch.
Yes.
And he watched the things of Messiah.
All right, then.
You understand? And listen, there was nothing, just like it wasn't nothing back here about no carnal ordinances, or you understand? Or nothing, wasn't nothing about him as a Gentile give these Jews a damn thing.
Go ahead, then.
He didn't have no law like that.
Go ahead, then.
Cornelius didn't.
Yes, sir.
Y'all know what I'm talking about?
No, draw it out the mouth.
He built things for the Hebrews.
All right.
Gave a whole lot of things to the Hebrews
All
to
right.
further their cause in believing in Yahweh.
All right.
Wasn't no commandment.
All right, then. All right.
You see, he done a whole lot of things for the Hebrews,
Yes, sir.
just out of the issues of his heart. You know, now you know what I'm talking about, don't you?
Yes.
Okay, read.
A devout man.
A devout. You know what devout means? Devoted.
That's right.
Ain't gonna hear nothing else.
That's right.
You see? I ain't gonna hear nobody else but H.C. Kendall. That's devout.
All right.
If you don't say what he said, I ain't interested in it.
Yes.
You see? Now here's what I mean even in saying that, because he was the one that proved
Yes.
anything that I know. He's the one that proved. All you're doing is memorializing it.
All right.
If you say the same thing.
Right.
If you don't, you're demoralizing it.
All right, now. Go ahead.
You understand me now?
Yes.
Read on, let's go.
A devout man and one that feared Yahweh with all his house.
See that? Didn't seem too many things.
All right.
You follow me? He looked up. You know how the Hebrews, the Gentiles looked over and saw what Hebrews were doing?
Yes.
You see? Well, they didn't just copy when they was over there. They looked up, man, what you whoa, you understand?
All right, then.
He looked over and saw some destruction amongst them.
Go ahead, then.
And he's saying, he said, y'all mean to tell me y'all still booking that one?
Yes.
You follow?
Yes.
Is everybody with me?
Yes.
Told them not to build no cone cap, they did it. Whoa. You understand?
That makes sound afraid of you.
Praise that. That's how can be became spiritual. He think Yahweh wasn't sparing nobody. You understand? Angels, man, nobody. No. You understand?
Yes, sir.
And Yahweh wasn't trying to frighten him. He just reasoned. Whoa, that ain't no part of the fool. Read, let's go.
Okay.
Boy, I can tell you like I know it. You understand? You always say, well, he ain't taught us nothing. Yeah, that's right. Because all I'm trying to teach you is to get you to where there's something in. All this other stuff ain't nothing. You
Yes,
quit
sir.
falling over the types in the shadow.
Right, right, right.
But my wife ought to do this. Yeah, my husband, Satan, that's Satan's play pretty.
Yes.
Quit being his toys.
Yes, sir.
See? You ever seen something, you give something to somebody, and after they get it, they still ain't happy?
Yes, sir.
That's the same experience. I don't care what you do for them. It's just like the Hebrew joke. The mother gives this son 2 ties. And she said, well, son, you going out for your dinner tonight? He said, yes. Said, you going to wear one of the ties I gave you for your birthday? She said, yes, ma'am. She said, which one you going to wear? He said, oh, I think I'll wear this. She said, what's the matter with the other one?
Go ahead. Yes.
Wake up!
Yeah, there we are.
So it don't make no difference which tie he choose. You understand? It's gonna be what's the matter with the other one. So you're not satisfied, Mom, I'm wearing one of the ties you gave me.
Yeah.
And you know damn well, Mom, I can't wear both of them.
All right.
And look, you understand? Like I got good sense. Read, let's go.
A devout man, which gave much alms to the people and prayed to Yahweh always.
See that? Gave much alms to people.
Oh,
Not
okay.
just Hebrews, but to his people also.
All right then.
You see? And then there we should have seen that who he was. He was not a respecter of persons.
Yeah. All right.
You got it?
Very good.
Read on.
He saw in a vision,
He said,
evidently,
right. Read.
about the 9th hour of the day.
Now see, you just just keep right on running. And you don't stop what this Luke happened to write this way. You see, because he's giving you a key.
Yeah.
See if it fits the rest of the stuff.
All right then.
See, it was about when?
The 9th hour of the day.
See, it's standing right here.
All right.
You see?
See this on both.
You understand? They see, you're supposed to be understanding all this by the pattern of the tabernacle. And just keep right on. You understand? And keep, you understand? We ain't got enough lassos to, you understand? Because you done gone off into worshiping Yahshua. You understand? Beating a dead horse to death. You understand? Read.
He saw a vision, evidently, about the 9th hour of the day, an angel of Yahweh coming in to him
Hello.
and saying unto him, Cornelius.
Cornelius.
Go on.
And when he looked on him, he was afraid.
Do you know at this time, Yahshua had been crucified, buried, raised from the dead?
Right.
You see? Outpouring of the Holy Spirit had already come. And this is approximately 7 years after the day of
Come
Pentecost.
on, sir. Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
You know, he put his arms around him. There ain't no greater faith. He called him by name Cornelius.
Yes, sir.
Get it now?
Yeah.
Oh.
Read. I'm
And
trying
when
to
he-
hold down. Read.
And when he looked on him, he was afraid and said, What is it, Yahweh?
See that? What is it? Read.
And he said unto him, Thy prayer and thine alms are come up for a memorial before Yahweh.
See that now?
All right.
You listening?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Evidently, Cornelius was going around praying.
Go ahead.
You understand? He wanted to know
All right.
what had happened to them at Pentecost. On the day of
All
Pentecost. He
right.
wanted to know that.
All right then.
You follow me?
Okay.
You follow me? Don't you remember what Joshua told Moses here at the burning bush? Did their cries have come out up under
Yes,
me?
sir.
Yes.
And I am come down?
Yes, sir.
You follow me? Don't you see that same thing happening?
Yes, because that's what we're digging out there.
Very good.
His prayer has, you understand?
Yeah.
You understand?
Very good.
And he's standing there making intercession with him. At the same time he made intercession with Israel on the day of Pentecost. He's standing there making intercession with him at the same time that he appeared to Moses in the
All right.
cloud above Mount Sinai. You understand?
All right.
June 6th, you understand?
Yeah.
1490. You follow me?
All right then.
And I try to tell you, Pentecost wasn't AD 33 and a half, and you understand? And you fight me on it.
Right.
That's right.
And I got it on the chart. They said, well, why'd you put it? Because he put it on there.
Yes, sir.
You see? Well, what are you doing about it? I'm doing the same thing he did. He put it on there, he corrected it. And left it on there. That's what I'm doing, okay?
Yes. Sure enough.
That answer your damn question?
Yes, sir.
Like I said, if I say he was Yahweh, I don't know a better way to do it. See? But now, the Son has come
Hello. Yes, sir.
to declare all that the Father has done.
Yeah.
You see? So we're not betting your stupidity no more, because we ain't got no another age to go into.
That's right.
Not with this on.
That's right.
Whoa.
So you run around here talking about your little deanship, you understand? That don't mean nothing to me. You follow me? I'm chief executive officer, you understand? You know what you're talking about? It's what world push. Read, let's go.
And now send men to Joppa and call for one Simon whose surname is Peter.
See that? You know, you send for him. Read, let's go.
He lodged with one Simon, a tanner, whose house is by the seaside. He shall tell thee what thou oughtest to do. And when the angel which spake unto Cornelius was departed, he called 2 of his household servants and a devout soldier of them that waited on him continually. And when he had declared all these things unto them, he sent them to Joppa. On the morrow, as they went on their
Remember now, Cornelius is getting this all from a vision.
Right.
Well, you recognize now, he's getting all this instruction. He don't know who to send. He don't know where Peter is.
That's right.
You follow me? So evidently he's told in the vision where he's at.
Right.
Read.
On the morrow, as they went on their journey and drew nigh unto the city, Peter went up unto the housetop to pray about the 6th hour.
See, now God get Peter up.
Yes, yes.
Because, you understand? You can't stay down there and him up.
Right.
Yes.
Get on up on the housetop, Peter.
Okay.
Yes.
You see? Read.
Okay, so while they were on their journey, this was Peter doing.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
Okay. And he became very hungry.
See that? Now watch. Peter went up around 6.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
You see?
Yes, sir.
You get up at 6 o'clock in the morning, around 9 o'clock, you can get pretty hungry.
Yes, sir.
Of course, I know some of us wake up at 6 and 6:05 we're hungry, but I'm talking. But I'm talking about what I'm talking about is 6 in the morning from the sacrifice. 9 o'clock, that's what I'm talking about. So he got up early that morning, goes up on the housetop.
All right.
Because he's got to be there. You see?
Right.
sir.
But the intercession is made because the same one is, see, the day before, Elohim's appearing to him and Cornelius at 9 o'clock.
Right.
Now you got to put them together.
Right.
You see? So on the morrow, when you understand? Then Peter's got to be in the same position that Cornelius was in.
Right.
Yes, sir.
You see that now?
Yes, sir.
You read, and on the morrow.
Right.
Right.
You see? Now it shows you when you start listening. You listening now?
Yeah.
But then on the morrow, that shows you that Joppa was about 15,000 miles away from Caesarea.
All right, then.
You see, they left that Eden, got there tomorrow.
Right.
Right.
On the morrow. You understand what I mean?
Right.
In other words, just a day away.
Together. Right.
Just a stone throw away.
Right.
You understand?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you tough.
You didn't say they had to ride 3 days, 3 nights. Just on the morrow. Leave the night, be there tomorrow. You see? He was crucified that night, and you understand? Laid down there, and tomorrow he rose from the dead. You
Go
understand?
ahead. All right, then.
After the Sabbath. Read on quickly.
And he became very hungry
Uh-huh.
and would have eaten.
And would have, you see?
Yes.
But I got some food that you know not of, Pete. Read.
Yes, sir.
But while they made ready, he fell into a trance.
Mm-hmm.
And Princess had a vision.
Right.
And saw heaven open, and a certain vessel descending unto him,
Uh-huh.
as it had been a great sheet
Hello.
knit at the 4 corners
See that? That's what I drew over there.
and let down to the earth.
See that?
Yes, sir.
In other words, it wasn't just, I mean, this was a sheet that come down from 4 corners of heaven.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
And the 4 corners, I mean, the 2 corners, I put it where you,
Right.
the 2 corners in heaven and the 2 corners on earth.
Right.
In other words, it covered heaven and earth.
All right.
All right. And don't you tell me that this pattern, that elementary chart didn't cover heaven and earth.
Yes, sir.
That's a sheet let down.
That's right.
You see? And you come back in, and he ain't come out with them. You heard it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Ben and Lynn, y'all, they come out with the wrong body, the wrong spirit, the wrong heart, and y'all should come and take it back with the right. Yeah? Where did you get that scenario from the vision, the sheet that he let down?
All right.
Don't you see it's coming right back? Rise, Michael, Rothstein.
Yes.
Rise, all of you. You understand? Slaney.
Yes.
That stuff you're talking about is junk.
Yes. Very good. Yes. Yes.
You got some stuff in you that's got to go.
That's right. Yes.
Here's those carnal minded. You understand? Paul's carnal minded. You see? And you understand? And it's so subtle because you want to be something. You're trying to be something that the same old satanic spirit tried to pull on you to be something she already was. If you don't understand it, you've already been saved. You follow me? You're not going to be saved. You already was. Now somebody try to come along and take it. They see, Joseph, you know, you can stay down here on the ground. You know, it doesn't like it be a son. You stay on the ground. You know? And you never would catch on. His text is that way because Yahweh told him not to move without the cloud. Yahweh told him he has to stay in the cloud. You follow me? Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
Excuse me, Betty. You follow? Why? That's what makes up his text. Can't you see by now that the sermon of a satanic spirit is perverting that which Yahweh declared? Other than that, he ain't got nothing to talk about. You understand? Don't you see that's your opinion of my mother? And your mother's dream was at best weak. And then I have to take low and not act like I'm defending flesh and blood because I'm not. But you idiot, you understand? Tell you to your face. You're talking about Yahweh. You understand? His feminine expression of himself. You're not talking about Katie. You follow me? And I said, did not. The dream confirmed what her husband told her all along. Is this not what Joel said? That in the last days.
Yes, sir.
You understand? You understand? That your young men and young sons and daughters should dream dreams and have visions. Is that not what happened?
Yes, sir.
Did not Katie Kelly reconfirm what her husband told her?
Yes.
Anything to discredit somebody. You understand? And she said in the letter, it's clear that's what you've been saying all along. That's the way she said it.
That's right.
She didn't say from you saying it, I finally dreamt it. You understand? These are the weak arguments that Satan has. You follow me? And once Satan deceives you, he goes off and leaves you in that degraded state. He ain't interested in you no more. Once he pulls the blinds back down, he's gone. You think he'll stand before Yahweh and say, sir, it's not his fault. I did that to him. Blame me.
No.
You think he's going to do that? You understand? You'll still be saying, you know what? If it hadn't been for him, I would have praised you. You're still going to be accusing you. You see, I'm using the expression because that ain't going to happen. If the universe is revelation, ain't no oops, ain't no uh-oh. Oh. What's your name? Belle? What's your wife's name? Marie. Were you married to some other woman before you died? What was your first wife's name? Wait a minute, we saw it on, what was the zip code? See, Yahweh right there knows what woman he had before. You see? And Yahweh sitting in that knows what man she had before. So we don't have to look it up at the universal revelation. It's already in there. Very good. You understand? And Dr. Sekelius got down and said, you know what? He said, I stole from Philip when he wasn't looking. But I don't want nobody to know. Yahweh in you knows you did that to Philip. That's the one you're in trouble with. You follow me? Yeah, and Philip may not never find out about it. You know? But Yahweh knows. See, and men would find out you can't hear and hum, you know, and hedge and duck and hide. Just come on out. Hey, Philip, sorry, wrong about that. Hey, forgive me. You know? Phil said, I ain't gonna forget. Why? No, I'm not. You know? But Phil said, hey, it's forgotten. That's my father in you.
Yes.
Well, that's the father in both of them.
Yeah.
And that's, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And all of that pleased Yahweh.
Yes.
we come up, you remember when I saw him? Well, if we were Yahweh all along, how come we didn't know? It wasn't that Yahweh and you didn't know he was Yahweh all along. You just now found out about it. You know that? Put it in its proper perspective. And if you really understood, you'd be shouting at me. I don't give a damn when I found out.
That's right.
You know that? Yeah, after I found out, now, hey, when we jump on, how come you didn't tell me right from the get-go? That's a dangerous thing, man. You say, well, you know what you thought you knew? In your second stage word in your first. Let's go, baby. But we up to the sheet now, right? You got where I'm coming from now? When all that, man, the Henry C. Kinley, at the close of this age, and it's up for us to the sons that received the Father, you understand? To glorify the Father, not ourselves.
Right.
You see? And that's all I've told you about what that man taught me.
Yes, sir.
You see? In or out of the body. That's all I know.
Yes, sir.
And listen, I'm just as much Yahweh as he is.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You know who told me that? He did. You understand? But I'm not trying to push him out of the place. You understand? And so I can be the Father.
All right.
You understand? Well, now, H.C. was here, but I'm here now. I'm greater than he was. You know? Fell.
Right.
And that's how they fall.
Yeah.
But you got the sheet now. Read it. Read it.
Okay. Wherein were all manner of four-footed beasts of the earth,
Uh-huh.
and wild beasts, and creeping
You
things.
see? You watch how wild they get. You ever meet some of them?
Right.
Yes, sir.
Ring the bell.
Yes, sir.
Let me tell you about that father son. Dr. Greg Kelly said, you put you in the nose. Look how wild they get. And you know what riles them up like that? The truth. You follow me? And then when you get through with it, you can say, you wouldn't have known that if this wasn't out there. It don't make no difference. Which way you go? It's still, this is first.
Yes.
Now what are you fussing about?
Right.
This is before all things.
Yes, sir.
How do you wouldn't have known that? How did they wait? When you get through, this is still first.
Yes, sir.
So you don't have an argument. You see? You wouldn't, what you should have said is you would not have seen this had not this transformed into it.
Right. All right.
Yeah, that's better.
Yes.
You see?
That's right.
You see? And that's the more correct way. You see? So your argument is not legitimate. It's not real. Read.
And fowls of the air.
Uh-huh.
And there came a voice to him, saying, Rise.
Okay, I don't have time. You talking about the fowls of there? Revelation 18:2. 18:1.
Revelations 18:1. And after those things, and after these things, I saw another angel come down from heaven, having great power, and the earth was lightened with his glory.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Read.
And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon, the great is fallen, is
That's what I'm
fallen,
telling you.
Yes.
and is become the habitation of devils,
Uh-huh.
and the hole of every foul spirit, and a cage of every unclean and hateful bird.
See that?
Yes, sir.
Now that's what's going on, folks.
Yes, sir.
Babylon is fallen.
Yes.
And I sent the signal screaming.
Yes.
Yes. They came out
Yes.
You see? And as was said, only he that gets hit.
Yes.
Holler.
That's right.
See, I threw a rock to California and it bounced clear to New York. Take you and your God down. You follow? And I told him in the letter, IDMR has become the worst. You understand? How'd I put it?
Said something about a cage
The-
animal.
No, I didn't use, but this is what I was looking at. It's become the most corruptible thing in the world. Religious organization in the world. You know why? Because it was the only place that at one time you could have got the truth.
Yes.
Right.
Not the only place now that you can be deceived. So that's worse than all of them.
All right.
second state is worse than the first.
Right.
And I beg you, day and night, hold fast to what I told you.
Yes.
You see? And I've told you that man was Yahweh, he taught me.
Yes.
And I've given it to you.
Yes.
And that's where it came down to the patriarchs. You understand?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
They brought down those stories correctly. You understand?
All right.
And I tried to show you that how all that he got every vision,
That's right.
every promise,
Right.
Yes.
everything in it. And now you can see now. You see, when he asked the question, if I was buried back there in Timnath Serah, you
Yes.
understand? And how did I get out there standing before you now? I'm saying on June 6th of 1930, Yahweh called him up to that realm.
Yes.
And devoured that man that we call A.C. Kennedy. They was standing before us again.
Yes.
You follow me? You understand? And when he didn't open his mouth until he had declared the purpose and laid it on the bed sheet, let it down and said, you understand? Like he did back here with these boys. You see what? And may Yahweh continue to bless you. I love all these things.
That's right. Love you.
Thank all the speakers and thank everybody for coming this evening. We hold classes every, well, they change, but our next one will be Sunday from 11 o'clock till 2:30. Our next moderator is the secretary, Dr. Betty Bailey, and I'd like to have her dismiss class.
Good morning, class. Good morning. And welcome to another lecture sponsored by the Pasadena Institute of Divine Metaphysical Research, Incorporated. At this time, I would like to introduce two of our officers. Our executive officer, Dr. Joy Keith. Our CEO, Dr. Glenn and Luke Kinley. President, Dr. Joseph and Marie Bell. Now, this school was founded as a result of a divine vision and revelation that was given to the founder of our school, Dr. Henry C. Kinley. In the state of Ohio in the year 1930. The first school was established in the year of 1932 in the state of Ohio. And we moved to California in the year of 1958. And we are now presently incorporated in the state of Florida. And we were incorporated in 1991. Now, this is a school and not a church, nor are we affiliated with any religious organizations of any kind. Now, in this school, we teach by the true and correct names of the Heavenly Father, which is Yahweh, Elohim, and Yahshua. Now, Yahweh is spirit, and he chose to symbolize himself by a phenomenal cloud. And within this cloud are 9 attributes, which are intelligence, wisdom, knowledge, love, beauty, justice, foundation, power, and strength. Now we move from this state into a superincorporeal form known as Yahweh Elohim, without flesh, blood, or bone. And from this state, we moved into each day of the creation and into the man named Adam, also known as Yahshua Messiah, who came in to institute and fulfill the law and the prophets. Yahweh Elohim Yahshua, these three are one. As it states in Deuteronomy 6 and 4, Hear, O Israel, Yahweh our Elohim is Yahweh, a unity. As you see, there's a red boundary around this chart. It's to show you that everything within the chart abides within the red boundary. So it is that everything in the universe abides in Yahweh. And now I would like to read to you our aims. Number 1, race, nationality, creed, sex, caste, or color. 3, to investigate the unexplained spirit law or so-called law of nature and the powers latent in man. 4, to encourage and promote the study of the scriptures, comparative religions, philosophy, psychology, and modern practical and occult science. 5, to extirpate current superstition, skepticism, and ignorance. 6, to learn, know, and understand the operation of Yahweh's eternal purpose through the dispensation and ages. 7, to discern and avoid being deceived by Lucifer, the serpent, the devil or Satan, and his demons operating the mystery of iniquity on earth through the dispensations of time. And 8, to earnestly contend for the common salvation and faith which was once delivered unto the sons of, or children of Yahweh. And 9, to make known that Yahweh from the beginning ordained there is no other name given among men whereby men can be saved, saving the name of Yahshua the Messiah. And 10, to inherit eternal life now in the kingdom of Yahshua the Messiah with the hope of immortal glorification in the newer state. Now our watchword is peace, and our slogan is speak the truth. And our theme of the class comes from Matthew, the 24th chapter, the 14th and 15th verse, which reads, "And this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached as a witness unto all nations, and then shall the end come. When ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation, as spoken of by Daniel the prophet, stand in the holy place. Whosoever readeth, let him understand." I would now like to have a prayer by Dr. Gary Groves, and I would like our scripture read, Acts the 10th chapter, read by Dr. Barry Ward.
Good morning, class. Good morning. Let us all bow in our hearts and minds and thank Yahweh for giving us this day to assemble, and ask that He open our hearts and minds that we might receive what is being said today and hold on to that which is true within us. We ask this in the Son's name, Yahshua Messiah. Let us all say, Hallelujah.
Good morning, class. Good morning. Let us study together the scripture lesson for today, which is Acts, the 10th chapter, written by Luke the physician, and found on page 170 of your Holy Name Bible.
Good evening, class.
Good morning.
Good morning. We teach from 2 Corinthians, Yahweh, Elohim, and Yahshua. Yahweh is spirit in a shapely form without flesh, bones, and blood. Yahweh is spirit. He chose to symbolize himself as a phenomenal cloud. Yahweh, intelligence, wisdom, knowledge, love, beauty, justice, foundation, power, and strength. Elohim is Yahweh in the shapely form. In this form, he created both heaven and earth. fourth day, the sun, moon, and stars. And the fifth day, the bird kingdom, and the fish, and the insects. And sixth day, man, Adam, and the beast of the field. And the seventh day, he rested. He said it was good and very good. Yahweh told Noah to build. Yahweh told Moses to build tabernacle. It lines up with your body. Most holy place lines up with the head region. Holy place lines up with the chest region. Court roundabout lines up with the abdominal region. Threefold for one body, showing the supernal nature of Yahweh being the Father, the Word, and the Holy Spirit. And these three are one.
Don't forget that.
Yahweh told Noah in a vision he was going to flood the earth with water. He told Noah to build an ark because he was going to flood the earth with water. Eight people went in it. Eight because it's a new cycle. They sat in the ark for 7 days before it started raining. 7 because they're in Yahweh's rest. The banners around Israel spelled out Elohim's name. E for the eagle. O for the ox. L for the lion. O for the ox. And H-I-L for the man spells Elohim. That's all I have to say.
centurion of the band called the Italian band.
Okay, I'm gonna get into this, what I'm gonna do is lead into it a little bit. Now this is a school, and it's not a church. We don't, do common things that are done in the church, such as, Lord's Suppers or, water baptisms. And it's not that we don't believe in those. In fact, we truly do believe in water baptism. We believe in the Passover feast. And I'm going to attempt to show why we don't practice those, and yet we do believe in them. Okay. Now this school has been all around the world, and it's been to Vatican City. As a result of this school going on a peace mission to Vatican City, there was a lot of changes made in the Roman Catholic Church and their doctrine. This school, it was founded in the year 1932 as a result of a vision that Dr. Henry C. Keeling had in 1930. Okay, it was 2 years before he opened the school. And he made these charts, and charts aren't something new, even though when you come in here, you look around and say, man, it looks like, what is all this stuff here? All this is just from your Bible, and the scriptures are all on here. After class, you can come up and look and see that everything on here comes right out of the Bible. And even the apostles used parchments or charts in their teaching. Okay, now in this school, one thing that the founder said was, "Don't take my word for it, make me prove it." And that statement there is not a common statement to be made, because a lot of people will just go ahead and tell you, a lot of ministers that I grew up with, just take my word for it, or all things aren't for us to know, or you're meddling in God's business. And what the bottom line of someone telling you, when you ask them, like say if you were to ask them, what is God? And they tell you God is spirit. What is spirit? And they tell you spirit's God. They're basically telling you that they don't know. Okay? Because that's not an answer. Now, this vision that Dr. Henry C. Keeling had is the exact same vision that has been given all through the ages. It's the same vision that Moses saw on the top of Mount Sinai. It's the same vision that John the Baptist saw on the Isle of Patmos. Okay? And it all lines up. If anybody says they had a vision and it doesn't line up to what Yahweh has been showing all along, then I'd say it's a dream. It's not a vision. It's not something direct from Yahweh. Divine means direct from Yahweh. It's of Yahweh. It's not a dream. Not knocking dreams, but they're not something that you would teach for doctrine. Now, one thing that the true name Yahweh is it's not uncommon. Even though a lot of people, there's different groups. Even recently, Yahweh, Ben Yahweh, and all these different cults and different things that come up using that name. But that name is the only name that the Creator has ever given for Himself. Suppose we get that where Moses at the burning bush. Okay, because Lord and God are not names. They're titles. And if you research them, you'll find out where they come from. You'll find that Lord came from Baal. You'll find that God came from Got, G-O-T-T, came from G-A-W-D. None of them were names. Now before, where they're getting is right here at the burning bush. Before this time, nobody knew the name of the Creator. Right. They called him El Shaddai, which is a title which means the Almighty Provider, which is a true title. It's a true description of Himself, but it's still not a name.
Exodus 3:13.
Okay, now this is after Moses fled out of Egypt, after he slew an Egyptian. And he's out here tending his father-in-law, Ruel's sheep, out here in
Wilderness.
the wilderness by Mount Sinai. Okay, read.
And Moses said unto Elohim, Behold, when I come unto the children of Israel, and they shall say unto them, the Elohim of your fathers hath sent me unto you, and they shall say to me, What is his name? What shall I say unto them?
Okay, this is the first time a man has asked the Creator, what's your name? Okay, now this is a vision here. Now, like on the Ten Commandment movie, most of us have seen that. You've got Moses, and he's over there with the sheep, and he sees some smoke on the other side of the mountain, like, and he goes over there and he sees this bush burning. You know,
Right.
that's not the way it was. The way a vision is, it happens right within you. You could be standing right next to Moses, you wouldn't have saw anything. Okay, this is how Yahweh has always dealt with his creature, okay, or mankind, or actually himself within the man. Okay, read on.
And Elohim said unto Moses, Aya, Asher, Aya.
Okay, we got that right up here. Ire, Asher, I, which actually translates, I will be what I will to be. In the Bible it says, I am that I am. Now that's an incorrect translation, because I am that I am is limiting him to whatever he is at that time.
Right.
Where the actual true translation is, I will be what I will to be. Which, just as El Shaddai is a true description, I will be is a true description. I will be the creation in its sum total. I will be the angelic and physical creation. Okay, so he's proved that he is, I will be what I will to be. Okay, read on.
And he said, Thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, I will be, hath sent me unto you. And Elohim said moreover unto Moses, Thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, Yahweh, the Elohim of your fathers.
Okay, he gave him his name for the first time, Yahweh. And now he's also saying, this is the Elohim. This is the Elohim of your fathers. This is the same one that's been dealing with all your forefathers, with Abraham, you know, and Noah, all those that came before you. This is that same one. And he's given his name Yahweh. Now that doesn't make Yahweh a Hebrew name.
That's right.
Because that is a common misconception that just because he gave his name to a Hebrew, that it's a Hebrew name. Now Yahweh is universal. He created Hebrew and Gentile. And before, there wasn't always Hebrew, and there wasn't always Gentile. Back here with Adam, it was just a human family. His name was still Yahweh, even though he hadn't given it yet. So that doesn't make his name Hebrew just because he gave it to a Hebrew person.
Right.
Now, what the Hebrews have done, when they write, they don't write with vowels. They write with consonants, Y-H-W-H. But they put diacritical marks in their writing to where a Hebrew, when he reads this, he says Yahweh. Yahweh didn't say, my name is Y-H-W-H. He said, my name is Yahweh. They wrote it like this. Okay, but when a Hebrew sees this, he says the name Yahweh. Okay, read on.
The Elohim of your fathers, the Elohim of Abraham, the Elohim of Isaac, and the Elohim of Jacob, has sent me unto you. This is my name forever, and this is my memorial unto all generations.
Okay, now, did it say just the Hebrew? Said to all generations?
Yes.
Okay, it also says in there, this is my name forever.
Yes.
That doesn't change when someone has a more acceptable version of that name. You know, this isn't my idea of what his name should be. This is him stating, this is what my name is. And the best thing, now, that's been in the Bible all along. That's in your Bible too.
That's right.
Because you have the Holy Name version, right? It's in the King James Version. It's been in all of them. Okay? Read on.
Go and gather the elders of Israel together, and say unto them, Yahweh, Elohim of your fathers, the Elohim of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, appeared unto me, saying, I have surely remembered you, and seen that which is done to you in Egypt.
Okay? Now what you've got in that burning bush, you've got Yahweh, you've got the angel, you've got Elohim. Now, what it is, as it states in Deuteronomy 6 and 4, Hear, O Israel, Yahweh our Elohim is Yahweh a unity. Yahweh is pure spirit, and when he took on a shape and form known as Elohim, when he was manifested in the flesh, or actually, when he took on a body, that's all the self-same one. That's the self-same Yahweh. Okay? That's not a trinity. That's a unity. There's really no such thing as a trinity. Now what we have is we have everything drawn out in a threefold pattern because that's what Yahweh chose in describing himself being threefold. Everything he created is threefold. But these three are just the one. You know, it's not these three are three different people. Okay. Proof of that is that just like the previous speaker went down all these days, even though they're all broke down, where like say you have the light from the darkness with the twilight in the midst.
Right.
That's just the one day. That's not three different days. You have the waters above and the waters beneath with the firmament in the midst. That's just the one day. Okay? And even when you get down to the sixth day, you get down to the man, Adam, being spirit, soul, and body. Pneuma, psyche, and soma. That's just the one man. Not three separate ones. Now, the atom itself, which is the building block, which scientists say is the building block of all matter,
Right.
is the proton, neutron, and electron. But it's just the one atom. So everything fits that threefold pattern. Now, this pattern here that the previous speaker had mentioned, this is also threefold. Okay? That was the tabernacle pattern that Moses was instructed to build when he received that vision on the top of Mount Sinai. Okay? Okay, that's it for that right there. But that's where it is that Yahweh first gave his name to mankind. Now, even in the last verse in Psalms, somebody picked that up. That was in the law that we just read. Now we're going to the prophets.
Right.
Before we get that, to the law and to the prophets.
Isaiah.
Okay. This is part of the proof that Henry C. Kinley gave us.
That's right.
Okay.
Isaiah 8 and 20.
Okay.
To the law and to the testimony.
Okay. To the law. Now, to the law is the first 5 books of the Bible, and the testimony is from Joshua to Malachi. Now, read on.
If they speak not according to this word, it is because there is no light in them.
Okay, they, meaning anybody. If you don't go to the law and you don't go to the testimony because they're saying the self-same thing, they're both pointing to that Yahshua the Messiah. They're all pointing to Yahshua the Messiah, and they agree with each other. If anybody's speaking not according to that, what does it say?
It is because there is no light in them.
Okay, light or understanding, illumination. Okay, so that's why one of the things, part of the proof we have is the ability to go to the law and the prophets and everything that we say. Okay, all right, let's get that in Psalms.
Psalms 150 and 6. Let everything that hath breath praise Yahweh.
Okay.
Hallelujah.
Right. Now, that's what hallelujah means. Praise Yahweh. But everything that has breath, breathes the name Yahweh. You don't breathe Jehovah. You don't breathe Lord. Now, that's Yahweh himself putting his stamp in his creation. Okay? Just as Ford would put his name on his car, you know, Yahweh put his name right in your breath. Now, what does it take to get that breath? It takes that spirit entering that body. And it's that spirit that's not just mankind, anything that has the breath of life praises and breathes that name. Okay, now, I had stated before that we believe in baptism and that we believe in Passover feast. Now, one thing is that all those things were not given to the Gentiles at any time. Okay, the Passover feast, which is actually the true. Let's pick that up in Exodus.
12th chapter of Exodus.
It's not actually the Lord's Supper, okay, but it's the Passover feast.
Right.
And we're going to find out, this is something that Yahweh instituted. This is something they had to do before they could leave Egypt. We're going to find out what was on the menu, if it's the same thing that's on the menu nowadays.
That's right.
Go ahead and read that.
Exodus 12 and 1.
All right.
And Yahweh spake unto Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying, This month shall be unto you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you.
Okay, now that's January, right? Okay, well that's April. Okay, now that's Yahweh setting up the first month with the Hebrews is April. Okay, now he's going to give them the menu of what has to be on this Passover feast. The reason it's called a Passover feast is because unless they eat this feast, they cannot pass over from death unto life, or from bondage unto freedom.
Yeah.
Okay? Okay, read on.
Speak ye unto all the congregation of Israel, saying, In the 10th day of this month they shall take to them every man a lamb, according to the house of their fathers, a lamb for an house. And if the household be too little for the lamb, let him and his house take it according to the number of souls, every man according to his eating.
Okay, now it says take out a lamb. Doesn't say, now why is it a lamb? Just as I had said that the law and the prophets all have to point to Yahshua the Messiah, that lamb was pointing to Yahshua the Messiah because he was the lamb to come in to be sacrificed. If I can say it like this, he was not guilty. He was an innocent lamb, and the disposition in a lamb is that he will go before a slaughter, not even raise his voice, just give up his life willingly. Okay.
Right.
Some more of the disposition of a lamb is that he's meek. Okay. He's not going to buck up. Okay. He's going to follow his shepherd regardless. Now, where did that whole lamb come from? The true lamb that was slain before the foundations of the earth was Yahweh Elohim is the true lamb. Laid down his life, or I can say it like just becoming a creation is laying himself down. Or that's a coming down. Or that's a transgression. Don't always think of transgression as something negative. That's just a coming on down. If Yahweh in pure spirit did not take on a shape and form, then the creation never could have had a shape and form. It would have remained in pure spirit. Okay? So that there is the lamb. That's the true lamb laying down his life before the creation of the world. So you're going to have it. Yahshua the Messiah is going to be that lamb that's got to lay down his life. And you're having it right here. This lamb here did nothing wrong. Didn't deserve, so-called, to die. It wasn't, but it's pointing to Yahshua the Messiah. That's why they got to take a lamb. All right? Now, just as, what did it say? It said, take a lamb according to the number of souls. That'll take you right back here, that when it says that Yahweh breathed the breath of life into Adam, he was made a living soul.
Right.
He wasn't made a living man. He was made a living soul. This is the soul. And this soul is dwelling in every man. And they're even saying it back here, according to the number of souls.
Right.
And the key point there is that you've got to have that lamb in you before you can leave from that dead state unto that resurrected state. You've got to have that lamb in you. Okay, read on.
Your lamb shall be without blemish, a male of the first year. You shall take it out from the sheep or from the goat.
Okay, now why without blemish? You know? What blemish did Joshua the Messiah have? What sin was he guilty of? Okay? None. When he came to John the Baptist to be baptized, first thing anyone had to do is confess it, say that they had sinned. He had no sin. That's why John the Baptist says, I need to be baptized of you. And he said, suffer it to be so now. You know, because, let's go ahead and just pick that up so I don't chop it up. We'll get right back to that.
What time?
Where John the Baptist is saying,
Where's that?
let's see, Matthew 3:13,
Okay.
right up here.
Matthew 3:13. Then cometh Joshua from Galilee to Jordan unto John to be immersed of him. But John forbade him, saying, I have need to be immersed of thee, and comest thou to me?
Okay, because that was that lamb that didn't have any spot or didn't have any blemish. Okay, read on.
And Joshua answering said unto him, Permit it to be so now, for thus it becometh us to fulfill all righteousness.
Okay, now the us that he's talking about is not him and John. You know, it's that same us, that threefold supernal nature that was dwelling, fully resurrected in that man Yahshua the Messiah. He was coming to fulfill. Fulfill meaning to put to an end, to bring it into reality, to stop it. Fulfill. Or you fulfill a contract, that doesn't mean you're instituting it. That means it's over with. Okay, now let's go back here to Exodus and get the rest of what's on this menu here.
And ye shall keep it up until the 14th day of the same month. The whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall kill it between the two evenings. And they shall take of the blood and strike it on the two side posts and on the upper doorpost of the houses, wherein they shall eat it. And they
Okay, now, a lot of us have seen that in the Ten Commandment movie, you know. And if you look at the end of that movie with all the credits and different people that had their little 2 cents in that movie, you wonder what Bible they were reading it out of. Because they've got Joshua running around on the outside of these houses, smearing blood on the outside of these before the death angel came. Now it says right in there that you got to strike on the inside. You don't strike it on the door. You had to strike it on the lintel, which is the top, and the two side posts, and you're dipping it from the basin, making the 4 points of blood on the inside. Couldn't be on the door. Why is that? Because it's pointing to Yahshua the Messiah. He said, I am the door. I am the way. You couldn't strike it, but yet it had to be that 4 points, because when Yahshua the Messiah, right here, he had a crown of thorns on his head. That was the same as the lintel. He had both of his hands nailed. Okay, that's the 2 side posts. That right there knocks out this, that he had his hands like this. Now he had his the right foot over the left, nailed together. That's dipping from a basin. You know, and it's no wonder that even on a door, the lintel of a door is called a header. You know, the 2 side posts of a door are called king studs. You know, and the basin is called a soul plate. You know, Joshua the Messiah, before he went into his ministry, you know, he was a carpenter, working with his father, who was a carpenter. Okay, it's no wonder all this stuff fits. It doesn't fit because we figured it out. This is that proof that came from that vision that Dr. Henry C. Kinley had. Okay, read on.
And they shall eat the flesh in the night, roast with fire and unleavened bread, and with bitter herbs they shall eat it.
Okay, now it even had to be cooked a certain way. Couldn't be boiled. You know, it had to be roast with fire. Okay, and as it states in the Bible that Yahweh or Elohim is a consuming fire. Okay, and it's that lamb through his sacrifice is able to consume all the misunderstanding that we've ever had. Okay, and proved it on the day of Pentecost. Okay, read on. Let's get the rest of that. I'm looking for grape juice.
That was
Did you already read the bread?
Yes, unleavened bread,
Unleavened bread,
bitter herbs,
bitter herbs. 40 days to be tempted, Satan tempted him, talked about changing those rocks in stones into bread.
Right.
And he told him, he said, you know, I have bread to eat of, or that you know not of.
Right.
That's because he was the substance. He's the substance that took on that third day. Okay? He's the substance that took on that third day that caused the wheat to grow, that you made flour and made bread out of. He was the source of that. So that's why it had to be bread, it had to be unleavened. It had to be bitter herbs because that law, which they hadn't received yet, but they were to receive out here, was to be bitter unto them. Bitter unto the children of Israel, because the reason it had to be it was going to be bitter is because through their misunderstanding or taking that law the wrong way, there is no way that they could keep it, and that is bitter. You know, that is bitter when there's no way that you can keep that law. You know, because as it states, you know, it says in the law that even so much, if you even think of doing, you're guilty of it. Okay, and if you break one law, as guilty as breaking them all. So that right there, that's bitter. You know, when you cannot keep the laws. You know, now that's the Passover feast that they had to have, and they couldn't take anything with them from this. You know, whatever was left over, they had to take it out and bury it. Now we know that lamb was to be buried. That lamb, Yahshua Messiah, was to be buried. Okay, and there's no abundance of lamb. Nobody has so much righteousness pouring out of them that they've got so much abundant lamb that they can give to anyone else. You know, in other words, this is something that you got to have within yourself, and you can't go up in here on anybody else's extra lamb they have. You know. All right. Now, when they came up here, came to the Red Sea. Now, you had mountains on both sides. You had this Red Sea. This wasn't like a little pond or a little something you could wade across. You had Pharaoh behind him. Pharaoh was coming to take them back. Okay? You had the Pharaoh and his whole army. Now, as you see in the Ten Commandments, you'll see that the waters just roll back. You know, that's not the way it happened. The waters actually tunneled up. Okay, and that is a complete immersion that the children of Israel went through. That just as when the waters rolled back here, that was a complete immersion. Even as a child, when you came in, when you were born, you know, that you were completely immersed in your mother's womb. You had that water was completely immersing you. And you're completely immersed by Yahweh Himself. Now, Pharaoh, as soon as the last Israelite came out on the other side, the last Egyptian had gone into the Red Sea.
Right.
And that Red Sea swallowed up all of those Egyptians, including the Pharaoh. They all died in that Red Sea. Now that right there will let you know that the water isn't, it was death unto the Egyptians. You know, in other words, you know, you go back here to Noah, you know, that ark, they were in that ark, and they were saved by that water. And yet everyone else died by that self-same water. Okay? Okay, now coming into here, okay, Moses was told to go up. Let's pick that up where Exodus 24, 9 and 10,
Okay.
where he saw Elohim.
Right.
Now see, there appears to be a lot of contradictions in the Bible. You know, one place you see where it says, no man has seen God at any time. And then another place where we're going to read right now, you see where Moses, Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, and 70 elders saw God, as it said in the King James Version. Now what is it? Which one's right? Or are both of them right? Go ahead and pick that up.
Exodus 24, 9 and 10.
All right.
Then went up Moses and Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel. And they saw the Elohim of Israel. And there was under his feet as it were a paved work of a sapphire stone, and as it were the body of heaven in its clearness.
Okay, now that right there, we see that he had feet, there's a body. All right, read on.
And upon the nobles of the children of Israel he laid not his hand. Also they saw Elohim, and did eat and drink.
Okay, now this right here, the nobles, he didn't lay his hands on it, so that showed he had hands.
Right.
Okay, and they did eat and drink. Now, what are they talking about? When they saw Elohim, all of a sudden they got hungry, started eating, you know? That's not what it is. It's a spiritual eating. It's a
Right.
spiritual communion.
Right.
A spiritual feasting with the substance that Yahweh is.
Yes.
That's what they did eat and drink of. Now, let's go to the testimony, Ezekiel 1:26, and see if they're saying the self-same thing. Now, these are people that have seen Elohim.
Yes.
Right.
And they will say the self-same thing. They're not, one of them's not going to describe the Creator as someone as different from one of the other ones.
Ezekiel 1:26. And above the firmament that was over their heads was the likeness of a throne, and as the appearance of a sapphire stone.
Yes.
And upon the likeness of the throne was the likeness as the appearance of a man above upon it.
Okay? That's self-same one. Now that right there, if anyone describes Elohim other than that the law and the prophets had said, as we read earlier, if it doesn't line up to the law and the prophets, it just isn't so.
That's right.
You know? Now, we look like Elohim. He doesn't look like us. The reason we have the shape and form, the reason that he had man to have the shape and form that he does, is because that's the shape and form he took on.
Source.
You know, the difference is this here is without flesh, blood, or bone.
That's right.
Okay? I realize where some have said spirit and bones.
Right.
You know, because I've even heard different ministers that will say not flesh and blood, but spirit and bones.
Right.
You know, because they misunderstanding. We know the bones is likened unto that inner man.
That's right.
Because it is a more the skeletal system is a more more lasting, but it still will deteriorate.
Oh, yeah.
It's still not eternal. It does point, you know, the skeletal system does point to Elohim because it is that's what holds the body up. That's what has the body to have the shape and form it does.
Yes.
You know, but I've seen where they've said spirit and bone. You know, and then I it was plain to see some have just adopted that.
Right.
Right, you know, right out of the world.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now this law that they were given here, it was just for them.
That's right.
It wasn't for anybody else. It wasn't for any of the Gentiles.
That's right.
Now, why is it that, why is it that I was always taught as a child that it was my, it was for me to keep the Ten Commandment law? You know. Now, this Passover feast was only given to the Hebrews. This law was only given to the Hebrews.
Right.
Now let's pick this up. We already got it down here. Where John baptized Yahshua the Messiah. He was the last one to get baptized. Joshua.
Yes.
There wasn't anyone baptized after him.
That's right.
Okay. And this baptism was not something for salvation. It wasn't
That's
that
right.
this was a baptism of repentance.
That's right.
No one was ever saved by being water baptized.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, the reason I said earlier that we believe in water baptism is we believe in it by not doing it. We
That's
believe
right.
in it because we believe that Yahshua the Messiah fulfilled it. Just like he stated, I come to fulfill, or for us to fulfill, which was him. Fulfill in that water baptism.
Yes.
Okay? He also fulfilled that.
That's right.
Now, that's not to say that baptism is out. And that's not to say that communion is out. But what is the communion and what is the baptism that we're talking about?
All right.
It's a spiritual baptism. It's not a water baptism.
That's right.
A spiritual baptism or immersion in the Holy Spirit. Water is synonymous to spirit. Water is likened unto spirit.
That's right.
You know, if you take water, has no shape and form,
That's right.
just like spirit does. You take water, you put it in a cup, it takes on the shape and form of the vessel that it's in.
That's right.
So the reason it does that is because spirit takes on the shape and form of the vessel that it's in. Okay? That's the reason why water points to spirit.
That's right.
Spirit doesn't point to water. You know. So truly, we believe in water baptism. We believe that it was fulfilled, and the baptism that we practice is a spiritual or a baptism in understanding. Now, the communion that we practice is that communion or conversing one with Yahweh, right within yourself. You know that what the world commonly has named a conscience. You know, what is that? There's no such thing as a conscience. You know, what that is just as Yahweh stepped into or transformed or wrapped a coat of flesh around himself and called himself Adam. That's what's dwelling right within you. When someone passes and they say he's gone, what's gone?
Right.
Body's laying right there. Now somebody will say the spirit that was in him. Well, what we're saying is that spirit of Yahweh is dwelling right within you. Okay? Now Yahshua the Messiah, he completed his mission. He didn't fall short. You know, now just as this lamb was meek and humble, he was meek and humble to a point. You know, and then also he had to take on that disposition of a ram and goad him into crucifying him.
That's right.
Because you know, it was like when Peter cut that guy's ear off. You know, when he came to get Joshua the Messiah. And that seemed like a nice thing to do. You know, you're protecting Joshua the Messiah. And he said, Satan, get behind me. Now, that right there, you know, that doesn't make any kind of sense. If you're just looking at it. But what is it? It's like, who is that would want Joshua the Messiah not to fulfill?
Right.
Who is that? Not that Peter was Satan. You know, he wasn't Satan, but that thought that, no, I'm going to protect you so that you don't, you know, not understanding is what it was. Unless he's crucified, unless he dies and is buried and resurrects, this outpouring of the Holy Spirit will never come.
That's right.
So that thought, get behind me. We can't have that thought.
That's right.
You know, there's a time. That's what I come in the world to do. Is to die.
That's right.
You know, I am that lamb coming down. Now, and then if I was to say he never died, you know, then wait a minute. Yeah, he did take off that body. You know, he did take off that body, and they placed that body in the tomb. But where do you see these attributes here? Where do you see death in there? You see life here. Okay? And yet there is death. There is death in Yahweh. Death is a coming down. You know, but it's not the death that we look at. It's not as something negative.
That's right.
But that life, Yahshua the Messiah, that life, you can't kill spirit. You cannot kill spirit. Yeah, you can. That spirit will leave the body, and that's what happened. And then they took that body out and put it in a tomb. Now, Yahshua the Messiah, not only did, you know, one of the things that he had to fulfill, because he had to fulfill everything, was he had to fulfill death.
That's right.
You know, because he's the one that instituted death. Now, where did he institute death? He instituted death back here. I mean, as far as in coming down out of that garden, through that transgression, man had to die. Okay? if the transgression had not have taken place, because there is no death here in the garden, because it's synonymous or likened unto heaven in this state right here. You know, he had to fulfill that death. Death reigned from Adam.
That's right.
You know, even though Adam never died in his understanding, he never forgot who he was. He never lost any of his strength. Okay, death reigned from him. The death I'm talking about now is the death of not understanding. Okay, because truly that's the only real death, is not understanding. You know, and life being understanding. Okay, now in that death reigning, Yahshua the Messiah, he proved that he was alive because he resurrected Lazarus from the dead.
That's right.
Okay? Now it takes life to speak to life, to raise it from the dead. Now, there wasn't anyone else around that could do that. In fact, he went and waited 4 days before he went down there.
Yeah.
And they were almost like, well, man, you know, no sense now. It's been 4 days. He's thinking by now, you know. But why did he wait 4? You know, it's still fulfilling that. He's showing that he is that Son, or he is that resurrection, coming in on the 4th day. So now, doesn't the sun show forth the resurrection?
Right.
You know, doesn't the sun draw everything towards itself?
Right.
Now that sun is like that because it's pointing to the Son, the true Son, which is Yahweh Himself, which is the true light, which lit up the creation before the sun came into existence.
That's right.
Okay? Now,
Good job.
when he was placed in that tomb, 3 days later, that body was consumed. All right? Wasn't nothing left. And he resurrected from the dead, so to speak. Actually, when he gave up the ghost here, that's when he left that body.
That's right.
But there was a reason that the body had to be in there, you know, for the 3 days. Somebody could pick up about the temple. And when Yahshua the Messiah was, when they were pointing at the one temple, he said that they had been building for 40 years, whatever. Okay. This is why he had to be in the tomb for 3 days and 3 nights. Okay. Back here, the apostles, they were looking at a temple. Was it the Herodian temple?
Right.
All right. Does anybody have that? Where that?
John 19. Thank you. If you have it, go ahead and read.
Joshua answered and said unto them, Destroy this temple, and in 3 days I will raise it up. Then said the Hebrews, 40 and 6 years was the temple in building, and wilt thou rear it up in 3 days?
Okay. Now, they were looking at a temple that had been built. It was 46 years to build this temple. And he's saying, read it again from the beginning.
Joshua answered and said unto them, Destroy this temple, and in 3 days I will raise it up.
Okay? Now he's saying destroy this temple.
Yeah.
They're thinking about this temple over here.
Yeah.
Now, this is the true temple.
Go ahead.
Because what's dwelling in that temple is Yahweh Himself.
That's right.
You know? And he's saying destroy this temple. He's going to raise it up in 3 days and 3 nights. Now, they didn't understand that.
That's right.
But he did truly raise that temple. He didn't raise a physical body.
That's right.
Okay? But, and there is no physical body, so to speak, in heaven.
That's
Okay?
right.
You know, there's, it's kind of amazing the concepts that people will come up about heaven. You know? I mean, I think that, you know, there's golden streets, you know, or streets paved with gold. And, you know, I've heard condominiums come in the subject before, you know, and that there wouldn't, you know, just, but then depending who you talk to, some they've got a ruling class,
Yeah.
you know, some they've got, some going to heaven and some staying on earth, you know, and then the earth kind of being like it was in the beginning, like with the garden, you know, just some of everything. Now, heaven is not a geographical location. If I'll say it like this: if I go to heaven and see my mother, I'm in the wrong place. Okay, because there is none of that in heaven. Okay? Your destination is your origin, and your origin was Yahweh, a pure spirit. Okay, you were written right within Him here. Okay, you were written within this Lamb's book of life. You wouldn't be here if you weren't already predestined. That is your destination, is your origin. You were here in the beginning. Just because you don't remember doesn't mean that you weren't there. You know, where were you if you're 35 years old? Where were you 50 years ago? You were here. You weren't made manifest. You weren't drawn out. You know, and that's your destination. Now, all this law that they took naturally, so such as like if it said, "Thou shalt not commit adultery." Okay, they took it to mean that if I am married and I'm with another woman, I'm in adultery. That's not what he was talking about. You know, now I'm not condoning that, but what he said is, "Thou shalt not." That's not giving you a choice. You know, that's saying, "Thou shalt not." You're not going to do it. He's talking about himself. I am your Elohim. You know, if you're with another Elohim, you're in the act of adultery. And since there aren't any other Elohims, thou shalt not. You couldn't if you wanted to. You know, but they misunderstood it and took it to mean that me and another woman. And even if they so much as thought of that, they were guilty of it. That's why it was a bitter law unto them. You know? But Yahshua the Messiah, after his resurrection, 50 days later, on the day of Pentecost, now, why was it 50? That 5, that's when the birds, that signifies taking flight, or no longer being, now what's a bird? It's not earthbound. It can soar into the natural heavens, okay? Now that's when man, it was the appointed day in which man was to get their understanding, where they would no longer be earthbound, but be able to soar in the heavens, okay? That's why it had to be 50 days later. It was the outpouring of the Holy Spirit. Let's pick that up. Let's pick that up now. It wasn't that they didn't already have the Holy Spirit. Okay? It wasn't like that they were totally void of Spirit and then some was poured out on them. It's just an expression. How would you pen that they were made aware of that was always within them? You know, this right here is how he chose to write. You know, the outpouring of the Holy Spirit. Okay, no matter what you write, someone can read their own interpretation in. You know, it's just like no matter what you say, somebody can go ahead and take that to mean what they want. Go ahead and read.
Acts the 2nd chapter. And when the day of Pentecost was fully come, they were all with one accord in one place.
Okay, all the apostles. Now there was 11 at this time. There was 12, but that one, Judas, who betrayed Yahshua the Messiah and hung himself even before the resurrection. He never saw the resurrection.
That's right.
There was only 11 here. Now that's not to say that there wasn't 12. The 12th one hadn't been drawn in.
Come on.
Even though the 12th one had already been predestined. And that's getting into what the scripture lesson is in that 12th one. It's to be drawn in. Okay? Okay, read on.
And suddenly there came a sound from heaven, as of a rushing mighty wind, and it filled all the house where they were sitting.
Okay, read.
And there appeared unto them cloven tongues like as of fire, and it sat upon each of them.
Okay, now why is it cloven tongue? Now what's that pointing to, or what significance does that have? Well, you'll find back here where their tongues were divided here at the Tower of Babel, because they wouldn't obey Yahweh.
That's right.
Okay, so Yahweh confused their tongue to where when they thought, when they thought they were supposed to bring a brick up, instead of bringing a brick up, they misunderstood and they were taking the bricks down,
Yes.
and eventually took the whole tower down.
That's right.
You know, and it was through that confusion of tongues. Well, before that, everyone spoke the same tongue.
That's right.
Now here's Yahweh declaring the end from the beginning. Just as there was one tongue in the beginning, He's got to have one tongue in the end.
That's right.
And that's what, now, the tongue I'm talking about is not that we don't still have Spanish, or we still don't have French, you know, and all these different languages. But there's only the one, just as I said, the one vision. That one tongue that Yahweh speaks to, there's just the one. Okay, read on.
And they were all filled with the Holy Spirit and began to speak with other tongues as the Spirit gave them utterance.
Okay, that didn't mean that if they only spoke Spanish, they started speaking in French. You know, that meant that by speaking the understanding of all that Yahweh had shown them, that's likened unto an unknown tongue.
That's right.
You know, me standing up here saying that that we don't go out and get water baptized, that's like an unknown tongue.
Yes.
You know, because it's very common to go ahead and do that.
That's
It's
right.
very common to eat the Lord's Supper.
Yes.
You know, now I'm not. I nor anyone else in here has any animosity towards Christianity or any of the people that are in any of the churches. You know, our warfare is not with man. It's not with. They're decent people in there. There's no problem with that. You know, but it's doctrinal issues.
Right.
You know, if you're saying that you've got to that this is your patron saint, you know, and this is who you got to pray to make it to the kingdom, you know, and these are the things people are basing their eternal life, you know, and it's not so. That's what we have a warfare with,
That's right.
you know.
That's
Okay, read on.
And there was dwelling at Jerusalem Hebrews, devout men, out of every nation under heaven.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, read on.
Now when this was noised abroad, the multitude came together and were confounded, because that every man heard them speak in his own language.
Yes.
And they were all amazed and marveled, saying one to another, Behold, are not all these speak Galilean, which speak Galilean? And how hear we every man in our own tongue wherein we were born?
Okay, well, that's enough on that right there. But this day of Pentecost, that's when they all understood. That's when they were out here,
Yes. Yes.
right out here on the boat, and when Peter saw Yahshua the Messiah walk the water, and he said, "I see a spirit." You know, this was all. He didn't understand why he said that like that at the time. He didn't understand why Yahshua had to be crucified. He didn't understand. Yeah, they saw all the miracles and they saw all these things, but they didn't understand why.
Right.
They didn't understand why Yahshua the Messiah had to be crucified and why Yahshua the Messiah was washing their feet. They knew he was washing their feet.
Yes.
They didn't understand why.
Yes.
Now that's what they understood here. They understood why all of that.
Yes.
They understood that Yahshua the Messiah had to walk the water because it was that spirit that moved upon the face of the deep up here. Okay? All along there you'll see that the same principle coming on down.
Yes.
You know, you'll see that that ark moving upon the face of the deep.
Yes.
Okay? That ark likened unto Adam.
Yes.
But they understood on the day of Pentecost. And after the day of Pentecost, there's no reason anybody should be telling you that all things aren't for you to know.
That's right.
Before the day of Pentecost, I can understand that. You know, but now all things are for man to know.
That's right.
Now, it's not what it takes is Yahweh himself catching a man up
Yes.
and revealing himself to the man.
Yes.
And that's what happened, like I said in the beginning, with Henry C. Kinley.
Right.
You know? And he had the ability to prove everything he said.
That's right.
And what you see here is the results of all that,
Yes,
the
sir.
results of some of what he had drawn out.
Yes.
Now, like in Caesarea, I'll say this and get
Go
down
ahead.
because it was on the scripture lesson. Just birth. And the cesarean section, the cesarean section, you had the Gentiles were brought in Caesarea, okay? And they were brought in without any of the works.
That's right.
They were brought in without having to go through all this. They were brought in without any labor.
That's right.
Okay? It was just an unmerited gift given to the Gentiles.
That's right.
Okay? So is it that when a woman is given birth, they can give birth naturally so, go through the labor and all that, or through cesarean. That child is brought forth without any labor, without any pain. Just an unmerited grace or gift. And that's how the Gentiles were given the understanding, was without any work. Now, there's no difference now between Jew and Gentile. And, there's no one above the other. But at the same time, I've always taken my hat off to the Hebrews.
Yes, sir.
For all that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's right.
That's right. They went through it.
Look at all that they did. And it was. I mean, you look at, like when the ark fell and the man touched it, lost his life.
Yes.
It was hard.
Yes.
And we were brought in without having to do any of that.
That's right.
Now, why should Gentiles go back over this cross and try to reinstitute all those things that Yahshua the Messiah fulfilled?
That's right.
Why not let him be the Savior?
Yes.
He saved not only the Hebrew nation, but all mankind.
That's right.
And the salvation, it was made manifest down here, but it was from up here.
That's right.
This is where you were saved.
Yes.
You were saved before any of this came forth. And don't let anyone ever say that you've got to work out your salvation.
That's right.
That you've got to do a certain thing. You've got to keep certain laws to be saved.
Teach.
The only law, the only work in this age, in this present kingdom age, which is after the day of Pentecost, is to come and learn about Yahweh.
That's right.
As Yahshua the Messiah said, take my yoke upon you and learn of me. Just find out how he did it. You don't have to do it. You don't have to go out and get crucified. You don't have to get baptized.
No.
Just find out how he did it. Find out, and finding that out, you'll find out truly where Yahweh dwells.
Yeah.
He doesn't dwell above the sun, moon, and stars.
That's right.
He doesn't dwell only, say in a certain one.
That's right.
Or in one that you deem that this one's got to be sent. He's dwelling in all mankind.
That's right.
And the last place that you'd ever expect to find Yahweh is right where he is.
That's right.
And he's been with you all the days of your life.
That's right. That's
And
right.
because that day of Pentecost is still going on today,
Yeah.
because the day of Pentecost is not in time.
Thank you.
It's in eternity where there is no time.
That's right.
That's why you're experiencing the self-same day of Pentecost some 2,000 years later.
Yes.
With that, I think.
All right.
Announcement on the clipboard, and if it's a lengthy one, please put the estimated time that you will need. For our next speaker, I would like to call on Gabriel Gutierrez.
All right.
Yeshua means salvation, which means Yahweh is salvation. You're made up of 9 major attributes. Wisdom, intelligence, love, knowledge, beauty, justice, foundation, power, and strength. That's the makeup of Yahweh Elohim, which is in you. So, therefore, you're made up of 9 major attributes. Some of the other schools say that the creation passed by Elohim in ignorance. Can you get Genesis 2:2, please?
Genesis 2:2. And on the seventh day, Yahweh Elohim ended his work which he had made. And he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made.
Okay, I don't think that if it passed by him in ignorance, it would have said he worked and he made it.
All
Like
right.
if you make a cake,
All right.
it don't pass by you in ignorance. You know what you're doing when you're making that
Go
cake.
ahead.
So I don't think the creation could have passed by him in any shape, way, or form in ignorance.
Go ahead.
I know that for a fact.
All right.
Before the creation came forth, there had to be a falling away first. And a third of the host was cast out of heaven. Because Satan, or Lucifer at that time, looked upon himself, thinking himself to be something great. And they were beautiful just as Yahweh Elohim himself.
Yes.
But it was looking upon himself and thinking he was greater than that got him cast out of heaven. And it wasn't that all the other angels looked to him also and saw that he was great. It was that they deceived themselves and looked upon themselves.
That's right.
Saying, well, if he could say he's great, well, what's wrong with me? Look at me. And they all got cast out.
Go ahead.
The first day, he separated the light from the darkness with the twilight and the mist. And the second day, he separated the water from above and the water from beneath and put the firmament in the midst. The third day, the water rolled back and the seed of vegetation came forth. On the fourth day, dry land appeared, and he brought in the seasons and the sun and moon and stars.
All right.
The fifth day, he brought in the biological formations, the insects, and the fish. And on the sixth day, he brought forth the beasts of the field and then man. And the reason why he brought forth man last was so that man couldn't say that he made it.
Right.
It was so Yahweh could take the glory and nobody else could, because he's the one that made it and said it was good and very good.
All right.
And on the seventh day he rested from all his work. And it shows him resting right here, which a lot of schools don't see, that this Adam, the first Adam, and this is the second Adam.
Right.
And he made it and he rested in it. And so they want to say that Yahshua is Yahweh in the body, and he's Yahweh in the body also.
That's right.
So are you.
That's right.
But they had the full knowledge of who they were.
Right.
He's resting in his creation, sitting down, and Lucifer came down and tried to. He said, I'm getting ahead of myself. He said that they could eat of any tree in the garden. Yahweh said they could eat of any tree in the garden except for the one in the midst of the garden.
Right.
And Lucifer came down and deceived Eve. And with the same trick he played on himself, which was that you could be wiser upon herself and said, I am greater than Yahweh. So she partook of the olive, thinking that it would be something to make her wise, because it looked good. And she seen that she had done something wrong. And she gave it to her husband, and he consumed it. And it wasn't just the olive he consumed, it was that thought that she had. And it wasn't the olive that got her in trouble in the first place. It was the thought. And they say that she was carnal and she had the wrong mind and wrong body and wrong spirit and all that. They were in innocence. Just like when a baby comes forth, you can't say that the baby is Satan in the body and has the wrong body and the wrong soul and the wrong spirit. They need to, that just shows you where their mind's at. Trying to make themselves look good and trying to make somebody else look bad. Because they want the glory for themselves, which is showing you what spirit that is. They had to come out of the garden, and he doesn't have this sword here, and saying you better get out here, I'll beat you up. He's just sliding their way out of the garden, and he's covering his mouth because he can't yet say who he is. They say, well, people say, well, stupid women, why did they have to go and mess it all up? We could have been in the garden and all that. If you weren't, if that would have never happened, you wouldn't have been here to say nothing.
That's right.
So you need to just keep your mouth shut. And they came out, and he had to come out. She followed him because they were one. Because of that love that they had for each other. They came out and they had two children. The oldest being Cain and the youngest being Abel. And they neither had to offer up a sacrifice. They had to offer up a lamb, pointing to the Lamb of Yahweh. Which all the attributes, just as the last speaker said, of meekness and humbleness, and that's what their father was. He was an attribute personified. And Abel saw that in his father, and he offered up a lamb. And Cain was thinking carnally and offered up something from the ground, wheat, and he gave it to his father, and his father didn't accept it. And he got jealous, and he went and he was trying to talk Abel into doing what he was doing, but Abel didn't want to hear it. He was trying to tell him, offer up a lamb, he'll accept that, but he didn't want to. He was being stubborn, and he slew his brother. And after that, it wasn't some big voice from the sky and all this thunder and stuff. After it happened, like in the movies, his father came and asked him, "Where's your brother?" And he told him, "I'm my brother's keeper," knowing he was. And so he fled, or he left with his sister into the land of Nod. After a while, Yahweh got sick of all the wickedness that was going on in the world, and he told Noah he was going to flood out the earth with water, and Noah preached for 120 years.
Yes, sir.
And some people didn't believe him, and there was people that did. And after 120 years, his sons were building the ark. And after 120 years, after 120 years, the earth just started to rain for the first time. That's why a lot of people didn't believe him. And it was raining, and 8 people got in the ark, and the ark was threefold. It had one window and one door, an upper deck, a middle deck, and a lower deck. was pitch black on the inside and on the outside, pointing to Yahweh's secret chambers.
Right.
They had one window because he was light and one door because he was the way.
Yes.
They were in there for 40 days and 40 nights, and they set upon Mount Ararat. And he sent out a raven, and the raven didn't come back because it feeds off the dead carcasses, pointing to the satanic spirit that feeds off the dead carcasses and in the church world. Because
Yes.
people are dead, not they haven't yet been given the life or the understanding or the light, and he feeds off of that. He makes his money off of that.
That's right.
And then he sent on a dove, and the dove came back. And they sent out the same dove again, and the dove came back with an olive branch, pointing to the garden. He didn't come back
Yes.
with the apple branch or nothing.
Go
It
ahead.
was the olive branch. And then he sent it out again, and it didn't come back, showing that the waters had receded and it was time to go forth and multiply.
All right.
And he planted a vineyard pointing to the garden of Eden. And then after a while, they thought it was going to flood, that Yahweh was going to flood the earth again after he put a rainbow in the skies, which was his covenant, which was a covenant that he, or a promise that he would not flood the earth again with water.
Right.
And they built up the Tower of Babel, not believing Yahweh, which was actually calling him a liar. And
Yes.
they built it up, and it wasn't small or nothing. It was a real big one. And they built it up thinking that they could get above Yahweh. And instead of shaking it down and just messing it all up, he told them that he confused their tongues. And instead of saying put another brick up, they thought they were saying put another brick down. And they took it down themselves.
Right.
Just that when you come into this gospel, you may not want to believe it at first and try to buck up against it, but after a while, instead of trying to put more stuff up to try and state your case and make what you believe and stick to what you believe, or them erroneous thoughts that you have in your head when you come in here, you just take it all down instead of bucking up against Yahweh.
That's right. Very good.
And Isaac was after he came back from the slaughter of the kings, or Abraham, after he came back from the slaughter of the kings. Let me see that one. Okay. Noah was Moses. Moses was at the time, he was born at the time when Pharaoh had sent out a decree for all children 2 and under to be or to be slaughtered or killed, yeah. And his mother had him, and she saw that he was a goodly child.
Right.
And all mothers see that in their children.
That's
When
right.
they have him, it wasn't nothing special, but she saw something else in him. And so she hid him for as long as she could. And then when she couldn't hide him no more, she made an ark of bulrushes and sent him on the river Nile. And his Pharaoh's daughter's handmaiden, got him for Pharaoh's daughter because she saw him. And it came to pass that his own mother, which his sisters asked Pharaoh's daughter if she needed a wetness for him.
Right.
And she told her yeah. And it came to pass that Moses' own mother, he grew up with his own mother and the Egyptians, which were trying to kill all children 2 and under at that time. And he came to be over Pharaoh's own children. He favored him over his own children. he got older, he saw two Egyptians, Hebrew and Egyptian fighting, and both being his brothers. He went to them in love, trying to separate the fight, and one tried to one tried to hit him, and he slew him, the Egyptian, and buried him in the sand. And after a while, he saw two Hebrews fighting, and he tried to break that up. And then they said, "Are you going to slay us as you did the Egyptian?" And he knew that people knew what was up, so he left, and he fled the land of Egypt and went into Canaan's land. And then he was tending. He married Ruel's daughter. It wasn't Jethro because there was no J in Hebrew language. He was tending his sheep and he had married his daughter. And he saw a burning bush, and the bush was burning, but it wasn't being consumed.
Right.
And an angel appeared and told him to go down and get his people out of the land of Egypt. And he wasn't like trying to, oh, okay, let's go. I'm ready to go. He was content where he was.
Yes.
And it says in the Bible that he wasn't looking for, he wasn't looking to go back to Egypt. And he was content. And but he said, "Will you be with me?" And he said, "Surely." And he went down to Egypt. And when he went down there, it was a different Pharaoh. It wasn't the one that had raised him.
Right.
It was a different Pharaoh, and he told him to let Yahweh's people go. And at first he didn't want to, and then he told him, "All right, I'll let him go." And then when he finally let him go, after a while, he said, "Well, why did I let him go and just go after him?" Because he felt stupid. So he went after him, and they had mountains on either side of him, the Red Sea in front of him, and Pharaoh's host behind him. And they were cursing Moses, telling him, "Why did you bring us out here to die for?" And he raised his staff, and the Red Sea tunneled up, and they went through on dry land.
That's right.
It wasn't muddy and stuff, and they had to shake the mud out of their sandals and stuff. They went through on dry land. And as soon as the last of the Hebrews stepped out, the last of the Egyptians stepped in, and they were consumed.
Right.
That's all I have to say.
All right.
For our next speaker, I'd like to call on Dr. Amber Moore.
Yod for light and a shadow.
Right.
Moses had a vision of a burning bush, and Yahweh was in it, and if you and I were there, we wouldn't see it because we were in a vision.
That's right. Good point.
Yahweh sent a rainbow to show that he wouldn't flood the earth again with water.
Right.
And the rainbow started with it and ended with it.
Right.
And that he would flood the earth with the true gospel.
That's right.
E is for eagle, O is E is for eagle, L is for lion, O is for rock, and HIM spells Elohim.
That's right.
Yah is masculine and Weh is feminine. Yahweh is a Father, Blood, or Son, or Holy Spirit. Goodbye.
Yes, ma'am.
And now, I'd like to have our announcements done. And the first announcement. Before we get our last sticker up, this was left here, and we need to find out who it belongs to. Thank you. Without further ado, I would like to call our Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Glenn W. Kennedy.
All right.
you just talk.
Just get a little more than this.
Along with the letter, we also,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's all right.
got another phone call.
All right, go ahead, man.
I think it was about 14 people. And,
Marcus. Yes.
Yes,
Sir. Right. Yes, sir.
I think I'll be 68 this year.
You will.
I'm over 21. But I wish I had a tape. But all of them cried out. They're so happy to find someone
All
who
right.
knows the truth.
All right.
And, there was one fellow named Rodney. He said he just can't wait to meet us.
All right.
And a lot of things I don't like to mention, like, was bestowed upon me. But every time they would say they know who I was, I'd throw it right back at them. That's who they are.
Right.
And because I don't want people to think that I think that I am any greater or any more fortunate than any man in this job. That's just not true. Now, what got to me is I've worked all these many years. And some that I have taught, as I have taught you, sitting around the clock, day after day, year after year, have now left.
Yes.
And that's always been a void, though with me, they're still with me.
Yes.
But I can't get them to see where their place is.
Yes, sir.
And
Well said.
and their place with me is them with I with them.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
And once you begin to catch on to we speak the same language, there's no place else to go.
Right.
There just isn't any place else.
That's true.
Now there is a job to be done.
Yes, sir.
And might say this, the hard part's over.
That's right.
And what I mean by that is the dying, the suffering, the